Greetings, family. This is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And I am back at your ass to continue with part two of my review / breakdown of the movie that everybody is talking about, which is, as you know, Sinners. Before I get started, we're going to do a little housekeeping. Let's see here. We're going to do a little housekeeping. So, first, those of you who are tuning in via IG, I would encourage you to tune in and watch this live via YouTube for the sake of, my watch hours and my likes and the comments and all of that stuff that helps me garner, a higher place in the algorithm. So I would do that. If you decide that you want to do that, the other thing I should say is that when I live stream on IG, for whatever reason, I can only stream now for 1 hour before they shut my feed off, and then I'll come right back up and do another hour. It's going to be more than an hour long, so you want to know that as well. So if you want to tune into my YouTube channel, you go to YouTube and put in the YouTube search engine at Daughter of the Fates, Fates, Daughter of the Fates. That's how you pull up my YouTube channel, okay? The other thing is I want to go ahead now and put out the email address for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, which is evoemetemp at gmail.com. evoemetemp at gmail.com. Okay, so you can email me if you are looking to get divination, to receive readings, to receive a virtual wellness consultation, a 5 elements wellness consultation, or you can use that email to make a donation through Zelle. So you use that email address, evoeme at gmail.com, to make a contribution via Zelle. Or if you can look, those of you who are tuning in via YouTube, look below in the description box and you can see the different ways that you can make a contribution. That is through Zelle, Cashapp, PayPal, or Venmo. Okay. Also, today is Friday. I will be doing another live tomorrow because I am quite positive that today is not going to be enough time to cover everything that I want to cover about the movie Sinners. So I am guesstimating it's going to be a 3, maybe a 4-part series breakdown on the occult symbolism in this movie Sinners. So I will be doing that definitely tomorrow and possibly Sunday until I'm done with all of the information that I've been researching to do this live. Okay. Yeah. So that. And that. Okay. So we still have quite a bit to cover, but I feel like I got in real good last night. So if you missed the live that I did last night, which is the part 1 of this breakdown of the movie Sinners, then I would encourage you to again go to my YouTube channel, which is you have to put the @ in the search engine. Otherwise, you will be combing through a bunch of bullshit trying to find my page. You put @ one word. There you go. @ one word, Daughter of the Fates. Fates. Okay. All right. Greetings, Lisa J. How you doing, boo? All right. So I'm not even going to do any kind of intro. What I am going to do, though, is tell you that we have been meeting. We, those of us who make up the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, have been meeting now for 3 weeks about what our collective global response is going to be to the event coming up on May 20th of this year. May 20th is the 1700th anniversary of the Council of Nicaea. And the significance of the Council of Nicaea is that it is basically the event that made official Christianity as a state religion under the Roman Empire. This event is huge. March 20th begins the 1700th year anniversary of the Council of Nicaea. That Council of Nicaea um, was called on by Constantine the First, and that conference, that council, lasted from May 20th to August 25th. A closed door session of all of these spiritual leaders, shaman, wise men, you name it, that were a part of what was the known Roman Empire at the time. This is what became the official beginning of Christianity as a singular state religion under Constantine. It is important. I know that everybody is distracted right now, but it is important because this event, probably more than any other in the last 2,000 years of human history, has had an unending, consistent, unbroken, um, uh, unbroken, um, web-like impact on the whole of the entire globe since its origin, as of May 20th, 1700 years ago. This event, where an emperor of an empire um, took it upon himself to become the chief officiator, if you will, of a singular state religion. It is important because I know so many activists, so many socialists and Marxists and Leninists and you name it, you feel me, atheists. So I know so many organizers around. Hey, y'all ain't gonna start. That is not what y'all gonna do. Y'all ain't gonna do that. I know so many organizers, so many extraordinary and well-intentioned human beings who will spin their wheels, spend their whole life, spinning their wheels around an ideology called Marxism. You feel me? An ideology called socialism or Lenin or whatever the hell they bag is on any given day, and will never incorporate into their worldview and their quote dialectical understanding of what must be done, never incorporate the impact that the goddamn church has had on every single human being on earth. It will never even come into their consciousness as something that their overall strategy as a socialist, their overall strategy as a communist, their overall strategy as a atheist, their overall strategy as an anarchist, or whatever their bag is on any given day. They will never once factor into their worldview, into the kind of work that they do, into a strategy, quote, to, if you a socialist, execute what you call it, the rise of the proletariat in arms, or whatever the fuck, and will never even factor into their overall goals and objectives the impact that the church, the unending global reach and impact the church has had on the life of every single human being for the last 1700 years. It is such a grave disservice that we who call ourselves world changers or activists or whatever we call ourselves, it is the gravest disservice that we have done to humanity, is to attempt to sidestep, is to attempt to make insignificant is to attempt to reduce these ideologies as just, the ideas, and personal beliefs of individuals, like this consolidated force called Abrahamic religions. Because Christianity ain't the only thing in my scope. It's not. But that's what we're talking about today, especially given the fact, or given the events of the last week, right? That these people, as well intentioned and as scientific as they are, as well versed in historical and dialectical materialism as they are, would drop the most massive and the most strategic ball of them all, is to make a declaration about your position about these institutions and the unending, unbroken, uninterrupted impact that they have had on the lives of the suffering around the globe. That is why we have been calling these meetings for the last 3 weeks to see, to analyze, and that's not an abstraction. You feel me? Because we didn't already did some work and have been able to clearly identify the impact of the work that we have done, and to see the results, to see the mothers answering to these declarations that we have made in real time. Okay? So there are people who, since the founding of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, almost 3 years ago now, who are, who are supporters of, who are contributors to, because the temple is still in its infancy, but that don't mean that we ain't been in here getting some seriously deep ass work in, right? And so there have been people who are regular participators, if you will, in this project that we're trying to kick off called the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. South Africa, New Zealand, Australia, Poland, Sweden, where else? Germany, Mozambique, and then all over the United States, of people who can clearly see, can clearly feel and intuit the difference, the something that is unlike those things that have come before, that are being articulated right here on this channel. This channel right now is functioning as my primary outreach protocol. You feel me? My outreach mechanism. You feel me? As I attempt, to build out this thing that was given to me by the mother in 2018, in May of 2018, as a call on me, to set the shit the fuck off, and to do it in a way that is unlike anything the globe has seen before. This is the reason that we are having this meeting, is because the mother, through me and through many others, is making an outright audacious declaration of her intentions on this motherfucking planet. And she is calling on people who are seriously about that goddamn life to set the shit off. That's it. So I say regularly and often, if you are not serious about your role, your peculiar and necessary role in the grand tapestry that is being woven in real time by the mothers, this tapestry that is going to ensure the world that we all can comfortably and happily and blissfully live in, that if you are not serious, even to the point that it may make you uncomfortable in your peculiar and necessary role for your incarnation in this period in time, this is not the place for you to be. If you are not serious about the deep and sometimes extremely uncomfortable spiritual work that the mother has in store for us to sharpen and still us to be able to execute her will in the material world, this is not the place for you. Me doing a breakdown of the movie Sinners today is not for entertainment purposes only. It is to help you see. It is to help you see, not see with your eyes, see with your flesh, see with your body, see with your intuition, see with that secret thing that speaks to you and makes you uncomfortable while you are asleep at night. To see through the shit that is being handed to you so that you can know how to speak to others. Do you understand what I'm saying? Nothing on this channel. I think there's like 520 something videos I did in the last 5 years. Nothing on this channel here, no matter how seemingly innocent it is for entertainment purposes only. There is a call on us, unlike any other time in modern history, and we have to be excited about it because we can all see it. Whether we can articulate what it is we're seeing, we all see it. We can all hear it. Even if we do not have the language yet to articulate what it is we're hearing that's different, we all hear it. We can feel it. We can feel it. And it makes us uncomfortable because the many of us do not have the language to articulate what it is we are feeling in our flesh and why it feels so radically different in this moment. And so we try to escape. We still try to escape. Because the discomfort is to be able to feel, to be able to hear, to be able to see, and still not have the language that allows us to say and articulate what it is we're experiencing collectively. Then there is no escaping it. These things that we have used in the past to escape it cannot be used anymore. That's why we out here fucked up in the game. We out here fucked up in the game because the things that used to pacify, the things that used to satisfy momentarily are not working. They are not work. They will not suffice. Breakthrough is what we are longing for. Breakthrough is what we are all on the precipice of. We should all be excited. We should all be ecstatic. We should all be saying, yes, I can feel it. It's coming. But in the absence of a language, and in the absence of a language that can help us clearly articulate and clearly understand what it is we are experiencing, we become afraid. We become afraid. We become fearful. We do not face what is, we don't want to face what is unfamiliar. And this shit is unfamiliar. We cannot even fathom feeling like, what's the word I want to use? Feeling like joyful and like excited anticipation because we are so uncomfortable with change. We are so unfamiliar with the period that we have jumped both feet forward into without even recognizing it, without even knowing it, without even doing it deliberately. Because this is the period, boo. This is it. And if you are out here, you know, doing shit the same old way, watching movies the same old way, listening to music the same old way, going out to the club and getting your swerve on the same old way, baby, you will miss it. You will miss the opportunity to fulfill your fucking destiny. That's what you will do. You will miss the opportunity in your attempts to escape the inevitable. You will miss your opportunity to easily and excitedly and ecstatically fulfill your fucking destiny. And that is what we are all being challenged to do in this moment. Every last goddamn one of us. When I say every last one of us, I mean every single solitary soul on earth. There is a decision that we are being called to make right now. What is the decision that everyone must make? It's only two choices: to deny, to reject your destiny, or to fulfill your destiny. That's it. That's all. That's all. Can you fulfill your destiny if you remain deliberately dumb, deaf, and blind to what is being presented to you in real time? Everywhere. There is no escaping it. Everywhere. All the time is being presented. Tap, 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 tap. Can you see? Tap, 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 tap. You in the club, music crunk. Can you hear? Tap, tap. I'm just trying to tell you. I'm not trying to witness to you. You understand? I'm not trying to manipulate you into becoming a quote card carrying, dues paying member of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I am trying, stay trying, perpetually attempting to make this shit as clear as possible, to make this shit as comprehensible as possible, to make this shit as easy to understand and digest as possible, so that we as a one, we as a singular entity on this planet that we call Earth can set this shit off once and for all. That's all. That's all. That's all. All I am is a teacher. All I am is a teacher. That's it. To try to make what has been made deliberately complicated. This shit has been made deliberately complicated. This shit has been made deliberately mysterious. This shit has been made deliberately hidden and inaccessible. This shit has been made complicated to keep you away from, to keep the tools away from you that would allow you to easily walk into your goddamn destiny. I know, because I feel like part of my destiny was the necessity for me to take the hard, long, jagged ass road less traveled method to this person that I am that you see before you. Like, as complicated as it could be was as complicated as it was. And I made a commitment to myself many years ago, even before I became a spiritual woman. When I was a goddamn atheist, I made a commitment to myself that I would not be a hoarder of information, that I would not hoard information and then keep it away from everybody to make myself appear greater than. You feel more tapped into, to be mysterious so I could keep motherfuckers up under my shoe. I would never do that. I would never betray my mother that way. I would never betray myself that way. I would not betray us that way. That's why. That's why. Because as hard and complicated as that shit was, my life, I'll be 50 years old this year. As complicated as it was to gain access that was mine, to gain access to what belonged to me the moment I breathed my first breath. Ain't that about a bitch? Your inheritance, by virtue of willing yourself here, by virtue of willing yourself into existence, your birthright is ecstasy. Your birthright is joy. Your birthright, without having to work for it, without having to earn it, without having to prove yourself for it, your birthright is love. And imagine being born into a world where your spirit and your flesh are screaming all the time, because we know that our birthright is ecstasy and joy and love and happiness and safety. And as soon as we get here, everything around us is telling us the exact opposite, that we born filthy, we born deserving of hell, we born wicked, we born sinful. What the Bible say? We born filthy as a rag, deserving of hell. But everything in your little baby body is saying, I just want to be happy. I just want to play in the mud. I just want to laugh every time my mama make goofy faces at me. How is this sinful? How am I deserving of hell for living in my body that I chose and willed myself into goddamn existence, that everything that I desire in my body is wrong and harmful and will doom me to damnation forever? What kind of madness is this? And so me growing up in a world that was the peak personification of that madness, being born into a religious cult, an end of the world religious cult, me transitioning out of that shit after 20 years of goddamn foundational indoctrination, going into a socialist revolutionary party and becoming the extreme antithesis of that as a socialist, black nationalist, radical revolutionary, and seeing in real time the limitations of that ideology in my happiness, in my happiness. To know, quote, I'm doing the right thing, but to be miserable the whole 12 years I was in the APSP and felt guilty because I was miserable, even though my conscious mind was like, I'm doing the right thing. We're going to change the world. But there was no bliss. There was no joy. There was no ecstasy. There was no evidence within my organization that what I was participating in was contributing in a real way to the world we said at our mouths we wanted to create and see made real. Well, if we want to see the world made real, if we want to see this world where people are free and sovereign and can move about on their own terms made real, why can't we right now in real time inside our organization, a so-called comrades that we trust, create a microcosm of that in real time to give people something to look forward to, broaden people's imagination about what this thing can look like that we're trying to create in mass. That didn't happen. And I stayed in that organization working 60-hour fucking work weeks, raising children, going to school full time, homeschooling my daughter, and exhausted, feeling completely depleted, feeling completely undeserving of joy, ecstasy, happiness, pleasure in an organization that was professing it was going to change the world, that we were, quote, the best sons and daughters of Africa. You understand? And then to leave that organization and get married and say, okay, we recognize all the things. You feel me? My ex-husband's mother was a minister. So we came from these similar backgrounds of frustration about what it was we needed to create that was in opposition to the flaws in these things that we had just experienced, aka Christianity, and then this Black nationalist, socialist, internationalist organization that still could not seem to solve the problems that people were suffering from spiritually. And so we got out here and built an organization called the Black Star Action Network. And we did wonderful, wonderful work in that organization. But my ex-husband, who was a revolutionary, who married a revolutionary, as soon as we got married, when I tell you as soon as we got married, that shit that still held on to him, aka patriarchal domination and exploitation of the women in your proximity, reared its ugly head. So here I am thinking I married a motherfucking comrade. I married an equal in revolutionary struggle. Do you understand? And as soon as we got married, and you know what? I capitulated. As soon as we got married, I was no longer Iyapo Moyende Ngina, 12-year member of the African People's Socialist Party with so many successes and failures under my belt that made me the organizer I was. I wasn't that person no more. I was a Jamu's wife. That's who I was. That was it. I was a Jamu's wife. I literally disappeared overnight. And for the sake of love, for the sake of this idealistic revolutionary love, you feel me? For the sake of our children being able to live together and experience some type of sibling relationship that was healthy. For the sake of, supporting my man because he had such a terrible entry into his adult life, I disappeared. You understand? I'm telling you this because I wasn't going to do any kind of intro, but the mother has something for you tonight in my admission of my life and how this long, hard, windy road, I didn't take the direct route. I didn't take the easy route, or it didn't come to me. You feel me? I had to be on my route with a motherfucking machete, creating new paths. You feel me? I got my feelings hurt, my heart broken many, many times, believing in this idea that we can be better, man. That we can be better. Every last one of us, we can be better. We can be better. I'm the evidence of that. I am the evidence of that. That's why I believe it so much in others. That's why I demand so much of others, because I know we can be better. And it does not have to be complicated, and it does not have to be hard. When I met the African People's Socialist Party, I was a junkie, not kind of, sort of, fucking up and fucking off. I was what you call a functional junkie. every day I was going to work for the party, and every single solitary night I had my lips wrapped around a motherfucking crack pipe. Yes, I did. And I did that shit well for years, hiding my sickness, hiding my despair, hiding what gives rise to addiction in the first place. And it's not chemicals that give rise to addiction. It is hopelessness. It is an inability to see a way forward or see a way out. It is fucking despair. It is despair that gives rise to whatever your bag is, whatever your addiction is. And to see myself literally suffering, listen, when I was fucked up on crack, y'all, that shit was the only thing that I can say in my entire life that felt like I was possessed by a demon. That whoever created it knew exactly what they were doing. I had never been more desperate in my life. I had never been so disembodied and out of control of my own desires, my own will, than that. They knew what they were doing when they did that. And when I got clean and I confided in my organization, I confided in my leadership. Look, I'm fucked up in the game. I hide that shit well. You feel me? But I'm fucked up in the game. And the only reason I came forward to my organization was because I thought I bought crack from a pig. And that any minute now the pigs was gonna clamp down on my ass, and it was gonna be the pleasure of the St. Petersburg Times to see that a member of the African People's Socialist Party was busted in a crack deal gone wrong the night before. I was like, I just gotta tell y'all what I did because I think the police coming to get me. I was tweaking. I was out of my mind because I've been smoking crack all night. I was tweaking. I was not in my right mind. You understand? But that had to happen because when I came clean to my organization, baby, they came down on me like a lead bomb. That shit saved my life. It saved my life. It did. There are things that I would have done differently with a person who is suffering from addiction, but tough love was the avenue that the party took. Tough love and fucking public humiliation was the route that the party had taken to help me maintain my addict-free life. That was the avenue. I'm telling you this because I was the worst that I could be. The lowest, the worst, the most reckless, the most dangerous that a human being could possibly be. I was the worst that I could possibly be. I was the worst that I could possibly be. You understand me? I could not have been any worse without being dead. That's how bad it was. I had been arrested several times. You understand? Like, I told y'all my whole young life, I had a lot of white friends. So fortunately, having them white friends paid off. Every time it was some white person bonded my ass out of jail, helping me pay court fees. Like, it was like that. It was like that. It was fucking like that. I could tell y'all stories that y'all would not believe. Y'all be like, "This girl, you lying. That shit not." I'm trying to tell you something. I'm trying to give y'all a word tonight. Because there is no such thing as an unredeemable one of us. That's my personal belief. There is no such thing as an unredeemable one of us. I see that we can be better. I know that we can be better. I have seen too many people like myself become better, not better, excellent. 2 years after I got clean, 2 years after I stopped smoking crack, I was in medical school, and I did not take a single semester off for 10 years. For 10 years, I went to school full time, year round, raising a child with a husband incarcerated in a whole nother state, working for an organization, working full time for myself, commuting an hour and a half each way, 5 days a week. I took one summer off in 10 years, and that was to go retrieve my ex-husband and his kids to come and live with us in Florida from Pennsylvania. I took 1 summer off in 10 years, 2 years after I got clean. There is no unredeemable us. I know that we can be better. We have to uncomplicate what it means to be better, the route that we must take that works for us to be better, the support that we need so that we can become the best version of ourselves. That's why I give it to you plain. That's why I give it to you blood raw. That's why I give it to you in a language that if your ass was in the 3rd grade, you could crystal clear understand what the hell I'm saying and what I'm talking about, what I'm trying to win with you. I do not pontificate. Do y'all hear me pontificating up on here? Trying to make myself seem a lot more intellectually sound. I don't do that shit. And when I hear people do it, I can't. I just can't. I could do that. I went to medical school for 10 years. I could do that. But I choose to give you what you need to simplify a journey that was made unnecessarily complicated for me and many others in my age group, many others in my generation and my mother's generation. So much shit deliberately mystified to keep us ignorant. And the only reason that anybody on earth is ignorant in the age of information, that we live in right now, where you can literally find out the whole history of the world in literally 2.5 minutes. The only thing that keeps people ignorant in the age of information is, or the only reason people are ignorant in the age of information is so that they can maintain a healthy and thriving slave population. That is the only reason that ignorance would exist in this age. It's the only reason. Is to maintain a stranglehold on people's power, a stranglehold on people's free will. Do you think you have free will? Do any one of you think you have free will? It is impossible to have free will when that free will is not guided by intellect, by insight, by deep knowing. If you don't know anything because motherfuckers stay keeping shit from you, secrets from you, that to their benefit at your expense, then you don't have free will, baby. You are a slave. You are a slave. That's why you are ignorant. That's why we are less intelligent. This is statistically. We are less intelligent now in the age of information than we were in 1970. That the average IQ of the average American is anywhere from 25 to 33 points less than it was in 1970. The reason why my father could build an entire apartment complex with 4 other men and he didn't even finish the 8th grade is because generally things that are necessary for us to know are deliberately kept from us. You understand? And so I want to tell you, I believe in us. And I don't think I believe in us to a fault. I believe in us. I think that what is wrong with us collectively is that we have been denied the information that will help us evolve, not evolve slowly and methodically. And you got to have a mentor for 20 years before they put you on. You got to be an initiate for so many years before they can give you the 411. I reject all of that shit. All of that shit. All of it. All of it. I'm not going to hold you hostage. You feel me? Even as I'm building an apprenticeship, even as I'm creating what will be, the school of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, baby, we going to streamline that shit. I need you to be the best version of yourself as soon as you can be. If your baby is demonstrating gifts that are naturally occurring in their little baby self at 3 years old, we are going to nurture that baby's gifts. We are going to big that baby up. We need to streamline this shit. We need to streamline this shit. I don't need you to be a student for 12 motherfucking years before you have a eureka moment. No, we're going to start teaching every child, no matter what they beg, we're going to teach them how to heal themselves. We're going to give them herbs and tell them how the herbs feel, touch, taste, and smell, and what they look like when they grow wild in the woods. We're going to do that shit from day one. You know what I'm saying? We got to set this shit off. And it means we have to make it clear and make it plain. And stop creating a religion out of what we know so that we can lord over others. I reject that shit. I reject every way that it comes out, every way that it comes off. I reject that shit. I reject it. I reject it. I reject it. I will not be the one creating under the auspice of the banner of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence some secret societies. I will not be doing that. That is not no shit you will be having me do. Okay? I'm not going to be doing that. So, apparently the mother had something to say today. My bad. But we have to set this shit off. We have to do it joyfully and sexily and erotically and ecstatically and happily. You understand? And audaciously and violently if need be. We have to set the shit off. This shit is exhausting. This shit is exhausting. This notion, this horrendous acceptance of global unending patience of violence. And that's just the way the world is. No, the fuck it is not. No, it's not. That's not just how the world is. It has been made this way. It has been made this way by a malignant few. And we, the many, have a fucking job to do. We have a call to respond to. God damn it. So, I'm done with my little diatribe. You feel me? Today was such a good day. Today was such a good day. It was like the clarity was just, today was such a good day. And I'll make a confession, right? I'll make a confession right now without going the fuck off. I was so hype about my little vacation. I was so looking forward to my little vacation. And I know better than to do that. But I was so looking forward. You know what I'm saying? I was so looking forward. Way. You're gonna have to give it a minute. My goddamn internet is fucking okay. Anybody that comes from the South and comes out here, anybody that comes from like, any place, they can see it, how horribly abused. But when you've been living in a place for so long, you know what I'm saying? It becomes difficult to see the evidence of the crimes against the environment. And I had forgotten what true green looks like until I went home last week. I've been here 7 years now. I'd forgotten. I'm like, this is why I have been so obsessed with where I grew up. It's so beautiful. The people are so, everybody is so nice. Everybody is so welcoming and like, you don't meet strangers in the South. I don't care what none of you have heard. You do not meet strangers in the South. Everybody speaks. And genuinely, everybody is like, even if they don't know you, it's like people are just genuinely concerned about your life. Like, how you doing? Every waiter, every waitress, every person you pass on the sidewalk on the street, hey, how you doing? It was just so nice. It was so nice to be home. And unfortunately, that was the only thing that was nice about being home. I'll tell you guys something. I'm so exhausted on being disappointed by men. So exhausted on it. So exhausted on being disappointed by men. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not gonna be like, and this is not me casting shade or anything like that. I believe in sovereignty. So you women out there who have come to the conclusion that the best thing for you to maintain some level of sanity in a world that is insane is to be celibate, is to be, single for life, or, to be childless, or whatever your bag is at any particular given time in your life, whatever it is that you need to do to secure your safety, your sovereignty, and your sanity, please do that. Please do it unapologetically. Please do that. While I am not one that is like longing or desiring, like a monogamous relationship, being of my particular background and my particular lived experience, I will never I will never tell anybody else to be celibate. I will not do that. I will not do that. I will not do that. So that's where the disappointment comes, is because I love my body. I love pleasure. I love people who take pleasure in my body. I love it. I love my orgasm. I think it is the most magical thing on earth. The most magical thing I do is my ability to climax the way that I do. Okay? Like, I done had many women be like, bitch, can you teach a workshop just on that? Because I need to know how you do what you do so I can do that shit too. I'm telling you, the most magical and damn near effortless thing for me to do is to climax. I'm probably, this shit is probably gonna get shut off. Multi-orgasmic. I have discovered at least 7 ways that I experience climax and know the difference in how it feels in my body. I love my body. I love my orgasm. Man, that shit is magical as fuck. It is. And I want every woman to experience that shit. I want every woman to experience that in a quickie, child, in a 10-minute quickie, I can easily climax 20 times. I'm not exaggerating. I am not exaggerating. That I can have about 20 orgasms in a 10-minute, real good, quick rundown. You feel me? So, and it does not take much. It does not take much. It don't take a lot of work. It don't take a lot of foreplay for me. I enjoy me. I enjoy me a lot. I enjoy me. If I had my way, I'd be masturbating all day, every day, from breakfast to dinner time. Straight like that. But then I wouldn't make no money. Couldn't pay my bills if I was doing that. And I'm telling y'all this because it doesn't take a lot for me. Literally, my first orgasm in a encounter usually happens within the first 2 minutes. I'm not exaggerating. My first climax will happen usually within 2 minutes of us playing around, and then it's on and popping. You understand? So it doesn't take much. And so for me to be just frustrates the fuck out of me. For me to travel across the country for me, these motherfucking police. For me to travel across the country, certain, because this was not strange, right? Y'all know what I mean when I say strange, right? I know y'all all over the place. Y'all may not understand Southern slang. Strange is somebody new. When you have sex for the first time with somebody new, that's strange. This was not strange. This was somebody I've known since 1996. You feel me? So this was certain. This was a sure thing. This was gonna be great. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have sex in public. We're gonna have sex out in the woods. Child, please. I am so exhausted on being disappointed by men. Do you understand? Because I don't require a lot from y'all. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I don't require enough. You feel me? But this motherfucker paid for everything. I didn't pay for anything. I didn't spend a dime while we were there. Like a literal dime. I didn't spend a dime while I was there. So that wasn't the issue. Like in the daylight, out in public, he was a perfect gentleman. But all this shit talking he did before I got out there, child, please. You understand? And so anyway, that's my overshare for the evening. I was so looking forward to that trip. I was so looking forward to that trip. I'm always talking about Southern men and how, if nothing else, it's damn near impossible to get laid poorly in the South. If nothing else, it's damn near impossible to get laid poorly in the South. That's what I'm always saying, ain't it? And to be out of my life for 5 days, child, listen. I was like, mother, why you do this shit to me? Like, what is it? Can I just have this? Can I just Can I just be multi-orgasmic for 5 days in a row? Can that just happen in my if you're gonna make it that I live in a state that I love, in a city that I love, and the only downfall about being in this city, it is goddamn near a practical impossibility to get laid well. When I say goddamn near practical impossibility to get laid well in this city. And if I'm gonna be here executing your will and you gonna make it so that I cannot get laid well and consistently in this city, can I at least go home and get laid right? Can I just get down for 4 days? You feel me? 5 days? Load the proverbial hump. If it's gonna be another 3, 4, 6 months before I can get laid well again. Like what the hell? Oh my God. Yo, I don't know. I don't know if it was something in the air. I do not know. But I will say this. I love where I grew up. I love Alabama so, so much that despite being there for that long and not getting laid well or properly, I still had a great time because I love where I grew up. I love where I grew up. I mean it. I had a great time, despite the reason that I was going was not to be in love with Alabama and to go hiking on a mountain. You feel me? None of that shit. I went hiking on the mountain because he said he was going to dick me down on the trail. You feel me? Going up the mountain. I was like, yes, check, please. Let's go. You feel me? Child, please. I wore a cute little dress and some cute little sandals and didn't put on no underwear because we about to throw down up in these motherfucking woods. Yo, I'm just trying to, I know I'm oversharing. Y'all like, I thought this bitch was going to be talking about sinners. I am, but I needed to get that shit off my chest because even y'all who are jolly on the spot, y'all been emailing me for the last 3 days like, girl, I know you having a good ass time, girl. I know you having a good ass time. It feels so nice to get laid well. Child, please. That shit did not happen. That shit did not happen. That shit did not happen. It was so weird too. This guy that I've known all these years, a friend, I consider this dude a friend. And I've known all these years, and it was weird. It was like, y'all, I'm gonna have to change the name for this shit and do a separate whole ass video for sinners because anybody that is going to watch this all after the fact is gonna be like, wait, did I click on the right video? Anyway, it was so weird though. I have to talk to y'all about this. It was weird because I'm in the South, right? And everybody is so nice, so sweet. Like, if you need a good ego boost, like if you just need a weekend where people just bigging you up, just gassing you up, go to Alabama for a weekend, for a 3-day weekend. Child, everywhere we went, I'm not exaggerating. I was like, damn, I mean, I'm cute and shit, but damn, everywhere we went, every waiter, everywhere we went, people were like, oh my God, you are so beautiful. Your hair is so amazing. Oh my God, look at your jewelry. Oh my God, that dress is so amazing. You look so great. Everywhere we went. I was like, the first time he took me to dinner, the first day that I got there, and our waitress was very, very nice. And then another waitress walked by. She was like, oh my God, that dress is amazing. You look amazing. I was like, thank you. Appreciate it. Like, wow, thank you. That happened the entire time we were there. This dude, is not like drop dead gorgeous or anything. As a matter of fact, he's just a little average. But that does not listen. I like beautiful people. Like, I like having sex with beautiful men, but it's never been something that was like a make or break situation. I love for men to love my body. You understand what I'm saying? And being real cocky in that. Like, bitch, let me know you here. Like, I ain't in the room by myself type of shit, right? And so this guy is, I would say, actually, below average in appearance. But that didn't make me none. I had sex with him. We'd always had great sex. I was like, let's go. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? So we're out. And he is looking his basic, mediocre self. Right? No judgment. I'm like, I'm here to have fun. You feel me? So everywhere we go, people are like commenting, always women. So it's not even some situation where some dude say something, out of pocket. It was always women. Oh my God, you look so amazing. Oh my God, your hair. Oh my God. Well, I was like, wow, this is really out of control. Like, this is crazy, right? Every single time somebody complimented me, I could visibly see him annoyed. I was like, well, that's interesting and bizarre. Like, what the fuck is that about? Like, if I'm an average looking dude, a below average looking dude, and I'm donning a motherfucker on my arm that everywhere we go, somebody's like, oh my God, you look amazing. Like, I'm gonna puff my chest out a little bit, like, okay, I did that shit, I bagged that. Every time some woman complimented me, I could visibly see him get annoyed. And so I'm not giving any attention to it, but it's a mental note that I'm making. Like, okay, what the fuck is that about? Right? And then this woman, a sister, was like, girl, this dress you have on is so amazing. I was like, thank you so much. And he was like, why don't you just start telling everybody where you get the dresses? I was like, what? I said, what? It was just weird. The dynamics were weird. And I'm gonna tell you, y'all know I know what it is. So, because I already know what it is. Now I have a position, I have a theory. But men's hatred of women, they don't even see it as hatred. I'll be honest. Because you'll find men who hate women, but those will be the same men that say, I love women so much. I love women so much. This is the paradox for them. This is the conflict in their own mind and in their own spirit. Because in their own mind and their own spirit, they really do think they love women, though their behavior says something completely opposite. This is the paradox for men. And this is not a critique of men. This is an attempt to explain what has been made complicated for them. To love your mother, but hate women because society tells you that you must hate women. And so your mother becomes the only woman that you show unquestioning loyalty and devotion and respect for, because that's the paradox. You feel me? Is to love the image of God from the time you are born until you about 2 or 3 years old. And then you start to recognize in your little baby body, 3 years old, 4 years old, that there is an obvious perpetual ever present difference in how society treats people that look like your little baby male body and people who may look like your little sister's baby female body. There is an obvious difference. There's an obvious difference. And that difference is that what you experience in your home with the safety and the ever present, the ever securing presence of your loving mother contradicts everything your little baby self sees out in the world, from the toys to the commercials to the billboards. You're seeing all of that. You're internalizing the collective hatred of human beings that look like the person you love most on earth. Isn't that something? You are experiencing in your little baby body the collective hatred of the people that look just like the person that you love and trust more than anyone on earth. That shit fucks your brain up. Females and males, but males in a peculiar way, because they are taught from infancy to be the securers of patriarchy. That's what they are taught. They are taught in their behavior and in their action and in their interaction to be the securers of patriarchy. And experiencing that in someone that I have known so long, to visibly see his frustration, not with the people, with me, every time somebody complimented me on my appearance, which I juiced and jazzed up specifically to spend 4-5 days with you, allowing you to have your way with me. Child, I went and got my toes done. I can't even remember last time I got my toes done. Took makeup, wore heels. Bitch, I got cute for you. And instead of taking that as some shit that should big up and boost your mediocre ego, no, what you do is your default was to express in your passive aggressive behavior your hatred for my presence. And anytime somebody shined the light on my presence, oh my God, you look so nice. Oh my God, that dress is so pretty on you. It irritated your demons more. It irritated your demons more because you want to be mad. You want to have an attitude, so you ensure that I get an attitude, which I would not allow you to do. You feel me? And so you wanting to find a way to justify this stinking ass attitude you have towards me, you get mad because every time somebody tells me I'm cute, it invalidates what you are experiencing in real time, which is your latent fucking hatred for women in general and for my presence in particular. It was so deep. It was so deep. It was so deep to witness in real time. Because, like I said, this is me, the analyst. This is me, the scientist. This is me, the doctor. This is me, the priest of the temple of evolutionary emergence. You feel me? So it wasn't like there was a singular thing that he did overtly to make me come to this conclusion. Like I said, he was a perfect gentleman. Perfect gentleman. Opened doors, paid for every meal, took me to fancy restaurants. He was a perfect gentleman when we were out in public. He was a perfect gentleman. Acted interested in the conversation, though I had to initiate every conversation. Red flag number one. But all this shit talking he did, especially leading up to me coming, all this shit talking he did about what he was gonna do and all of, child, it was quite the learning experience. It was. So now I am where I was before I left, trying to navigate this peculiarly unique experience that I am certain is most peculiar to Black women, and even more peculiar than that to Black big women, right? I have this sneaking suspicion, and it's not even a suspicion because I've heard other big women say it or mention it or talk about it, right? Like this acknowledgement that it is not hard to get laid. Men are because of the society that we live in, men do not have the kind of courage or audacity or confidence to take big girls out in public, not because of lack of desire, but because of lack of what the other men gonna say. What the other men gonna say, like, damn, why you with that big girl? Damn, because men love men. Contrary to popular, men love men. Men are thirsty for other men's opinions and approval. Men love men. You feel me? Men love men. And so you will hear women who are big girls say this often, that I don't have no shortage of motherfuckers in my DMs trying to get at me, telling me I'm the most beautiful thing they've ever seen, that I'm so confidently sexy, and oh my God, that shit is so attractive. And your voice, Cassandra, like, girl, you should be doing like audio footage of just your voice telling sexy stories. Girl, I haven't heard it all. You feel me? Because I know I'm a sexy motherfucker. But you know what is sexy to them, and they cannot articulate because they are uncomfortable with power in its presentation in a female body. I'm trying to give y'all a motherfucking word right. I'm about to change the title of this. I'm still gonna give y'all this part 2 of this damn breakdown of this movie, but I got a word for y'all today. They are so conflicted, bless them. They are so conflicted. And when I tell you, there is no shortage of beautiful men who have laid me well, laid me consistently. But those same men, and it don't sway me none. It really doesn't. It didn't sway me none. It used to annoy me when I was a kid, when I was in my 20s. But I'm really, the thing that I am most interested in life. Like, I love what I do. I love the temple. I love my ambitions. I love the mother's call on my life. But the thing that I love and cherish more than anything in life is my body's experience of pleasure. I mean that shit so deeply and profoundly, I cannot probably even articulate it. I am so consumed with my body's experience of pleasure. You understand? So I've had beautiful lovers. I really, really have. I've had some lovers that were unattractive, but went above and beyond to make sure that I experienced the extraordinary, extreme amount of pleasure that I could in the time that they were with me. Yeah, they did that. Yeah, they did that. But it's so interesting that that this is the quandary. This is the quandary, and I ain't gonna let it be my quandary. You feel me? I'm not going to let it be my quandary. Uh, this conflict that I've heard even people like Lizzo and other big girls who are famous talk about it. You know what I'm saying about how men do not have the courage or the confidence to walk the objects of their affection around in public because they are fearful of what they homies gonna say. Imagine, child, that could not be my life. That they was afraid of ridicule and judgment because they was walking a big bitch around because she is the object of one's affection. You feel me? Child, that's your problem. That ain't mine. And so this guy, that was not an issue for us. You feel me? It's never been an issue. So, but I also wasn't going to give enough time to whatever he had going on to be like trying to analyze and deep dive while he was acting funky, while he was acting the way that he was acting. Like, bitch, I'm God. I'm going to enjoy myself whether you have an attitude or not. I'm going to enjoy the energy and the magic of being home, whether you got an attitude and you are not about to get me off my square. And so I'm smiling everywhere I go. Everybody's like, girl, you look good. Thank you. Appreciate you. Girl, you look gorgeous. Even your earrings are spectacular. Thank you. Appreciate you. And just watch him like subtle sigh. Every time I was like, this shit is crazy as fuck. This shit is crazy as hell. Anyway, that's the last diatribe I'm gonna make. It was everything in my life is a learning experience. So I got home. No, it was yesterday, Thursday, about 1 o'clock in the morning yesterday. I slept most of the day to recover. And I got up today, and today was my music day because I haven't practiced the sitar in some time. And I was thinking about what I was going to be talking to y'all about and listening to other people's, videos and breakdowns of the movie Sinners. But so there was nothing out of the ordinary that happened today, nothing extraordinary that happened today, but my feeling today. It was such a beautiful and exceptional and like I just felt fully present. It didn't matter what I was doing. It didn't matter if I was dry. I just felt fully present, like fully like, damn, today is a good day. Didn't have no reason that stood out for quote why today was such a good day. It was so peaceful, but so beautiful, so clear. I took great notes today, effortless. You know, today was just a great day. I felt pretty, even though I didn't try. You know what I'm saying? Today was just a good day. I met this little girl, this 15-year-old, this 15-year-old girl while I was at school. And she was so sweet. She was like, can I use your phone? And then she ended up sitting down beside me and we ended up talking for like an hour. Me and a 15-year-old baby. Yes, it was just a good day. It was just a good day. And now that I am home from my little excursion to Alabama, and I feel renewed. I do. I feel renewed. I feel rejuvenated. It rained like the wrath of God. It was the most beautiful thunderstorm I ever seen. You feel me? I feel renewed and recovered and rejuvenated. And yeah. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and talk to y'all about this movie, and then I'm just gonna edit this video and make it make it two different videos because yeah, that's just what we gonna do. Y'all up in here, we gonna get it cracking. Okay, so that's my diatribe. I love y'all all. Y'all so funny. You understand? Um, Ianisi, is that how you pronounce your name? That's so pretty, Ianisi. That's gorgeous. If that's how I pronounce it. Um, she says your light was too bright to the point. Um, to the point that he should have said what others did. The lack he showed. Let's see. Source showed. The lack he showed. Source showed you through those compliments. That's so sweet. That's very nice. Yes, I accept that. I accept that. But like I said, I didn't tell you the story about him for a non-reason. I started out by telling you about my historical flaws and how I am sitting in real time as the evidence that we can be better. That's how I started. And so when I wasn't angry. I'm still not angry. I was obviously a little annoyed because of the reason I went there, but not like angry or would wish him ill or anything like that. Just annoyed and disappointed, right? But again, everybody out here is struggling in some way. Everybody got something or whatever. For me, like, I just want to be happy. That's it. I just want to be happy. I want to be happy without there having to be a reason for me to be happy. Do you understand what I'm saying? I want to be happy without there, like today, there was nothing that I could identify as a reason that I could point to say, that's why I'm happy today. No, just existing today was so nice. I've like inexplicably nice. You understand? And so I want every day to be that way. I believe that every day can be that way. You understand? I know that we can be better, and better in a way that isn't just for us, better in a way that makes this planet what it is supposed to be, an Eden where happiness is the goddamn default. Happiness is the norm, child. Happiness is the foundation through which everything else springs from it. I know that is the world that we can create. When I tell you, I don't even hesitate a hair to say that. I see the evidence of it. To be hiking through the woods, you feel me, anticipating a good dick down, you feel me, but so overwhelmed by how extraordinarily beautiful my surroundings are that I can't even be annoyed that I have been walked up a goddamn mountain for 4 hours and it didn't get nothing out of it from the person I was supposed to get something out of it, but still left that place feeling completely full. Feeling completely full, y'all. To wake up today and just be like, damn, this is so nice. The one thing I can say, and I'm actually quite grateful for and quite appreciative for, is that his generosity, as a male, right, allowed me to relax. It allowed me to like just chill for 4 days. You feel me? When I tell you, I didn't spend a single penny the whole time that we were there. He paid for everything. Even things that I was totally intending pulling out my wallet to pay for. He's like, no, I got it. So I like that. I appreciate that. If that would have been the premise that I was going there on, that would have been enough. That could have been enough, right? But yeah, so it was nice to be like totally taken care of. I didn't pay for nothing. I didn't pay for my airline ticket, my hotel room, nothing. You feel me? Nice dinners. He took me to this fancy 5-star Italian restaurant the first night I was there. I was like, okay. He ordered everything. That was cute. I was like, okay. Okay. Yo. So anyway, that was nice because it allowed me really to like, I slept as much as I want. I went walking. We did the hike. Mother Nature gave me gifts. I'll have to show you guys the gifts that Mother Nature gave me while I was on the hike. Plus, he's a different kind of guy. He's a different kind of guy. So every time I go down to pick up something, he's like, what are you picking up now? I'm like, bitch, we in the woods. There's plenty for me. There's plenty for me to pick up. It's so funny that he grew up in this house and me picking up shit in the woods was like fucking him up. I was like, bitch, don't you see all this stuff in the woods? Don't you see all this stuff? Child, y'all are going to be flabbergasted by what, you know what? Y'all want me to go get my gifts? Because they right over here. I can go get my gifts. Because Mother Nature gave me extraordinary gifts while I was in Alabama. 3 extraordinary gifts. Confirmative gifts. Even though, because I wasn't going to let him shame me. I was like, bitch, I told you, I'm a witch. So why are you acting brand new when I pick up shit off the ground? Like, why is it even something that becomes like something that you even think twice about? Bitch, I'm a witch. So every time I went, he's like, damn. I was like, look, you might as well Pull yourself together. I said, because I might be needing your pockets. I didn't bring enough pockets. I said, I didn't bring enough pockets. I didn't bring I didn't bring a bag. So I might need you to carry some of my little finds in your motherfucking pockets till we get to the car. He just started laughing. I said, I'm deadly serious. I ain't laughing. I ran out of pocket space. He was like, don't be a hoarder. I said, I most certainly will. Appreciate you. I just don't think, it may be me. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna be me, bitch. I'm not gonna. I don't put on no facade. The me, when I tell y'all, the me that y'all see right now is always me. It's always me. So that's just what it is. I'm not gonna put on. The only thing that I went out of my way to do for this little 4-day date was I took some makeup. You feel me? I shaved some body hair and I got my toes done. Oh, and I did my hair the night before I went. That was it. But outside of that, you getting me. Now, I didn't hear like black women in general are taught to conform, are taught to, are taught to contort, are taught to adjust. I done spent half my life doing that shit, contorting and conforming and adjusting my language or adjusting. I refuse. Of course I refuse. I'm motherfucking awesome. I'm funny. I'm witty. I'm a goddamn genius. Of course I fucking fuse. Fuck. You better feel fortunate that the mother allowed you to come into contact with me, bitch. Straight like that. That the mother saw fit for you to cross paths with me. That's the way I feel about me right now. Like the mother really must have some shit in store for you because she let you cross paths with me, child. With me? Listen. And I welcomed you. Like the mother really got some shit in store for you. I'm telling y'all something. Y'all are cracking up in the comments and shit. I'm trying to tell you, this is the level of confidence that I want every last one of you motherfuckers to have. Especially you motherfuckers that incarnated with uteruses. You bitches that incarnated with uteruses, I want you to be just as audacious and funky foul mouthed as this. We done did all of the shit. All of the shit that we done did. All of the contorting and conforming and code switching and all of these fucking adjustments we make to who we are to make others comfortable with our presence, and it still don't get us what the fuck we deserve. It still don't get us what the fuck we are entitled to. Why do it? Why do it? We done made all the concessions humanly possible to guarantee safety, yet we are not safe. We have become professional contortionists by the time we're 5 years old, yet it does not guarantee us love. It doesn't guarantee us loyalty. We done made the adjustments to our nappiness, you feel me? Done blonded and bleached it and motherfucking rainbow colored it and then become the professionals at all the cute little ways that we can access. We done did all the shit, child. We done did all the shit one could possibly imagine to secure us a little bit of happiness, to secure us a little bit of loving on a regular basis. Not some obligatory dick down every now and again when you got to get your angst on because you had a shitty day at work type of shit. Neither. Feel me? I'm not gonna do that. None of that shit. None of it. None of it. None of it. None of it. I am going to be. Let me say this. I will remain my most amazing and extraordinary, talented, gifted, articulate, fucking funny, storytelling ass with cussing like a sailor ass, attitudinal, short-tempered, but easily apologize when my ass is dead wrong self. My gorgeous self. Yes, even though I got stretch marks on my motherfucking belly, bitch, I'm God. I refuse. And so for the first day, I was like, why he acting funky? Like, did I say something off-putting? Hell no, nope, no, I didn't. Because that's what we do. We default to self-examine when somebody else is acting funky. Like that's them and they shit to deal with. That ain't got shit. That has not got a motherfucking thing to do with me. If something about my presence is irritating your demons, so that's some work that you and your demons need to do. That's some shit y'all need to. I'm just drawing it out of you. I mean to with my intention. Oops, my bad. But no, you ain't gonna have me fucking self-examining and I'm motherfucking God in this bitch. What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? You feel me? Yeah. Yes. So I had a great time. That's the only complaint. I had a great time. I love that state. I really, really do. I don't say that shit lightly. Even flying over into the airport, I was just like, oh my God, why did I leave? Every time I go to Alabama, every time I go to Atlanta, I'm like, oh my God, why did I leave? Why do I not live here? It's because every time I come back to LA, I'm like, oh my God, I love this city so much. I love this city so much. It's my paradox. It's my conflict because I love the South. I don't give a fuck what none of y'all talk. I love the South. I love us. I love black ass people in the South. There ain't nothing about the South I don't love. Nothing. Because even the white people in the South different than out here. They honest. You feel me? If they don't fuck with black people, they just don't fuck with black people. They don't come around. They don't make a conflict. They just don't fuck with you. That's cool. But everybody speaks, even them. Hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? You having a good? You doing all right? I'm like, yeah, I'm doing all right. Thank you for asking. It's just a whole different energy. It's just a whole different vibe. But I love LA, and I loved LA from the moment I got here because I knew she spoke clearly. She was like, "Bitch, I brought you out here for a reason. Now get it done. I brought you out here for a reason. Now get it done. Let's go." That if you're gonna make the impact that you're gonna make, if you're gonna have the impact that you're gonna have as widespread as it needs to be, this is the only place on this continent that it's gonna happen the way I need it to happen. So much raw, extraordinary, untapped potential in this city called Los Angeles, California, baby. It is so much raw, just raw, magnetic, powerful energy in this city. That's the last thing I'm gonna say about it, because that is a perfect segue into the discussion about one of the products of this wonderful and untapped raw ass potential that exists in the city that we call Los Angeles, California. And that is the movie that is on everybody's lips today called Sinners. So for those of you who are just tuning in, guess what? You didn't miss a thing, because I'm actually going to have to split this video in half so that I can create a separate video out of my 1 hour diatribe before leading into this. Okay, so last night we discussed a lot. Shanta J says, yeah, so glad you were there. Sinners, yay. Okay, so we talked about a lot last night, and since then gotten several videos emailed to me by you guys of people to check out who have done breakdowns. Some of those breakdowns I have the links to those YouTube videos I have placed in the description box below this video, so you can go and revisit those. Okay, one that I heard today that was emailed to me. I'm just going to say, I recognize that as a double earth sign, as a Virgo sun and a Capricorn moon, it can be easy for us. That's why I take long pauses and I think before I open my mouth, right? It can be, especially Virgos, it can be one of our problematic tendencies, if we are not conscious before we open our mouths, is that it can be very easy for us to be judgmental. It can be very easy for us to be like, overly critical. The reason for this tendency is because we are our own worst critics. And so, because we are so hypercritical on ourselves, when we become judgmental or critical of others, it is a way for us to like project, to pick apart what we perceive as weaknesses in others, to soften the blow on our own critiques of ourselves. Okay? Prefacing that way for a reason, because there was and I will not call out the name associated with this particular breakdown or this particular, response video to the movie, but I watched the whole thing because one of you sent me the link to it, and I felt myself having to take perpetual deep breaths. I felt super disappointed and annoyed because several people in this video I actually know personally. It was like a panel kind of review thing, and several of these people I know personally. And some of the statements that were made in the video were just, especially because I know these people. Some of the things articulated in the video were very disappointing and concerning. And it just helped me to realize that what I said earlier about how y'all know I don't pontificate. I'm constantly asking, I'm constantly stopping and checking in. Is what I'm saying clear? Are you following me? That's not a rhetorical question that I am asking. It's the same way that I teach when I'm in school. It's the same way I was teaching elementary kids and high school kids. It doesn't do me any good to just say shit if the majority of the people listening to me are not on the same page, that I'm going too fast or I'm going too deep or I'm saying too much for them to make a connection. That's why. So whenever y'all see me stop and I'm asking clearly and I'm looking for confirmation, a thumbs up, something, tell me to pump the brakes if I'm saying too much or if I'm going too deep or you are not following. Okay? I do that for a reason. And to listen to this particular discussion that was being had today, and every single person on the panel was like going out of their way to talk over people's heads. We have to stop doing that shit. We have to stop internalizing somehow that, to quote, say as many big words as we can, to pontificate, to say more than is necessary. That is some shit, I'm telling you, that is the residual effect of being in white spaces. Is because we know that white people are automatically going to assume a lack of intelligence because we are Black in this space. And so we try to extract all the big words that we've ever heard, or we get so super deep and so super spiritual and so, so penetrative, but we got to add an air of mystery to it and shit like that. We get that shit from being in spaces with white people and the presumptions that come with our Black self in those spaces and the presumption of ignorance or lack of intelligence. That's why we do that. You understand? And when we are talking to us, because these was all Black people, when we are talking to us, not to presume that, quote, Black people are less intelligent or anything like that. We have to do what we have always done, is to make it plain. Do you guys perceive that I'm any less intelligent than I would be if I refused to use explicatives and I decided to pull out my dictionary and my thesaurus to find, appropriate synonyms and antonyms for what it is I'm attempting to communicate to you? Do you guys feel like I would sound more intelligent if I stopped using seasoning on my language? I'm asking, I'm not being facetious, and that is not a rhetorical question. I'm asking genuinely. I'm asking sincerely. Do I, even when I'm joking, or even when I'm adding a little spice because I'm hyped about whatever it is I'm talking about at any particular time, do you perceive, I'm asking genuinely, do you perceive that I am somehow less intelligent than I actually am? Do you think that my declaration that I am a motherfucking genius is ill-suited? Is that something that you would say? That me using explicatives somehow makes what I am articulating less valid, less believable, less scientific. Somebody say not at all. I think your way of expression makes you relatable. We know that you are extremely intelligent. You understand? And so I get, like I said, I give grace because I understand where this tendency comes from for us to do that. But this period, quote, the age of Aquarius, this period is about the radical evolution of the entire human population. The most effective, efficient, and streamlined way to do that is to make sure that when we open our mouths, people are fed by what comes out. Not just because of how it sounds. Oh, they sound so super smart. That somehow we have to feel stupid for somebody else to feel smart. Like doctors do. Like doctors talking over your head to shame you out of asking questions that could preserve your life and your safety. They do that, and they are trained to do that. That we, because, quote, we have been made to feel perpetually stupid or default ignorant, you feel me? That we just don't talk when we hear somebody that we perceive as smarter than us. I reject all of that shit. I do. And I appreciate, let's see, who was it? Dion 408 for her comment, because we have to see. Even Mary Daly talks not Mary Daly, Barbara Moore talked about it in The Great Cosmic Mother. She talked about this whole way that males, patriarchy, did what it did with the sciences and with the arts and all of these things, with language. All of these things were an orchestration to give power, and not just to give power, to give this air of like divine, magical, majestic power that comes from on high in the invisible somewhere, to keep people who that power is not accessible to keep them from acquiring. That this is only reserved for us, hence the mystery. This is only reserved for us, hence the secrets and the secret societies. This is only meant for us because it comes from a place that you cannot even comprehend. That bullshit. That bullshit. And as we are seeing in real time, and as I am teaching you in real time, honey, the veil is burning the fuck away. It's not being pulled back, baby. It is being burnt the fuck away. And for every veil that is removed, for every veil that is burnt away, the fallacy of their supremacy is being laid bare. And they are in a crisis, child. They are in a crisis because their mediocrity is shining like a blazing sun with every veil that is removed. Their mediocrity, their spiritual and intellectual laziness is being exposed. How dare this nappy head bitch with tattoos on her arms and her face and a nose ring and all of it? How dare this bitch be brilliant? How dare this bitch be brilliant? How dare this bitch be talking like a motherfucking sailor at sea? Talking like a sailor at sea and be equally brilliant. As offensive as she is as brilliant as she is. How dare this bitch? Who she thinks she is? And that can go for any one of you. I'm not just talking about me. That can go for any one of you. That's why the increase in rage against Black women. Here, Black women are the most educated motherfuckers in this country. That's why we're the most hated. Don't you understand that? Don't you understand that the reason that the surge of aggression and violence and all of this shit is directly tied to our ambition to achieve sovereignty in a country where for 400 years we did not have a name or a face or a voice, or even our uteruses did not belong to us? How dare these bitches just a half a second later run this whole shit? set the terms and the standards for excellence every fucking where we, even in our mediocrity, we still set the bar so motherfucking high for excellence. Ain't that about a bitch? That even fat with some goddamn some sweatpants on and my hair all crazy looking, but I can still get right up on here with my hair raggedy, no makeup, and still set the fucking bar for excellence that is unmet. That is unmet. That is unmet. By them. By them. You feel me? That's why they are outraged. That's why our men are responding the way that they are. Because let me tell you why. Because for the one person in this country, because there's only one other group of people in this country who can make the claim that Black women can make. That's Indigenous women. That's Native American women. In terms of the suffering, in terms of the slaughter, in terms of the crimes against, in terms of the suppression, in terms of, all of the things. There's only one other group of women, and that's Indigenous women. That's Native women. Unendingly, ceasingly, in terms of the assaults on their personhood. How dare these fucking bitches, who we done everything possible to terrorize them into utter silence and submission, be out here naked and titty showing and shaking ass and making millions and getting all the degrees. And every time one of us who are supposed to be terrorized into submission, make a breakthrough, you feel me? The reason all the men in the space around you get angry is because it means that if your ass, who should be the most terrorized into submission, can make this shit happen, then it means, bitch, I gotta evolve too. God damn these bitches. Why can't they just be traditional women? Why can't they just be trad wives? Because what they saying without saying it is, bitch, why you making me evolve? Why are you forcing me to evolve? Why are you forcing me to be better? Because they grow up in religious, indoctrinated societies that are opposed to evolution. That's why they are angry. These religions tell men they do not have to evolve because they have a consistent, unopposing base of women who will do everything they need for them. You don't have to evolve if you got a bitch that's going to do everything for you. That you have what do they say? There's plenty of fish in the sea. You have an unending supply in your mediocrity, an unending supply of fresh meat who will fall right the fucking line to do everything for you need done. Why the fuck you need to evolve if you the king? Why do you need to evolve if you the head of the household? Why do you need to evolve, bitch, if you have access to willing slaves your whole life? So when bitches be out here making money, when bitches be out here buying houses, when just a half a second ago, she couldn't even get a checking account without some nigga Johnny Hancock on the side of it. That was just 1973. That was just 1973, 1975. When a woman could have a checking account on her own in this country. And how the world has changed as soon as this bitch had access to her own money. Ain't that something? Oh, she can leave now. She can plot and scheme. You feel me? If you ain't acting right, you feel me? So, the reason I said all of that is because one of the videos that I saw today with people that I know have known for years. I ain't gonna call no names because y'all know exactly who I'm talking about. People have known, people who have, who have made a name for themselves in the so-called Black conscious speaking circuits and all of that shit. And all I kept hearing over and over again is men cannot lead. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck how much education they got. I don't give a fuck how many motherfucking master teachers they done had or done mentored under. I do not give a goddamn. I swear, y'all are incessantly incapable of coming to right conclusions about any motherfucking thing. It blows. Even people who I swear are ahead of the curve, I'm always waiting for the shoe to drop. I'll be listening. Okay, mediocre. And then I hear the motherfucker, well, there it is. I hear the shoe drop. Y'all just can't. Y'all just can't. Y'all just can't. Y'all just cannot. Y'all listen to this shit today. First of all, I'm not going to try to make myself sound smarter than I actually am, bitch. If I'm stupid about some shit, I will default to the motherfucker in the room who know more than me. First of all, I'm not going to get an attitude because there's somebody in the room smarter than me. So what I need to do is prove I know as much as they do. I don't do that shit is gross to me. That shit is gross and embarrassing. Is what it is. I'm gonna shut up and pull out one of my mini notebooks and start taking notes. This some shit I got to research later because this shit, this right now, I ain't never even heard this shit. You feel me? Like, damn. Yeah, like, and the only reason I can do that is not be intimidated. What kind of shit is that? It's not be intimidated by somebody in the room who is smarter than me. It's because I want to know everything. I want to know everything. And I can't know everything if I already, quote, know everything. Do you understand what I'm saying? I want to know everything. Bitch, if you're smarter than me, I'm not talking. I'm not talking. I'm taking my motherfucking pen and pen. I carry 4 or 5 of these shits everywhere I go. Y'all think I be playing. Everywhere I go. I tell y'all right here on the live. Oh shit, I ain't never heard that. Make sure you email me that so I can make sure I bring it up in the next live I do and give you credit for it. This shit ain't hard to have integrity. It ain't hard. It ain't uncomfortable to have integrity. Like that should be bugging me out. Like how deliberately complicated people make their lives just because they can't. I don't know if it's like, I don't know what it is. I'm not even gonna try to understand it in this particular live. But yeah, man, that shit is bizarre as fuck to me. And I'm listening to different takes on this movie that I'm gonna go watch again tomorrow. But as deep as they sound, it was as superficial as it actually was. Child, it was as deep as a puddle. It was as deep as a motherfucking puddle, child. All right. Anyway, so last night we talked nominally because I didn't want to go into any one thing too deep yet, because what I am trying to do is move through some of the characters before we go deep into scenes and shit like that. So y'all are tripping in the goddamn comment section. So what I wanted to cover, make sure that I covered first yesterday, because we've already been doing this walk through the duality of red and blue. And I talked to you a couple of weeks ago, before the movie even came out, before it was even on my radar of things to be looking out for, the whole significance in this period of twins and twin energy and why it's showing up so much everywhere in society is so deep to me, right? So that those two things I wanted to talk about. We just, like I said, treaded the surface, superficially covered yesterday. Then we talked about the etymology of the names of the two main characters, Smoke and Stack, and how these names, it's so interesting. Because the more I get into this, the more I hear people talk about this, and like the obvious Christian overtones in the movie and all of that stuff. They're not Christian overtones. What am I always telling y'all? What did I tell y'all just a couple weeks ago? That there are right now 3 different, at the movies here in LA and billboards everywhere. 3 different movies about Jesus right now playing at one time. How many ways you gonna tell the same bullshit in their story about Jesus? You know how many times? The same amount of times that we are accustomed to watching movies about his motherfucking predecessor, Zeus. Remember me saying that a few weeks ago? I'm like, damn, how many ways can you tell the mythological story of Zeus? Why we need to have 1,500 remakes of the story of Zeus? Why we need that? Why we need that? Remember when I was talking about, what's his name? Carl Jung and Joseph Campbell, and them particularly in terms of them talking about, and so much of their research centering around this idea of the id and the ego, and how colors and images and symbols imprint on our, aka, our quote, I hate calling it that, but our quote reptilian brain, right? And so symbols, colors, even sounds have much more of a deeply and almost permanent impact on our subconscious mind and our conscious behavior, right? So this becomes the reason that it is important to tell this damn near 3,000-year-old story over and over and over and over and over and over again. The other thing that it does, which y'all gonna be uncomfortable with, the other thing that it does is it secures and consolidates mediocrity. Yes, it does. If you tell the same story over and over and over and over again, you make people read the same books over and over and over and over and over again. And this is the epitome of European genius and brilliance at the height of the Renaissance. And all things must meet this standard, Shakespeare. This standard, what's his name? Hippocrates. This becomes your starting point, your base as a human, right? Is these great white thinkers of the European age, of Greek and Rome and right? And this becomes what is imposed on your consciousness as the epitome of excellence. As the epitome of excellence. So you have to read the same story over and over and over again. I had to memorize the speech made by Julius Caesar when he realized that he had been betrayed. And I'm in the 11th grade having to memorize this shit. I'm like, why we need to memorize this shit? We gotta memorize a speech that a nigga made when he found out that there was a coup against his ass. Like, why we gotta do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, fucking Carl Jung and what's his name? And Sigmund Freud. Sigmund Freud becomes the quote European standard of excellence as a father of modern psychology, and we can't figure out why everybody in this bitch crazy. we can't figure out why everybody. That's not conjecture. The American Psychological, the APA, the American Psychological Association, wrote in one of their journals like 6 years ago that they estimate that 1 out of every 3 people in this country has an undiagnosed, diagnosable mental illness. 1 out of every 3 people you meet in a 3-person space, 1 of the 3 of y'all is crazy. That's what they said. That's what they said. 1 out of every 3 people is walking around with an undiagnosed, diagnosable psychological disorder. Everybody crazy. Everybody crazy. You feel me? How that happen? I'll tell you how it happens. When the foundation of the medicine used to assess and diagnose and set the standard for what qualifies as a mental illness, aka a mental disharmony, is fucking diabolically mentally ill themselves, but they become the standard unchallenged Freud. They become the poster child for understanding psychological disorders and disharmony. Megalomaniacs, child predators, genocidal lunatics. The nigga that is considered the father of gynecology. The father of gynecology was using Black women's bodies as he was a serial killer, is what the fuck he was. In all actuality, his ass was a serial killer. Is what he was. He was no different than one of these people that they done caught, who didn't have a PhD, who they done caught and then found all these bodies carved up. He ain't no different. But see, he had a doctor before his name. He had some initials before and after his name. And so he wasn't qualified as a serial killer, as a serial torturer of human beings. No, he was made a millionaire, statues built after his likeness, and he goes down in history as the father of gynecology, not as someone who has created a system of, quote, medicine that treats historically and unendingly to this day, who treats bodies of Black, brown, and red women differently to meet the same outcome. which is to create a legitimate face, an excusable face to continue to cause harm to the bodies of others. Now that's my word. That's my word. And when you set a standard of mediocrity, like Hippocrates, like what's his name? Ooh, what's his name? Aquinas, like what's another one? Name any of them that we forced to memorize. They works. That's our starting point. And so our starting point is mediocrity. You feel me? The reason I see it there, what was the reason I see it there? Is because that's why they have to be. That's why I said that they have to be opposed to evolution. Not only do they have to be opposed to evolution, they have to be opposed to evolution while simultaneously ensuring the imposed ignorance of the most vulnerable in society. The imposed ignorance of the most vulnerable in society, which is women and children. They have to simultaneously create an apparatus, an institution, an ideology, a theology, a mythology that does three things at the same time: boosts them up as supreme, as the supreme personification of God in the flesh on earth, God in the flesh. And in order to maintain this illusion of supreme divine supremacy as the personification of God in the flesh, they have to be absolutely diametrically opposed to any type of process that may appear evolutionary, while at the same time being opposed to evolution, propping up a mythological divine expression, and at the same time a consolidated by force and terror apparatus that ensures perpetual and permanent ignorance on the most vulnerable in society. All three of those things have to happen at the same time for mediocrity to prevail. And this, let me just tell you something about this movie right here. This movie, the more I took so many notes on this movie, and every minute I'm like, oh fuck, I didn't see that. You feel me? So let's talk about, what did I say we were going to talk about today? We talked about the twins and the historical mythological twins that were associated particularly with Castor and Pollux. Okay, because these twins exist all the way back to the Sumerian society. These mythological twins that are just the different characters that different societies have given to these brilliant these bright and brilliant stars that make up the heads of the heavenly twins. That's all it is. This is the demystifying that we must do. That these stories, because the astrology is the same. The constellations are the same. It is different societies seeing these constellations and telling their own peculiar stories to these characters that they have identified in the universe that have some type of relationship to Earth, depending upon how Earth is moving through these constellations. Okay, that's all. Everything. So even me listening to this sister today talking about the Ifa, the overwhelming Ifa presence in this movie, and the significance in hoodoo. I'm gonna say some shit y'all are not going to like tonight. Okay, so go ahead and pre-clutch your pearls, because I am going to burst several bubbles this evening. Okay, that's the trigger warning. I'm gonna hurt somebody's fucking feelings tonight, because I'll be honest, I liked the movie. But like is not the primary emotion that I experienced while I was in the theater. Like, enjoyment was not the primary emotion. They were not even the secondary emotions that I felt while I was watching that movie. While I was in the theater, in the IMAX, watching this movie. Ooh, I'm scared to say. I was like, this bullshitting ass bullshit right here. I was mad. The whole, from beginning to end, I was mad. I was so mad. I'm going to see it again. That's the paradox for me. It was an enjoyable execution of Black art. But the message in this movie made me angry. I am always talking about this fucking insidious and wicked sleight of hand shit that is always happening in these movies. But when it comes to Black film today, because what we experienced as Black film, like in the 90s, was different. It was radical, it was revolutionary, it had never been done that way. And so those that run the machine didn't have a lot of hand in what we were creating, what we were experiencing as Black film and Black culture at the time. That was like this little space, this tiny little space in the last century where we had a little bit of liberty. But then what always happens is when white people, get hip to the game, then they start to manipulate and use their money to sabotage and all of that shit. So I'm thinking about this even before I'm going into the movie, because I have watched all of Ryan Coogler's other movies. So we've talked about this. As a black creator, as a Black director and writer, the execution of his craft is flawless. It's gorgeous. If we want to be talking about cinematic excellence and cinematic trend setting, and hands down, genius. The problem is, and I will continue to say this until I have beaten a dead horse. Do you understand me? The problem is Ryan Coogler is a Black man from Oakland, California, who is a writer and director of excellent film within the belly of a monstrous beast whose only purpose is to churn out propaganda that is hostile to the people that the state is looking to maintain control over. And if that is not the mindset that you go into any theater with, saying, okay, I want to be entertained, but I also ain't gonna let them throw the okie doke on my motherfucking ass. I'm gonna go up in here crystal clear that what I am witnessing, no matter the shade of any motherfucker that has produced this project, this shit that I'm about to go watch is intended to serve the state. And how can I find and identify the ways that what I am saying is so? And so I knew it. I didn't even see a preview before I went to the. I didn't even intend to go to the movie because I haven't been to the movies in ages. I was like, whatever. But I started hearing people, they were going off about the movie centers, whatever. I was like, you know what? Let me go get these Black people my money. Stop playing. Let me go see the shit in IMAX. Let me pay the extra. You feel me? But I'll be honest. I did not go in there with the anticipation that I was going to be moved in some revolutionary way, because I have seen all of his previous movies. And we have talked about this. How revolutionary do you think you can be in the midst of Hollywood, in the midst of an apparatus that is baby defined by its obvious hatred of Black people? Imagine the paradox that you need Black people to sustain legitimacy for this rotten shit. You need them. And there's been story after story after story after story after story after story about how Black wealth, Black money has rescued Hollywood over and over and over and over and over and over again. It was Black impoverished gangster ass Black boys in motherfucking Compton that rescued at least 3 failing or having already filed bankruptcy music production companies. Not only rescued them from bankruptcy, made them millionaires, while all these boys ended up dead or in jail except 2, 3. How the first superhero that was like radical but still tied to like horror genre, Marvel Comics wouldn't even be today what the fuck it is if it was not for Wesley Snipes playing Blade as the first modern day superhero. Yet they blackballed his ass, and you ain't seen his ass in shit since the 90s. You saw him in one B grade flick in the early 2000s. Completely blackballed his ass, and don't make no qualms about how this dude made them scores of millions of dollars as Blade. Gave a starving ass Marvel they start in the superhero genre. Yeah, his ass is erased. You ask any person under the age of 25, they don't even know who the fuck Wesley Snipes is. That erased. Chadwick Boseman. It just, the list goes on and on. While your ass ain't got no money to fuel black projects because there's not really a market for that, or we don't know how to market for that. Yet every time I'm telling y'all, this movie coming out, those of you who are watching on IG, my video is about to shut down, so you can either come to YouTube or I will bring it right back up as soon as it shuts off. But I'm telling you, I am convinced, because I live in fucking Hollywood, I am convinced that this young man's project Sinners, I am convinced it is just another manifestation of old ass shit. We need these niggas to rescue us again. Because ain't nobody going to the motherfucking movies no more. That's what they saying out here. Perpetually. That's all they've been talking about since the writer's strike 3 years ago, is how the hell we gonna get people back in these movie theaters? What the hell we gonna do? Because people don't want to go to the movies no more, because everything we shelling out is basic and mediocre and unexciting, period. And it ain't just us saying that. I'm hearing all types of white intellectual content creators. I saw this one white guy yesterday. His video tickled me so bad, had me in here giggling like crazy. He was like, so his thing was saying, okay, this is a review, and he had a real serious face. He was just like, I'm just gonna say something. I know it's gonna be sensitive and touchy, but I'm just gonna say it. Thank God for Sinners. He said, just thank God. Thank the cinematic gods. Just thank, because I just knew that there was no hope for the year 2025 in cinema. I just knew that we were going to suffer a seasonless, flavorless cinematic existence this year. He went the end. He tickled me so bad. He tickled me so bad. I must watch this dude's video 12 times yesterday, because he was like, just thank the gods. Thank the gods of film. Thank the gods of cinema. Thank the gods of writing for the movie centers. He was going in, right? Everybody is talking about this cloud of despair that has been hanging over Hollywood since the writer's strike, right? What are we going to do to get people back into the movie theaters? Are we going to have to start shutting down movie theaters? It's been a crisis out here. And here you go. Like the well-orchestrated, the well-organized, manipulative ass machine that it the fuck is. And it's like, well, here we are again. It's about that time. It is about 20 years. It do happen about every 15, 20 years where we need black people to fucking rescue us and give us validity as an institution. That's what I went up in there thinking. I was like, what is that about? Because this same director, he did that just a half a second ago. In 2018, when these white people was trying to sabotage the marketing, knew they was going to benefit. They always win no matter what the fuck we do. So why would you sabotage the marketing? Because black people can't get no ideas. Black people cannot get no ideas about what they can do, what they have the potential to do. Because if they reach their full potential, if we give them some semblance of what they have the potential to do, our mediocrity is exposed yet again. Our mediocrity is exposed yet again. We gonna win regardless. We ain't even gotta do no marketing, because even if the shit just break even, you feel me? We done made money. You feel me? So we ain't gonna contribute. Because that's the first thing everybody was talking about, was like all these bullshitting ass, Variety and the New York Times coming out with these little side-eyed, sideways, headlines of like low-key hating on the movie and shit. Though it did 48 million its first night, 65 after the weekend was over, despite the fact that the Pope died and half the weekend was gobbled up with information about the people still in the movies. You feel me? They're going to win anyway. So it don't matter if they go through and attempt to sabotage the man's movie. But then when the movie do better than they even expected, now they got egg on their face. You feel me? Same thing happened with the first Black Panther movie. I remember it like it was yesterday, like straight up doing everything they could to make sure that Black people did not go out in droves to watch the movie. And then we do what we do. We showed up and showed out. I bought a freaking $300 dress that was like African fabric, but it was shaped like a, like a Victorian corset bustier thing. You feel me? My babies, my daughter and my goddaughter came to the movie. We all got dressed up in everybody in the theater. They had to show the movie in 4 different screen rooms and 4 different auditoriums because Black people wasn't leaving. Like, look, we got dressed up. We came with the money. You feel me? We about to buy out y'all whole bar. Y'all gonna let us up in here if y'all got to change the reels to some of these other movies that ain't got nobody in the auditorium. We showed up and showed out. And we were so caught up in the majesty of Black Panther, in the imagery and the beauty and the imagination that it presented, to see an extraordinarily technologically modern world still Black as fuck. The buildings, technologically advanced, still obviously African, still Black on purpose, still Black as fuck. You understand what I'm saying? That shit was radical. But I, as excited as I was about the movie, left the movie the same way I left Sinners. Feeling so conflicted because what I just witnessed was such a beautiful execution of Black excellence in the hand of the goddamn state. That's what it was. A beautiful execution of Black excellence, still serving the state, still serving the state, and it's only to be expected. You feel me? Let me read some of y'all comments before I go on. It's true, they always need us to come to the rescue at our detriment. Absolutely. Wholeness family will not watch the movie because I knew the direction not to return to the Divine Mother. I do see the possibility to create our project without the parasitic Hollywood platforms. To tell the truth, I have not been to the movies in over a year. The last movie I saw was, ooh, shit, girl, Killers of the Flower Moon. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I saw the guy who wrote the book. He did a lecture. I think you can still watch it on YouTube. He did a lecture maybe a year before the movie was released. And then Leonardo DiCaprio was playing lead in the shit. I was like, I cannot even subject myself to that madness. The story itself is gruesome enough. It's offensive enough. But then they cast Leonardo DiCaprio. I was like, my spirit won't let me do it. Not even entertain. That's a hard movie to watch. Let's see. They still trying to kill the shine off Sinners, but I do think we are showing up for the film. They were able to squash the color purple and make it a flop, but Sinners appears to be doing well. I don't do movies. Got apps for that now. Stream devices. Can't remember the last time I've been to the movies. A film that is contrary to the state will have to be independent and not allowed to be on the big screen. So a couple of things about what y'all just said, from universal faith all the way down. So I want to reel back a little bit. The reason that I went to the movies to see this movie is because I want to support us. I want any opportunity for us to put egg on the face of white people. I want to do that. I spent money to go see that shit that I knew was going to be trash. That the harder they fall, baby, when I tell you my spirit knew that shit was going to be garbage. I was like, but all these black ass actors, let me go give my money to support these black ass actors. Now, unless it's extremely like reactionary, you know what I'm saying? In like a really harmful way. Harder They Fall was trash, but it wasn't so reactionary, you feel me, that I couldn't justify going to give my money to these actors that I love. But what's the name? Regina Hall and Idris Elba and all. I love these actors. I love these actors, and we have to support Black art. We do. I get it. Until we own and control an apparatus where the state is not a factor in our lives, that's what I'm committed to do. I'm not saying anybody else has to be committed to do that. But the reason I decided to go to the movies, and the reason that I decided to pay for the IMAX, and the reason that I decided not to stream it at home, and the reason that I decided that I'm going again tomorrow to see it, one is to support Black art, is to always shine the light on Black excellence in the face of white mediocrity. I'm always going to do that. I'm always going to do that. I'm always going to do that. And it ain't gonna set me back. No, it was only $20 for me to go to the IMAX. It ain't gonna set me back in no substantial way that I cannot make a declaration that I support Black excellence. And every opportunity that Black excellence can shine the light on the culture of mediocrity, I'm here for that shit. I'm just saying, to go in there and recognize that no matter what it is, song, movie, don't matter. No matter what it is, the state is always trying to make an impact and meet its goals at our expense. Be aware of it when you go in so that you can see what's hidden in plain sight. That's why I teach this way when I'm talking about movies, is so that you can see what's hidden in plain sight, because I hear everything that everybody is talking about, and everything that they are saying is functionally true. But they are seeing the superficial presentation, the very frontal presentation of what's happening in this movie. Right? Nobody is talking. Okay, so I'm always talking to you guys about like the duality of red and blue, for example. Right? Y'all know that's a big fixture of mine, because at least in the modern day, the role of red and blue and why it shows up in modern cinema and advertising is because, again, this thing that is our subconscious mind and how it receives and interprets symbols, images, colors, so on, is to contribute to a behavior that we have that's like on automatic pilot, right? And so whenever you see, like I was telling you, the PhD theologian, I think he said it was like 433 times that red and blue show up together in the Bible. And he said, this is a theologian, he said, anytime you see red and blue talked about in the Bible, especially in the Old Testament, that image of the red and blue is like a, what did he call it? It's like a foretelling. It is like a foretelling of prophecy, right? That is not fulfilled until the birth of Christ. The red and blue in the Old Testament is this representation in the, quote, opposition, or the duality of red and blue, the opposition between, quote, God's chosen folk, right, and the Gentiles. But when they show up together, whether it's in the tabernacle, whether it's in Solomon's temple, it is always foretelling the redemption of the Gentiles and the unity of the people of the planet. It is a foretelling of the unification of the earth under Jesus, under the Messiah, who is represented by what? Purple. The purple sash. We just had Good Friday. You feel me? We just had Easter and all of that shit, where every church got a little purple sash just for that weekend, right? A purple sash wrapped around the cross. This is the arrival of Christ. This is, quote, the fulfillment of prophecy, where Jesus, as the great Redeemer, right, creates worldwide unity, the unification of the red and blue, right, as represented by him in purple. The unification of the red and blue, God's chosen people who are born redeemed, born chosen, and the poor Gentiles, which is everybody else, you feel me, who are able to receive redemption through the blood of Christ as the sacrificial lamb. Okay? So this is that's why they have to retell the story of Zeus all the time, because I told y'all that when I talked about the duality of red and blue. It's not just about Jesus and the Abrahamic church, because they are predecessors to Jesus and the Abrahamic religion. They're predecessors. Zeus, his colors as Jupiter, whether he is Jupiter or Zeus, his colors are his colors are red, white, and blue. Red, white, and blue. That's Jupiter's colors. before, that's actually Zeus's colors before Rome turned him into Jupiter. But that's Zeus's colors are represented by red, white, and blue. Zeus in Grecian mythology existed 1,200 years, 2,000 years prior to the proposed birth of Christ. You feel me? So why is his colors red, white, and blue? Did it start with Zeus? Hell no, nah. Because Osiris's colors are red, white, and blue. Did it start with Osiris? Hell no, because Enki in Babylonian and Sumerian tradition, his colors too were red, white, and blue. Did it start with him? Nope. Nope. Those colors. So let me say one more thing as an overall theme for this movie. Everything in this movie, every conflict in this movie, every opposing spiritual mythological system presented in this movie, whether it's hoodoo, voodoo, whether it's Christianity, whether it's hinted at indigenous Choctaw mythology, or whether it's hinted at Irish indigenous mythology. All of the stories being told simultaneously in this movie are, even though they may appear that they are at odds with each other, the one thing that they all have in common is the attack on and the maintenance of the suppression of the mother. I'm just trying to give you a word, child. That's why I started yesterday the way that I did. How did I start yesterday? I started by reading to you something that I did not even know before coming up on here yesterday about the actual origin of the mythology of vampires. And the origin, like everything, that's what I'm telling you. The more we know, the more these burnt out, the more we burn off all of these veils, the more she appears. That every mythology that we think is patriarchal in origin is evidence of the matriarchy, and her evidence she has been given a universal sex change by her malignant son, who envies her power so much that he would sooner see her destroyed and erased from human history than to comply. And so we was up in here shook yesterday. Some of y'all was up in here shook yesterday when I read what Barbara Walker had to say about the origin of vampire stories going back 25,000 years to this notion accepted by every indigenous culture on earth that blood was required for both life and death ceremonies. And the blood that was the object of these ceremonies was not the blood that came as a consequence of someone's life having been forcefully taken from them. Nope. It was the mother's sacred moon blood, which was the object of desire for both those who had died and were waiting to be reborn, and those who were reborn. You feel me? Now, so if the origin of vampire myths, because I told y'all yesterday, I was completely ready to accept this analogy of vampires and vampirism being synonymous with the nature of capitalistic parasitism. I was okay with that analogy. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. That somebody got to die in order for you to live. That make sound about right to me. Sound about right to me. And lo and behold, Barbara Walker was like, bitch, y'all wrong. That well before capitalism was a thing in the world, everybody had such an extraordinary reverence for the blood that has no wound, the blood that springs forth from no wound, the magic inherent in the blood that springs forth from no wound, that it was the source of all ceremony, all ritual sacrifice. Why do you need to slit the throat of a goat or a lamb when you have a creature that is the full embodiment of the full embodied personification of the mother and all her body, who allows for the free flow of healing blood to take the place of any ceremony, to be an active conduit in any ceremony that you see fit to honor her with. What you need to kill a baby goat for, what you need to slaughter a lamb for, what you need to have a scapegoat for, what you need to have a scapegoat for. I'm gonna fuck y'all up more. Do you need to have a scapegoat if there's no such thing as sin? Because that's where the scapegoat comes from. Is when Hebrew people started, like, they had two goats. They would have two goats. Listen. God damn. They would have two goats. Okay? They would have the scapegoat, right? They would have the scapegoat. And the scapegoat is the goat that they would, in ceremony, they would like put all, there's a ceremony where they would like ceremoniously pour all of their sins, right, into the scapegoat. Okay. So everybody in the ceremony would like metaphorically pour their sins into the scapegoat. Okay. And the scapegoat, who was carrying the burden of all of their sins, would then be taken to some place and released into the wild to carry their sins away from the community. That's why I got the name scapegoat, because it is the scapegoat. We pour all our sins into this goat, and then he escapes into the wild. He carries all our sins with him. But the reason they needed two goats is because in their mythology, it had, their sins could only be expiated, right? Their sins could only be expiated with the slaughter of an innocent. The scapegoat is not innocent anymore, because all our ways, all our filthy, rotten ways, we done poured into the scapegoat to carry the sins away. But that's not enough. Not to just carry the sins away. Now we have to be redeemed. We have to be forgiven for our sins. And so the only way to be forgiven for our sins is to spill the blood of some innocent. Okay? So the sinless goat becomes the slaughter goat. So we put all our sins. That's the origin of why the goat has evil symbolism, is from the beginnings of Levitical Hebrew tradition, right? Where they go from being matriarchal goddess worshiping societies, the Hebrews, and then at some juncture they become these Levitical. Yahweh comes into the scene. Yahweh comes into the cipher as a father god. He was a lesser deity in, I won't get that deep into it, but anyway. So Yahweh comes on the scene. Now they go from being matriarchal goddess worshiping societies to these Levitical extremist in shit. And so in this tradition, when they were still using goats as the ritual sacrifice, they had two goats. The reason I freaked out about the two goats is because Castor and Pollock, what did they say about Castor and Pollock that I just read yesterday? And I was like, oh shit. Where is it? Oh, where did I write that? Maybe I wrote it where my Cassandra stuff is. Yep. Okay. So I just read this yesterday. Is it here? Damn, where I wrote that at? It's got to be over here. Okay. Because this is gonna blow y'all mind. I'm telling y'all, all of this shit is connected. All of these similarities. It's not witchy. It's not woo-woo. All of these connections and all of these similarities are still based on the stars. Everything that I'm talking to you about, every mythology, every spiritual, religious tradition is astrology. That's all it is. It is astronomy and astrology. That's all it is. So yesterday, and I had not even read this part, but yesterday I'm talking about the whole history, the whole mythological history of twins and how it differs in different periods, right? So I talked to y'all about Adam and Eve as being considered twins, right? Enki and Enlil, Jacob and Esau, Cain and Abel. The tree of life of good and evil was considered twin energy, right? But they were saying in, where did I write this? Is it Kemetic tradition? Yes, here it is. So did the Hebrews actually just come up with this shit out of nowhere about needing two goats? One is a scapegoat and one is a sacrificial goat? Nope. Let me tell you where it came from. It came from Kemet. Because these twins, Gemini, the two head stars in the constellation Gemini, while we see them as two brothers, like when we see the constellation Gemini, they're always pictured as two brothers. And the stars are the brightest star in the constellation that rest at both their heads, right? But this same constellation in other cultures are described as follows. In Roman mythology, they are not Gemini. They are Romulus and Remus. We talked about that yesterday, right? Y'all following? Brittany Smith said, is that why our flag are those colors? Baby, it's not only our flag that is those colors. You think about every European country and how many European countries have flags that are not red, white, and blue. Think about it. France's flag is red, white, and blue. Who else? There's a whole host of them. It's like 32 flags in the European Union that's got a flag that's red, white, and blue, right? It's all over the continent of Africa. Liberia's flag is red, white, and blue. Several countries in Central and South America's flags are red, white, and blue. Why? Right? Okay. So, Romulus and Remus. One story is that these heavenly twins in Kemetic tradition is, quote, the twins is actually the younger and older personification of Horus in his younger story and in his older story, right? In Arabian myth, what we see as the two male twins in Arabian myth, they are a pair of peacocks. Why is that important? Why is that important? Anybody remember what I said yesterday that would make it interesting and important that in Arabian mythology, these are not two brothers, these are two peacocks? Anybody remember what I said yesterday? Y'all was all up on here last night. Anybody remember what I said last night about the significance of twins in mythology, right? Especially as this story is concerned, the story of Gemini, who their mother is, how they were born, who they were born to paternally, right? And across other mythologies, who they are. Anybody remember? No? Somebody surprised me. Somebody tell me you remember and why in Arabian mythology it would be significant that they are peacocks. Venture a guess. Even if it's wrong, venture a guess. Somebody. No? No? Because particularly as it relates to Ifa. In Ifa, it is the planet Venus, right? The planet Venus that we know as Oshun. Oshun is the planet Venus, okay? And Oshun, according to the Ifa mythology, gives birth to twins. She gives birth to Ibeji. Ibeji is Gemini, okay? She gives birth to Ibeji. And one of her stories, or Apatakis, she is as Iami, because she is one of the, quote, three main Iami. The three main Iami is Oshun, Yamaya, and Oya, okay? And so each one of these Iami Ajay are represented in different aspects of their life by different birds, okay? Let me just tell you that Oshun's bird personification, she has three winged creature personifications, all right? The peacock is one. As a matter of fact, the story of Oshun as the peacock is very, very similar to another astrological mythological story. Yeah, and this story is actually playing in real time right now because of this particular. I think it's an asteroid, Icarus. I think Icarus is an asteroid. But the mythological Greek story of Icarus was that he who flew too close to the sun. There is an apoteke of Oshun where she receives peacock wings, peacock feathers, in attempts to fly to Olorun, and she gets too close to the sun, and it burns up her wings. A very, very similar story to the mythological story of Icarus, that is an asteroid that has been having a profound impact astrologically over the last year. Fascinating, right? The reason it's fascinating, interestingly enough, is because anytime Icarus is in play astrologically, it is a prediction of it is a prediction of someone in a high position of power meeting their inevitable end. That end being indicative typically of death. As a matter of fact, the last big, I know I'm going all over the place, but it's still interesting to see how all of this shit is connected. The last big Icarus placement happened in I think it was June. I think it was July. I think it was either June or July last summer. Okay. And this astrologer that I follow pretty regularly was saying, I'm not saying that is an actual death. It may be a metaphorical death, like a loss of position, or an overthrowing of government. But whenever Icarus is in this type of placement, it typically is a representation of somebody in a high position of power that meets their inevitable end, right? 3 days after she did that damn video, that the was the president, or like whatever you call him in Iran, but his plane, like, he died in a plane crash. He died in a helicopter crash 3 days after she did that live. 3 days after she did that live, she was like, yo, this shit is, because I saw her follow. She's like, yo, this shit is crazy. She said, because this Icarus placement is not only somebody, like falling from their place of status, typically through death, but she's like, this shit was so literal. He literally fell out of the sky in a winged instrument. 3 days after she did that live, in the height of that Icarus placement, the president of Iran died in a helicopter crash, right? I'm saying that because we're sitting here talking about Oshun placements, even how extremely telling the release of this movie was. This movie was released on Good Friday, and 2 days later, the figurehead of the entire Christian white world was dead. Hours after making his Easter address. Hours after he made his Easter address, he died. The figurehead of the most wicked institution on the face of the globe, and he died on Easter Sunday. And then this movie was released on Good Friday. Sinners, right? Released on Good Friday. Now, you can say what you want. Anyway, so Oshun, her story, right, is one that she gave birth to Ibeji. She gave birth to the twins, right, the heavenly twins, and then abandoned them. Remember, I was saying that story is replete through this mythology. Romulus and Remus is said to have been what? Raised by a she-wolf. Guess who else was raised by a she-wolf? Nursed by a she-wolf? Zeus. Guess who else was raised by a she-wolf or nursed by a she-goat? Zeus was nursed by a she-goat. Romulus and Remus was nursed by a she-wolf, nursed and raised by a she-wolf. Guess what the white girl say? The wolf in sheep's clothing. That's who she was. The wolf in sheep's clothing. Mary. What'd she say? She's telling the young boy Sammy while they're sitting at the bar. And she's like, because he was like, I think you need to leave. And she's like, I ain't going nowhere. She said, I know. She said, my mama raised them. My mama delivered them two boys and pretty much raised them. So not only do they have biblical names that are actually very much related to their story in the movie, and Eli, the red one, right? The red one. Listen, Eli, the red one. We sad because he get killed, right? Like, damn, why he let the girl pull the okie doke on him? You feel me? What does she say? She should just professed her love to him. He had just professed his love for her. So they gonna go in the liquor room and get busy, right? But Eli is represented by red. Okay. She, though she loves him, cannot surpass her. Listen, y'all. She cannot surpass her lust for what he has that exists only in his blood. So though she, quote, loved him, she still took his life. She took his life. Do you understand me? Not only did she take his life, when they busted in the room and discovered that she was killing him, right? What's the first thing? What did Black woman say? What did Annie say? She's like, this family. When the white people said, why can't she in here? When the three white people come to the door, they like, and the Irish boy was like, we heard there's a party going on. He started doing his little dance. He's like, we want to come party too. It's like, you can't party over here. There's plenty of spaces on the other side to go party with some white people. There's like, white people don't party like y'all. We want to be where y'all at. And they was like, y'all can't come up in here. Y'all, y'all. They was like, well, hold on, let us play a song for you, because you might change your mind once you hear us play, right? You might change your mind when you hear us play. And they was turned up with their little Irish jig, their little bluegrass thing, right? And Eli, the red one, was like, hold up, now it ain't what we playing, but that's pretty jamming, right? It was like, y'all can't come up in here. Y'all can't come up in here. Did they leave? Did they go to where the white people was? Because they told them there's plenty of places over on y'all side of town. Like, go over there and party with the white people. Why y'all gotta be over here with us? Why y'all gotta be up in our shit? And it was like, because they don't party like y'all do. We want to be in this party. You feel me? And then they see the white girl behind them at the door, keeping them from coming in. And they say, why she here then? Why she here then? If we can't come in because we white, why she here? And then the black girl, the blackest of them all, say, she family. Put her arm in front of her as to protect her. She family. She family. You feel me? And so even though she, quote, family, even though she been protected by everybody in the spot the whole night, even though this dude finally, gave in to her advances, you feel me? Even though she been in love with him as she professed, and she was a little girl, you feel me? That when her lust for what he held in his blood took hold, she did not hesitate to kill his black ass. And it wasn't that she just didn't hesitate to kill his black ass. What else happened? As soon as she got up, what was the first thing she said? Anybody remember? Did anybody go see it? Hold on. What y'all talking about over here? Yes. Lisa J say Gaza makes so much more sense. Child. Child. Somebody say Pope was the GOAT of this time. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. And that's, like I said, I'm really trying to hold. I know a lot happened this week, like in the news. Hey, cut it out. Cut it out now. I know a lot has happened. I know. Hold on. Hold on. I said cut it out right now. Shit. I know a lot's happened. I know there's a lot that I need to discuss with you guys, right? But I I really want to put on hold a discussion about the Pope that is just about him, because that shit is so layered. And I think that with all the headlines being, so oh shoot, so insidious and sleight of handish, you know, he was the people's Pope. He was a Pope for the people and all of this shit, that people forget who the hell he was and why him being the Pope was so significant. It's some straight sleight of hand shit, and that's some shit I need to discuss by itself, because there's a lot of covers to pull off of this thing and what's about to happen in the next few weeks in response to the Pope's death. And then work literally, he had not been dead 7 hours before they was like, okay, who we gonna put up in here next? Who we gonna put up in here next? Feel me? So that does not change our plans for what we got planned on May 20th. So I'll be telling y'all in the next couple of days when we're gonna do our next our committee meeting about what our course of action is gonna be for May 20th. Okay, so let's put that off. But what I was saying about the girl. So the first thing this girl said when they broke down the door and saw that she was actually killing him, that she was draining him dry. The first thing she said when she stood up to all these black skinned people who had protected her all night, who she had been, gaslighting all night. Why you didn't come to my mama's funeral? My mama died today. Why you ain't send her no flowers? And Elijah told her, he was like, I've been sending your mama flowers every year since we left, while she was alive, to smell them. So don't catch an attitude with me because we ain't send no flowers to the funeral. She been getting flowers every year since we left. No, Lisa J. No. Because they've been chill all day. They can get from me what they want all day. It is not till it is the only time they cut up is when I sit in front of this laptop. They know exactly what they do when they cut. They turn all the way up. They cut all the way up only when they do not have my undivided attention. Yep. So no, they can get just what they get. They can get put outside on the balcony, or they can get put in their room where they snacks and their kitty box is. No, they do that shit deliberately, because as soon as I get up from here, they ain't got no smoke for me. They're like, okay, she done. Let's go play. It's a whole mess is what it is. But anyway, the first thing this girl says when she stands up, looking at all these black skinned people, that's because at that time that she gets up off this black man's body that she has just killed, at the moment that she gets up, there ain't but 4 vampires. The 3 white ones, 2 of whom were the Ku Klux Klan outside, and her ass recently turned. She didn't act crazy like that before she re-entered the club. Did you notice that? Did you notice that? That once she was turned, she was purely like her regular self. Hey, y'all. Came in. You feel me? She's like, let me in. All matter of fact, like, cornbread, let her on in. She went right to the dance floor, started twerking on the Negro, and methodically and strategically walked him to the back where she knew exactly what she was going to do. She didn't act crazy. She didn't act out of sorts. She didn't act suspect at all. So she was clear. Did you hear me? She was clear. And when she killed that brother, that black man, right? As a strategy of deceit, that's what she did. As a strategy of deceit, the first thing that she said when she stood up about her, these 2 Klansmen outside, and the white boy that changed him, the first thing she said is, we gonna kill every last one of y'all. I said, oh my God. That all night, everybody was like, you got to get out of here, girl. You can't be up in here. You need to get up out of here. The 3 white folks at the door, they was crystal clear. Like, y'all ain't got no business up here. Y'all can't come up in here. They sat right out on the curb until they waited for an opportunity to manipulate their way up in that club. Right on the club, like little sad puppy dogs playing their little banjo and shit. There would be no movie. There wouldn't even be a movie to be made if they hadn't do what we do all the time, is let somebody come into our space that ain't got no motherfucking business in our space, ain't paid no dues to be in the space, ain't earned no trust to be up in our space. And we let them in the space and act confused, bewildered, and dismayed when the inevitable happens. That's always tantamount to sabotage and destruction. And we act confused, bewildered, dismayed, bamboozled. You feel me? There wouldn't even be a movie because they was clear about the 3 white folks that was trying to come in with their banjos and shit. Like, oh, y'all can't come up in here. But then the white girl set her sights on the weak link among them because she knew she could use her pearly white skin and her sexual wiles to talk this dude into getting this white folk money. That's what she said. Well, I can communicate with them. Let me go get this white folk money. I know y'all need that money. And he's like, okay, go get it. And then she came right in like the agent that she was, and began the process of dismantling what they had created brick by brick in the blink of an eye. Child, they club didn't last 24 hours. They little project didn't last 24 hours because they let a little fresh faced Lily into the spot where Black people just trying to go to a singular space where they can be safe for one night while they turn up. Somebody say Shannon Sharp. Fuck that dude. Fuck that dude. He ain't no victim. Shit. He ain't no victim. You understand? Because we know too much. It ain't 1932 no more. Nigga, what's your excuse? Or any other Negro complected person who willingly dances into that type of scenario, knowing the history of these relationships, and all that has to happen is something not go the other person's way, and all she got to do is cry wolf. All she got to do is cry a few salty little tears. And I want to say, 2 things can be true at the same time. As a matter of fact, multiple things can be true at the same time. I have no doubt, no problem believing whatsoever that Shannon Sharp is a stereotypical, hyper masculine, woman hating control freak who feels more like a man in the presence of white skinned damsels, that he, in any given particular period of time, if she do not comply to his wills, his wiles, and longings, he can use the only thing that he has is brute force to attempt to force her into compliance and control. I ain't got no problem believing that. Well, at the same time, I do not have a problem believing that at the same time, this fresh-faced 27-year-old Lily seeking the only thing he got to contribute, which is wealth. That's the only thing he got to contribute. You understand? And she's like, look, you know what I'm saying? I'll fool around with this nigga for a little while. If at the end I can get a payout, I can get some coins, and all I got to do is multiple things can be true at the same time. That's all I'm saying. And if you are Black and male in 2025 and has not seen the consistent and unending tendency that exists in this particular opportunistic group of human beings, then you get exactly what you deserve. That's all I got to say. You get it. Whatever okie doke gets pulled on you, whatever game get played on you, whatever accusation gets made against you, whether you did it or not, you earned that. You earned that. He could be completely innocent. I don't assume that he is. I don't, because I told you I always believe women. I always believe women However, at the same time, I recognize a very specific and peculiar history that exists in a very specific and peculiar group of people. Multiple things can be true at the same time. So what's happening over there with Mr. Shannon Sharp ain't none of my damn business. If your ass get taken for every penny, because what is it, a $50 million lawsuit this girl done filed? Whatever you get in the end, Negro, you earned that. You don't get no sympathy over here. None. And I done talked about it longer than I intended. He get what he get. Either way, if he ain't did a thing and she playing, cool, you bought it. You bought that. If he is guilty, which I have no problem believing, then girl, get your motherfucking 50 million and vie for them tossing his ass up under the prison for a little while. Either way, you earned that. Either you ain't your black ass, you ain't innocent in no way. Either way, you ain't innocent. As far as I'm concerned, you ain't innocent. And so here we are looking at the same thing in this movie. Elias, represented by the color red. The other thing I wanted to mention about him and this white girl in particular. Elias is represented by the color red, right? And he becomes immortal. Okay? Elias is represented by the color red, and he is the one of the two twins who has to die and is then reborn, quote, resurrected. Remember just maybe a month ago? What was it I was reading? I forget what live it was I was doing, like what the overall content of the live was, but we were reading a lot of scriptures. Remember, I was just going through all these damn scriptures, and I was like, y'all, just bear with me because I'm getting to a crescendo. And then I read this one scripture. I don't even remember what the scripture was, but I read this one scripture, and I read the scripture, and I was like, oh my God. I was freaking out because I was like, oh my God. I have never heard this scripture in all the years I went to church. I was like, it was the quickening. Thank you so much, books, Spiritual Tea in Me. Thank you so much. I think it was the first part of the series on the quickening that I did. And I was like, y'all, did y'all hear what I just read, y'all? I said, Jesus was a fucking vampire. Wait a minute. Let me get this scripture really quick. Because y'all remember because I was like, I ain't never read this scripture. I don't remember this scripture because they was like, look, we've been with you all this time. You feel me? And we ain't never heard you say no shit like this. You talking about drinking your blood and eating your flesh, and this is how you receive eternal life. Y'all ain't rocking with me right now. Y'all ain't rocking with me like that. This is what Jesus said. Jesus said, something to the, here it is. Oh no, this is not it. Jesus said, I know I just sprung this on y'all. I ain't really been talking to y'all about this particular piece, but I feel like I need to go ahead and put y'all, on game. You feel me? About what it is my true intentions are. You feel me? Of course, I'm paraphrasing. But he says, where is it? It's in Matthew. Because I told y'all before, because I don't even remember the last time I read in this book. And I was like, y'all see what I wrote in the side before we even read this shit? Hold on. I said, y'all, Jesus was a vampire. Now, let me ask you a question. If we're revisiting this scripture again, where I say, damn, Jesus is a vampire, and not only is he a vampire, but two of his disciples was so shook by this declaration. What did they say? They was like, this too much. They said this too much. How we gonna teach this to people? That's what they listen. I didn't know this book right here says when he started making this declaration of the eating of his flesh and the drinking of his blood, two of his disciples was like, yo, this nigga talking about cannibalism. He talking about drinking his blood and eating his flesh to receive eternal life. Y'all, like, is he being literal? And Jesus was like, why y'all over here huddling? Like, is something that I'm saying concerning you? They was like, nigga, hell yeah. Hell yeah, something concerning us. You just told all these people that they got to eat your flesh and drink your blood in order to acquire eternal life. That's like, that ain't no shit we about. And he said, but don't you believe me? You've believed everything that I've told you up till this point. They was like, we ain't with that shit. And two of them left. Did y'all know that? I didn't know that two of his disciples hauled ass when he started talking about eating his flesh and drinking his blood. That's what the scriptures say. The scriptures say they was like, that's too much. That's that stopping point. Nigga. You talk about eating your flesh and drinking your blood. We out of here. And two of his disciples left. I never heard that story growing up in the church. Hold on. I ain't never heard that story. But what I was going to say is now talking about this movie and what I put y'all on last night, right? Is it a contradiction that I was saying? Honestly, is it a contradiction that we were saying a couple months ago that Jesus was a vampire? And if it is a contradiction, tell me why. If it's not a contradiction, tell me why. Let's see. So what y'all saying? She was 19, I think, when they started dating. Yes. She's okay. Now she's 21. Okay, cool. No sympathy at all for this dude. Cool. Just like Kanye, I believe he is gay, but I don't believe his story quote song, and we don't care about both situations. That part. Thank you very much. Let's see. Would you say Jesus is a vampire? Remember, they led you into the sinner's prayer, so you invited him in. Yup. Someone said that in the movie when they were all eating the garlic, that symbolized them taking communion, and the ones who had the hardest time eating the garlic were battling with their demons. Well, that's a take. That's a take. Answer my question, because ain't nobody answered my question yet. Is it or is it not a contradiction for me to have made the declaration a month ago or so that Jesus is a vampire? Not only did I say Jesus is a vampire, I said that we now know the origin of all vampire stories. It's this shit right here. Right? Damn, where's the scripture at? Because we just spent all that time on that damn scripture cutting up. Hold on. And here's another scripture where I say Jesus was a zombie. What's the scripture it say? It say, now if Christ is proclaimed, I think this might be it. No, this ain't it. If Christ is proclaimed as raised from the dead, okay, because I did say that too. I said every zombie movie and every vampire movie is based on the story of Jesus. Listen, now if Christ is proclaimed as raised from the dead, how can some of you say that there is no resurrection of the dead? But if there is no resurrection of the dead, then not even Christ has been raised. And if Christ has not been raised, then our preaching is in vain and your faith is in vain. This is the disciples talking to the people, trying to convince them that Christ has raised from the dead, right? Then he say, we are even found to be misrepresenting God, because we testified about God that he raised Christ, whom he did not raise, if it is true, if it is true that the dead are not raised, then for if the dead are not raised, not even Christ has been raised. And if Christ has not been raised, your faith is futile and you are still in your sins. Then those also who have fallen asleep in Christ have perished. If in Christ we have hope in this life only, we We are of all people most to be pitied. He talking about the disciples. He's like, we are the most to be pitied, because if there's only one life, if this is the only life we got, and we haven't spent any time enjoying it because we've been following Christ, then we are the most to be pitied, because here we done wasted this one life. That's what he just said here. That's what he said, right? But if in fact Christ has been raised from the dead, the first fruits of those who have fallen asleep. For as by a man came death, by a man has come also the resurrection of the dead. For as in Adam all die, so also in Christ shall all be made alive. Now, I don't know if y'all remember, but we were doing that thing on the quickening, and I had never heard this, or I didn't remember hearing it growing up, but that they referred to Jesus. Listen, oh shit. Somebody write this down so I don't forget. That when we did the quickening thing, in the book somewhere, they referred to Jesus Christ as the last Adam. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember me saying that? They referred to Jesus Christ as the last Adam. Fuck. Why is that significant? Why is that significant? Because on Sunday, so I know I talked to y'all very minimally about this. It's one of the things we're going to talk about. But I talked to y'all minimally a little over a week ago, right? Before this dude died. And what I talked about was this prophecy, this conspiracy about this prophecy about Pope Francis being the last pope before the fall of the Roman Catholic Church. Remember that? Anybody remember that? There is, okay, so let me just tell you a quick version because it's related to what we just said. So apparently there was a pope who made a prophecy, a quote prediction 900 years ago. I can't remember his name. 900 years ago, a pope made a thank you, Java Watson. Send that to me in an email, baby. 900 years ago, a pope made a prophecy that there would only be 266 popes total, and that the 266th pope would die in office, and his death would represent the fall of the Roman Catholic Church. Prediction is 900 years old, and Pope Francis was the 266th pope. That just happened. He is, quote, at least according to this prophecy, because the prophecy is held in a place in the Vatican called the Legacy of Popes or something like that. I think it's called the Legacy of Popes. So there is a particular, storage unit in the catacombs or whatever, or a particular room in the Vatican, and it only holds the life stories and prophecies of every person that's been a pope. It's called the Legacy of Popes, I think, is what this room is called. And so this guy, he's not the only pope to, quote, make prophecies, right? But this prophecy is the one that has been most talked about over the last 20 years or so, because it was quickly approaching. You feel me? Now, so the Pope, and one of the reasons that Pope Francis, even though people are talking about how kind and gentle and progressive and shit he was, I don't know if y'all remember that when he first became the Pope, I think it was in 2012, how his entry into the papacy was very controversial for several reasons. His entry into the papacy, he was the first so-called Latin American to sit as a pope. That was the first controversy. He was the first Latin American to sit as pope. The second and least talked about controversy was he was the first of 265 popes. He was the first and only pope that was a Jesuit. I've talked about the Jesuits a lot over the last few years because the Jesuits have a new face. The Jesuits are genteel and kind, and they create organizations that care for kids and all of this shit. But the Jesuits in their origin were like the militia of the Vatican. These are the men who were like huge zealots in their support of the Roman Catholic Church. And when they were first created, they were literally the hitmen for the Vatican. So if they have killed popes, child. They have killed priests. They have killed popes. Like, as a matter of fact, y'all remember the movie, the Da Vinci Code, the second one, the Angels and Demons or whatever? And remember that dude who had white hair and white eyes and super white skin, and he was like crazy, and he was still doing like hardcore penitence, like where he would cut himself till he bleeds, or put these little vices on himself until he bleed, and he would like flog himself and shit. Remember that dude? That dude was a motherfucking Jesuit. And he was controversial because he had been officially excommunicated by the church because he was such a zealot, right? He was such an extremist. But this man who was vying for to become the next pope, he was with the order of the order of the divine rose or some shit. He was like a particular sect of the Roman Catholic beliefs or whatever. So this dude was vying to become the next pope. So he was trying to win approval or whatever. He hired this excommunicated, insane zealot Jesuit, right? To execute hits on people who stood in his way of getting to the papacy. Y'all don't remember that, do you? Y'all need to go back and watch the Da Vinci Code, the second one. That shit was deep, because that guy is what the Jesuits were in their origin until they had a rebrand. You feel me? I think in like the 60s. Till they had a rebrand. You feel me? They had to clean up. He was the first Jesuit to sit as pope, the only Jesuit to sit as pope. So that was another part of the controversy. Not because he looked like a regular everyday white man. Now, if he'd been a brown man from Latin America, it might have been a little bit more controversial, but just the fact that he, was from Latin America and he became pope, but that wasn't the most controversial. His ass was a Jesuit. There's a reason that Jesuits have been actively kept from the papacy, despite the fact that they still have this close and integral relationship to the Roman Catholic Church. Because he started out his goddamn militia, like hidden secret society of goddamn hitmen for the church. And I learned about that when I was a kid. I told you my parents were zealots. I learned about that when I was a child, about the secret militia of the Roman Catholic Church. Anyway, so y'all remember the movie Stigmata? Do y'all with what's his name? One of the big Italian actors. But y'all remember the movie Stigmata from the 90s, from the 90s, maybe late 90s, early 2000s, with Patricia Arquette? And she's an atheist. She's like, how can I experience stigmata? I'm an atheist. And so the priest that was sent to investigate, right, he's like, you right. How can you experience stigmata if your ass is an atheist, right? But so we get caught up on the scary, spooky shit. But the controversy around this whole movie was that the church had been hiring these men to kill priests who had the opportunity to read the secret book that nobody was supposed to read. And so wherever they were, one was in South America, one was in Mexico. And over the years, anybody who had contact with this book that nobody was supposed to read, the church was sending them to be executed. And what happened was the one that was in South America before he knew he was about to die, because he knew they was coming to get him. He was in hiding, and before they was coming to get him, he did this sacred ritual. You feel me? And basically, like, you know how Harry Potter talk about the Horcruxes, how Lord Voldemort would like hide pieces of his soul in Horcruxes so that they could eventually be brought together, and he could resurrect, he could be reborn. You feel me? This priest took this ceremony where he imbibed his spirit into this relic, right? And this girl's mother went to South America on vacation, like a tourist or whatever, and bought this little relic from a child on the street. The relic that she bought had the spirit of this priest in it. So she bring it back to America, give it to her daughter in New York, and all of a sudden her daughter starts speaking languages that are not that she don't know. As a matter of fact, one of the languages that she is speaking is Aramaic, which is supposedly a dead language. She starts speaking Aramaic, and she starts experiencing the stigmata, the holes in her hands, the holes in her feet, the gashes on her head from the crown of thorns, the little spear injury on the side. And so this priest is sent from Rome to try to investigate, and lo and behold, the dude that had hid himself in the Horcrux, if you will, starts communicating through writing, right, on the wall, writing what he read. He was one of the translators for the secret text, the quote original writings of Jesus, right? That said, basically saying that the church, the institution called the Christian church, is a fallacy. This, y'all, the movie is crazy because the movie is based on a true story. That's why the movie is crazy, because they tell you at the end the movie is based on a true story. That what the church had a history of doing was taking 3 priests whenever they would find new revealed text, right? They didn't want one person to read all the text or to translate all the text, right? So they would hire 3 different interpreters and give them a piece of the text so no one person could have access to all the information in the text. And then would have each one of those priests do the interpretation or the translation in a different language, write the translation in a different language. So the only person that would have access to the complete new revealed text would be the Pope himself, right? Well, these men, though they were not supposed to, these 3 men who had read this text started communicating with one another about what they had read, what they had translated in the text. And they were like, oh my God, this will change the face of the entire Roman Catholic Church. This shit will destroy the church. What Jesus said out his mouth, if anybody finds this out, it will destroy the institution itself. So once the Pope read all 3 translated interpretations of the shit, he's like, we got to ghost these bitches. And they've been talking to each other too. Oh no, we got to ghost these bitches. And then sent hitmen out to execute the 3 translators of the secret text. The movie is a fictitious version of true events. Why did I bring that up? Because here, while we talking about Pope Frank, the one more thing. Many of you are friends of mine on my Facebook, in my friends groups, on my Facebook page. So I have 3 Facebook groups, but the one that I use primarily for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence is called the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Does anybody remember what the banner is for that page? It hasn't changed. Anybody remember what the banner is for that page? Oh, thank you. Ianisi, I hope I pronounced that right. I hope I didn't butcher it. Ianisi, Knights Templar killed many for Christianity. Quite possibly a vampire greed. My goodness. The 3 wise men. Their paired death was foreshadowed during the train station scene when Mary is introduced. Missed it the first time seeing the movie. Okay, I'm gonna have to keep that in mind when I go see it again tomorrow. Yes, the book is made of skin that predicts the Pope's life and death. TikTok dropped that today. Oh shit, you need to send me a link. Email me a link. Email me a link. ENEC. You talk about the book made of skin with the Pope's life and email that to me in a link. The TikTok, please. Please. Okay. Give your soul for eternal life, save you from damnation, other self-sacrifice, suffering for the blessing of never dying. Okay. What was I saying? Oh, the reason I got on that is because, and I think it was Java Watson that put it in the comment section. Oh no, it was Java Watson when I was talking about how I'd never heard this before, but I was like, damn, they called Jesus the last Adam. The last Adam. Because they say after Jesus, there ain't no more messiahs, right? So if Jesus is the last Adam, according to 1 Corinthians 15:45, right? And they talking about the last pope before the fall of the Roman Empire. And I've been telling y'all for months now that we need to conduct a motherfucking spiritual jack move on May 20th of this year, the 1700th anniversary of the Council of Nicaea, that the Pope has been. Oh, that's what I was saying. Does anybody remember what the banner is for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence on that page? I didn't see that, Lisa J. She says, because one of the last images of him is of him robing the head of a baby or rubbing the head of a baby. I don't remember that. Okay, man. The image on the Facebook group for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, the banner. And I did a whole long dissertation about why I chose that image 3 years ago. The reason I chose that image 3 years ago is because that image is of 3 birds, a white dove, a black bird, and a gray seagull. And in this image, the black bird and the seagull are killing the white dove. Okay, that image was taken in 2013. This was Pope Francis's second year, I think, as the Pope, or his first complete year. I think it was either his second year or his first one complete year, but it was their traditional New Year's Day ceremony, where for many, 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 many years, on the first day of the new year, the Pope would go to the highest window in the Vatican and release peace doves as a prayer for peace in the new year. And they would typically release 3 peace doves, 3 white doves, and they would fly off. And this would be like the ceremony, right? To welcome in the new year. So Pope Francis is a new pope at this time, and he does the peace ceremony. He has 2 little kids, a little boy and a little girl, up in the Vatican in this window with him, and all 3 of them release these little peace doves. And before, like in some images, you can still see the Pope and the kids. Like that's how quick it happened. As soon as they let the birds out of their hands, 2 black birds and a gray seagull attack the 3 peace doves and kill them. Kill the 3 white peace doves on the first day of the new year. And I think it was like his first year or second year as the Pope in the position. And they said it sent such a shockwave through the global Catholic community that people were like, oh my God, this is a bad omen. What does this mean? Oh my God. Like people were talking about this for weeks. These two black like crows or ravens or whatever they was, these 2 black birds and this big ass gray seagull descending on these 3 birds, attacking them and killing them. There was like a million images from every direction. And this ceremony that had been happening for hundreds of years, the release of the peace doves under Pope Francis, after these black birds and that gray bird attacked them damn peace doves, them white doves, he banned the practice of the ceremony. It has not happened again since. That happened in 2013. That happened. That's why I chose that. So now when you go on my Facebook Temple of Evolutionary Emergence friend group, you feel me? And you see this image of this black dove literally tearing the flesh off this white dove, this black dove attacking this bird and pulling, you can see him pulling meat in midair off this white bird. That was the image that I chose as the emblem for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, right? So this was Pope Francis. And people was like, oh my God, this is a bad omen. This is a bad omen, right? There's a bunch of other things that have happened under this dude that I could go back because they're just so eloquently and epically symbolic. So beautifully symbolic. Like, I don't remember what year, all of this under Pope Francis. I don't remember what year it was, but somebody had captured photographs and video footage of the storm that passed over Rome. And in the video footage that this guy captured of the storm, he recorded 13 direct lightning strikes to St. Peter's Basilica. He was like, I mean, it sent such a shockwave over the community that they had, what did they call it? Atmospheric scientists. Listen, y'all, atmospheric scientists analyzing the likelihood of 13 lightning strikes in the same place during the same storm. They were doing statistical analyses of the likelihood of that many lightning strikes striking the same building in the same storm. This dude recorded 13 lightning strikes. That little pointy thing on the top of St. Peter's Basilica, lightning struck that motherfucker 13 times in the same storm. Then there was another situation where this guy is a photographer in Brazil, and he took this gloriously immaculate, beautiful, and he said he had attempted to do it many times, but he waited up there for hours where the Jesus statue is on the highest peak in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro. He said, I had attempted it many, many times, trying to get the perfect shot during a storm of lightning, because this statue is like the highest point in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro, right? So he's like, I've been trying for a long time to get the perfect shot during a storm, whatever. And he got this beautiful, beautiful shot of this lightning strike that, because you know that statue, the hands, my fucking shoulder still hurts. The hands come out like this on the Jesus statue, right? How this light, he got a perfect picture of a bolt of lightning coming straight down, not at an angle, straight down on the top of the Jesus statue's head, and he caught the image. People was talking about that image for months, 4 months. It was only me researching this statue, because you know me, I'm gonna see a picture like that, I'm gonna do a deep dive. So I do a deep dive when I see the image of this lightning striking Jesus on the top of the head in Rio. So I go into this deep dive, like, when was the statue built? You know, how many statues like this exist around the world? I didn't know there were that many. It was like 20 something. And that's not even the biggest one. The biggest one is in fucking Nigeria. The biggest Jesus statue on earth is in Nigeria. Anyway, this particular one was interesting because when they built, apparently there was all this controversy about them building, because they built it, I want to say in the 19 teens or the 1920s. I might be mistaken. I think it was the 19 teens or I know it was like around the turn of the century. Okay. So when they had made the proposition to the city to build this Jesus statue, right, there was all this controversy even leading up to it, because that mountain, according to the indigenous people, was the most sacred mountain in Brazil, in the country of Brazil. The indigenous people called it, I forget the actual name that they used to describe the mountain, but the mountain's name in translation meant the mountain of divine passion or divine lust or something like that. It was like sexy. It was like, yes. the mountain of divine lust or something like that, right? And so the Christians was like, oh no, we got to put Jesus on top. We got to put Jesus on top of this shit, because the indigenous people still call this mountain the mountain of divine lust or divine passion or some shit, right? So they sought to erect this Jesus statue on top of the goddamn mountain. But let me tell you what they did, y'all. I deep dive everything, and I'm always amazed by it. When they finally got through all the controversy of using the land, there was also some financial, all kind of controversy presenting itself to make it so that this shit was impossible. When they quote persevered over all of that shit and finally constructed the Jesus statue, and they wanted to erect the Jesus statue, the designers, the architects of it came up with this idea in order to preserve it from like the forces of nature, like rain and all of this stuff. So they came up with this idea to cover the statue with tiles, with ceramic tiles, that were like, the shiny ceramic tiles, so that no matter if it rained or anything, like it would be preserved by this exterior that is tiles. So that Jesus statue that y'all see in Brazil, every square inch of that statue is covered in small triangular shape ceramic tiles, all like small, just like this, all small triangular shape ceramic tiles. Okay, so you're talking about millions and millions and millions of these little tiles covering the entire thing. If you Google right now and look at a close-up image of that statue, like you can actually see close-up images of just the eyes of the Jesus statue. Even the eyeballs are covered in these little ceramic triangle shaped tiles. Okay. So when they decide that they're going to take on this project of covering this Jesus statue with millions and millions and millions of ceramic triangle tiles, what they do to execute this little task was to hire nothing but indigenous and Black women to place the tiles. All of those tiles were placed on the statue by Black and indigenous women. And do you know what these women did while executing this task? These motherfucking women, while executing this task, they received the tiles. And what the story was that I read right online was that the women took little instruments like little chisels, and on every single solitary tile, they chiseled on the backside that was going to go on to Jesus. They chiseled on the backside of every single one of those tiles the names of their ancestors. Y'all heard me? These women took little instruments while doing this tedious ass job, and on every tile etched the names of different ancestors on each tile, and then put it on there, and then put it on there. That shit blew my mind. That shit, like when I say there is gangster shit that we must do, that is gangster shit that they did. That is gangster shit that they did. These women, these Black and indigenous women who probably didn't get paid anywhere near what they should have gotten paid to execute that task in the first place, was like, that's all right. That's all right. We got this. Scores of millions of tiles on this Jesus with all these transitioned ancestors all over it. All over. What y'all talking about over here? Because one of the last images of him, he is in the Pope mobile. Oh my God, I just watched the video of the Dove release, and the boy is wearing blue and the Pope is wearing white and the girl is wearing red. Child, I did not even notice that. Sage Page, email that little comment to me, because it's gonna go in my notes. I can't go in my notes right now. Oh my God, I didn't even notice. Yo, my God. Oh my God. Using the energy of the women and the ancestors' power of the work they did. Wow. Yeah. That's what I read when that statue got struck on the top of its head and everybody was freaking out around the world. Right? Um, all of this under Pope Francis, right? And there's a list of shit I can go down, but that bird release that was pretty significant. It was the last time he ever did the peace ceremony, and said that from that day on, the Vatican would no longer be doing the peace rituals. Significant, right? Because again, images have much more of an impact on our behavior in the world. Symbols, images. Hell, the Da Vinci Code, the whole first Da Vinci Code was about that. The whole first Da Vinci Code was nothing but about symbols, secrets, images, sacred objects, and all of this shit, and the impact that it has on what we think are our own ideas, our own free will, our right? So anyway, damn. I know I'll be going off. I was trying to find that vampire. I'm gonna have to find that vampire scripture for the next time we up on here, because it is the reason I asked the question, is it a contradiction? Is it or is it not a contradiction to call Jesus a vampire? Based on this and based on what we read last night from the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets about the origin of vampire mythology, and what we know overall about what every single solitary patriarchal religion has done to the mother. Is it or is it not a contradiction to call Jesus the original vampire or a vampire, right? It's not a contradiction. As a matter of fact, it's par for the course. Because if Jesus becomes the personification of the male mother, why do I say he's the male mother? Why do I say he's the male mother? Because he is the most recent and the peak personification of this tendency of savior deities, who are born from the body of a mortal, typically being impregnated against her will by some deity, right? So he can give birth to himself through this vessel called the woman, right? And when he gives birth to himself through the body of this female, right, that his whole purpose and role is to become greater than his mother. His whole purpose for incarnation is to become greater than she who gave life to him, who gave birth to him. And the only way for him in his fucking mediocrity to become greater than his mother is to simultaneously self-exalt himself, to make a declaration out of sheer ambiguity. Bitch, I'm here and I'm God. You feel me? I can't help it. I'm just telling y'all what it is. I'm God. You feel me? And my Father is in heaven. You feel me? And I'm God. So in the exaltation of himself, he cannot just exalt himself and expect that people are going to take his word for it. Now, the power and the magic inherent in the body of his mother, right? What is that? To take abstract energy and consolidate it into a force with its own destiny, one. Two, to house that ambiguous spirit in her body for 9 months so that it may live at her expense. Two, to baptize that entity in the first ceremony that he or she will be involved in, the baptism in holy primordial sacred water that has been here since the beginning of all things on earth. One, the cracking in half of his mother's body so that he may become a material force. He may become what he may demonstrate the evidence of life by having the cross at his crown chakra consecrated in her birth blood. 3, and that even once he moves past the veil from unseen to seen, the magical veil that he has to pass through. What do the Hindus call it? I told y'all this. The Hindus call this process the path of unknowing. Our entry into the seen realm from the unseen realm through the birth canal, which is the path of unknowing, that even after he traverses through this epic transformation called the path of unknowing, that his abilities to sustain life is still vitally tingent upon his ability to attach outside of her body to his mother's body, where she still gives life unbroken. She still gives life. That she actually excretes leakages that are life preserving, that are life fulfilling, that are ultimately nurturing. She is so magical in her motherfucking body that if her baby gets sick, that if her baby is experiencing a disharmony anywhere, this is science I'm talking to you about, that if her baby experiences even the most minuscule disharmony anywhere, that all she needs to do is kiss her baby on the mouth, and her baby's saliva will communicate to her own saliva that sends a message to her hypothalamus to adjust the contents of her heavenly leakages that can now become medicine to this baby. That's why we don't think anything about it. We think, oh, our baby's so cute. That our body, through love, through the love hormone, and how it manipulates our saliva so that the saliva of the baby becomes a way for the baby to communicate to the mother's hypothalamus that we need to produce more whatever. As we're producing breast milk, we need to produce more we might need to produce more white blood cells in the breast milk. We might need to produce less blood cells in the breast milk. We may need to adjust because something's wrong with the baby, and I can detect it when I kiss my baby. And then our leakages adjust accordingly. Ain't that some magical, mystical motherfucking shit? And so the son, perceiving that he is greater than his creator, must simultaneously what did I call it? Shit. What did I just say? When he, self-elevation. That wasn't the word I used. But he must elevate himself. He must, what's the word I used, y'all? I just used the goddamn word. Damn. Anyway, he must elevate himself. He must declare from abstraction his divine ordination from on high, that he is now greater than his mother. Once he reaches 33 years old, I am now the perfect and complete personification of the great God in heaven. I am God in the flesh, indistinguishable from the great God in the sky. You feel me? And the only way for your lowly self, even my mama, to experience, to get to, what does Jesus say? There is but one way to my Father in heaven, and that is through me. That's what Jesus said, right? But in order for people to accept his, what's the goddamn word I used? His self-elevation, the only way for people to accept it is now he has to be able to do that which his mother does. So he has to reproduce stories untrue, but he has to simultaneously self-elevate. He has to simultaneously take all of the stories and the evidences of the magical, mystical workings of his mama and impose them on himself, assume them for himself. You feel me? And at the same time, eradicate and erase the memory, people's conscious collective memory of the magic that is mother. Because she's contention. She's his primary contest. She's his primary competition, his mama. She's his primary competition, his mother. You feel me? Why is this important? Because he has to demand a suppression. What did Mary Daly say in Pure Lust? What did Mary Daly say in Pure Lust? That was the greatest threat to patriarchy. Y'all remember what she said? One thing was the greatest threat to patriarchy. Y'all spent 6 months walking through that book with me, and we walked through that book with a fine-tooth comb. Somebody better tell me what this white woman said represents the singular greatest threat to patriarchy and patriarchal institutions. Come on in the motherfucking room, Claudia Ancra. Somebody be up in here listening. Somebody in here be taking this shit serious and embodying this shit. Yes. She said the singular greatest threat is the women of the world, what she calls the sisterhood. What does she call it? The sisterhood of women, or whatever the fuck she call it, regaining their collective memory. And this is why every single patriarchal institution has in its playbook. What did she call it? She called it like something like exalted. Thank you so much. I was like, I just said the word exalted. Thank you so much. She said that's why the greatest weapon of patriarchal institutions is global fucking amnesia. That's what she said. And then you start seeing all the ways where this is the case. All the ways where this becomes their primary weapon is the collective imposed amnesia. Not just on women, on everybody on the whole of the globe. On the whole of we are all experiencing a grand strategy of imposed collective amnesia. And what is the purpose of imposed collective amnesia? It is to make you blind through forgetfulness, the magic that is your mother. And if your mother is magic, bitch, if your mother is God, bitch, if everything that she does becomes the evidence of God on earth, the magical leakages of her titties, the magical leakages of her saliva. Remember I was telling you the study that was just done recently that demonstrated almost conclusively that it is only the tears of crying women that have some component in it that actually can be used to heal wounds. The magical leakages even of her sorrow, goddammit. The magical leakages of her goddamn orgasmic juices. What did they say about Kali? Where's that book? When they was talking about the greatest offense, child, when they talked about the greatest offense to the goddess Kali is for one to misuse her magical orgasmic, to mistreat her magical orgasmic juices or something to that effect. That ain't no shit. I said that's what the Hindus say about Kali, that the greatest crime that you can commit against Kali is to mistreat and misuse her magical, mystical, orgasmic juices or some shit like that. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what they said. How dare you abuse her? How dare you abuse her orgasm? Now y'all see why I got a motherfucking attitude when motherfuckers don't show up right. Bitch, I'm magical out this bitch. How dare you? How dare you mistreat my motherfucking magic? God damn it. You feel me? But I want to find that shit because I just saw it the other day. I was like, yeah, I forgot about that. They did talk about how she be getting the attitude when a bitch be betraying her in acts of what is supposed to be magical ecstasy. It's just the only way you as a man in the flesh can experience heaven on earth without dying some fucking martyrdom, painful fucking death. The only way you can see heaven in Jesus is through death, because it's a death cult. The only way Jesus allows you to experience heaven is through death. Huh? But hear the mother say, I don't want you to die to experience heaven, baby. All you got to do is lay a bitch right, and you will experience through this two-sided gateway simultaneously the serpent and the fish that is her vagina. Or for those of you who do not have sex with women, you still have the woman in you. You still have the goddess in you, called the serpent in your lower spine. Stimulation through sexual ecstasy of the sleeping serpent, looking, seeking to help you see heaven while you are in the flesh. And then you motherfuckers go and betray the process. You trying to experience heaven, but the only thing you can do is execute these same brutal tenets and foundations of this church that has literally stifled your genius, men, stifled your compassion, men, stifled your ability to become your best and God's self. So what do? You use the same institutional pillars of the church, the same church that abused your ass. You use them same pillars to abuse those who are the most likely to help you experience freedom in real time, sovereignty in real time, revolutionary radical transformation in real motherfucking time is the woman in proximity to you. She becomes the source. She becomes the source of your aggressions against the motherfucker who has actually fucked up your whole life, your whole existence. Your whole existence. You use their weapons to attack her, as they are the ones that still hold you hostage up in this bitch. And what do you use? You use sadomasochistic asceticism. You have internalized in your mind that any crime you commit against woman is what she deserved by virtue of being born woman. That's what your church teaches you. That's why you execute the most gruesome and violent crimes against the bodies of women. And those crimes get more vicious, more violent, more terroristic, the more sexually free she is. Think about how the target of the majority of serial killers is always prostitutes. Have you even asked yourself why that is? Is it just because they're convenient? No, because the closer a woman is to any type of ecstatic sexual sovereignty, sexually expressive, sexually in control of her own body, the more outraged you get, because that's what your Jesus tells you to do. That's what your Jesus has trained you to do. That somebody in this relationship has to be the ordained recipient of pain and suffering. Somebody has to be the ordained what's the word I'm looking for? The ordained disseminator of that pain and suffering. Both of y'all are getting, quote, what you deserve in this relationship. You being born with a penis automatically makes you the executioner of pain and suffering on those that you deem deserve pain and suffering for their failure to comply to the white, male, bearded Father God in the white heaven, in the white sky, in the white mansions. So even if your ass is black with a penis, even if your ass is Arab with a penis, even if your ass is Asian with a penis, even if your ass is brown skinned with a penis, even if your ass is Native American and getting your whole ass handed to you regularly, if you're Native and you're born with a penis, anything that you do to women, it is your divine inherent right to be the disseminator of suffering against that woman. This shit's so deep. It's so deep. And the mother makes it plain. And the mother makes it simple. Everywhere we look, she's like, damn, how much more complicated can y'all make this shit? Just when y'all think y'all done reached the apex of how complicated and weird y'all can make this shit, y'all come up with new ways to further isolate yourself and complicate this shit. I'm just trying to tell you, bitch, I made it simple. You want to experience heaven on earth? Stimulate your kundalini. Get laid and get laid well. Get laid in public. Get laid outside. Let everybody else see what divine ecstasy looks like so they can get hip to the game too. So they can tap into this free primordial medicine that oozes naturally out of the bodies of these motherfuckers with uteruses, where every time they leak from anywhere, magic comes out. You got something? You got a problem? Make this bitch cry tears of joy so you can collect the tears and bandage your wounds with the shit. You feel me? Your ass got leprosy, bitch. Let a goddess, let a temple priestess, a temple harlot come in your eye, and she can cure motherfucking leprosy. These are the stories. I'm not being funny. I'm telling you, these are the stories that we have collectively forgotten, that have collectively caused us to demote God on earth to those whose only lot in life is to suffer at the hands of their sons. Our only purpose on this planet, as created by our sons gone rogue, is to be the lowly, deserving of pain and suffering cattle, mechanized cattle uteruses. They are the holders and preservers of divine seed, while we attempt for validation to give birth to more males. And to be the unvocal, completely quiet and complicit and compliant receivers of the divine, the receivers of the divine judgment handed down by the personifications of God, which are penis possessing humans, because we, no matter what good we do, we will never be able to reconcile the original crime by the original bitch, Eve, who damned us all. You feel me? And so any suffering that we take into ourselves is deserved. And any punishment, pain, suffering, and cruelty as administered by a person who possesses a penis, he is instantly absolved as the divine disseminator of pain and suffering. You did a good job. That's exactly what you were supposed to do. Keep that bitch compliant. Do what you got to do. We'll give you a little tap on the wrist. If you get caught or you go to jail, we'll give you a little tap on the wrist, but we'll probably let you out on good behavior in a month or two just to save face, so these bitches don't rise up and overthrow no shit. But good job. You did exactly what you were supposed to do as the God in your household, as the representation of God in your home. Anyway, how'd I get on that? I got on this whole thing about Jesus. I got on this whole thing about Jesus as a vampire. Got on this whole thing about Jesus as a zombie, because even this story, that's how I got on this whole thing. Jesus is just a long line of sons of the mother who exalted themselves above the mother, but in their exaltation had to simultaneously what do we call it? They had to culturally appropriate the mother's attributes, scratch our name off of it. You feel me? Say we invented it, like Elvis Presley did, because he the king of rock and roll, truth be told. You feel me? Right? He had to first exalt himself. Elvis. He had to exalt himself in his mediocrity, in his mediocre attempts to replicate the divine essence of the genius that just naturally flows and emanates from the bodies of black skinned peoples. You feel me? He was performing mediocre renditions of black genius. You feel me? So he couldn't just self-exalt. He had to self-exalt. He had to what? Culturally appropriate the side effects of the expression of that genius, the shaking of the hips, the dancing like niggas do, you feel me, the little mannerisms and all of that shit. He had to culturally appropriate what happens and exudes from black skinned people naturally, But at the same time, he had to disappear the evidence of everyone that contributed to who it is he would become as the quote king of rock and roll. Did he just do that by rote? Did he just do that because he was a filthy motherfucker? Nope, he didn't just do that. He learned that. Where he learned that from? Growing up in the Christian church. Growing up in the Christian. Jesus is the blueprint for every cultural appropriator on earth. Ain't he though? God damn. Jesus is the poster child. Jesus is the architectural blueprint for how to self-exalt in your mediocrity, to make a declaration of divinity out of sheer ambiguity, to solidify this declaration by taking the most magical motherfucker you can find, oppressing them so that you can absorb and culturally appropriate that which occurs from them naturally, while at the same time disappearing the evidence of their contributions. So now you become God incarnate and not the creator. In any scenario, name a scenario, you become the divine incarnate, you become God incarnate while not having to do a motherfucking thing but oppress. That's all you are required to do. See, mediocrity, because you're fearful. All the time, 24 hours a day, you are fearful that your mediocrity will be exposed. And instead of all that time and energy that you spend oppressing others to, quote, absorb what don't belong to you, instead of seeing yourself as a part of the whole, that if you were not violent, if you were not malignant, you would be able to share and exchange freely, and nobody would call you a culture vulture. Nobody would call you an appropriator, because now you are a part of the singular whole that is we, not outside yourself. Now you are within us. You feel me? Cultural appropriation would be a non-issue if oppression did not exist. If exploitation did not exist, cultural appropriation would be a non-issue. See what I'm saying? But because in your mediocrity, you have never busted a grape. Ain't never busted a grape. All that time and energy and warfare and bloodshed that you have spent, all that energy that you could have spent evolving, that you could have spent growing in harmonious union with the other inhabitants of the earth, all that time and energy you done spent oppressing, because that's your only bag, because you have never taken it upon yourself the need to evolve. All you can do is reproduce what your father Godheads have produced for you as a scapegoat, as a quick unearned route to the title of genius, while your ass is basic as fuck and has not evolved at all. Here you talking about Hippocrates and what's some of the other goddamn great philosophers? I can't think of none off the top of my head for whatever reason. Socrates and and all of these cats. And the line ain't changed once in 3,000 years. Evidence of your mediocrity. How y'all still asking the question, to be or not to be? That is the question. No, the fuck it ain't the question. We is. To be or not to be is not the motherfucking question. And to me, it's the dumbest shit ever. It is the most glaring example of this tendency to just lay and remain in mediocrity. The fuck is wrong with y'all? To just lay in mediocrity, because oppression gets you everything you want without having to do the work to evolve. Ain't that about a bitch? Ain't that about a bitch? Ain't that about a bitch? And who, at least, is your most recent poster child, blueprint, architectural blueprint for how to remain basic and still control everything that lays within your sights and grasp? Ain't that about a goddamn bitch? To remain basic, to deliberately desire to remain basic, to remain mediocre, while still wanting to lay claim to everything that is. And the only grape you're going to bust to accomplish that is to destroy everything. The same everything that you want to control is the same everything that you are destroying in real time. The paradox of the hatred of the mother. That is all it is. Everything that you see, is the paradox of the hatred of the mother. Imagine the sickness. Imagine the insanity that emerges in a human being's mind, body, and spirit when they enter into this earth feeling completely safe. That safety is not even a concept because they just exist in their raw self. And everybody they see is smiling at them. Oh, the baby's so cute. Your baby's so cute. Oh, look at your little baby. Mama, you did good. And mama is ever present. Her watchful eye is ever present. And all she is interested in is seeing you happy, To love this thing that you experience for just a small, brief period of time. To be completely surrounded by love in its most amazing personification, and then to be thrust in a world that tells you you are insane for loving women, you are insane for loving your mother, and every single thing you are exposed to from the moment you are born teaches you, plants a cancerous seed in your baby brain that attack, like it is so deep and profound that your flesh child, your flesh and your blood and your bones tell you that you love your mama, that you love everything about your mama, that she can do no wrong even if she's not a good mother, that you just love your mama. And then there is a moment when that switches, because the whole world, every single minute of the day, teaches you that you should hate the mother and that you should exalt the father, even if he is absent. Even if you do not know his name, you long for him. Even if you had a terrible father, his terribleness was just a response to your wicked ass mama. Your mama must have did something that made him that way. This shit is deep. And men's hatred of us, they may not even internalize it as hatred, but their hatred of us is a sickness that they too suffer from. And all they need to do is look to their Abrahamic forefathers to see the source of that sickness. If you have me tell it, every psychological disease on the planet Earth has its origin in Abraham. Every diagnosable, undiagnosed mental illness on Earth is caused by Jesus and his motherfucking homies. Jesus, his homies, his forefathers, who? Jacob, Abraham, what's his name? Samuel, Elijah, Elisha, who the other motherfuckers? Solomon, you name them. They all guilty. Allah, Muhammad, all of them. Buddha, Krishna, Shiva, all of them. Brahma, all of them. Enki, all of them. Motherfucking Horus, Osiris, all of them. You want me to go deeper and more offensive? Obatala, Eshu, Olodumare, hold on, Ogun, Shanga, all of them. All of them. All of them. Yep. Who another one? All of them. Oshosi. Mm-hmm. Who else? Elegua. All of them. 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 That's why I started out by saying I'm going to hurt somebody's feelings. I know I'm going all over the place, but I'm trying to take you on a walk. Just like I'm saying that Jesus is the architectural blueprint for egomania. Jesus is the architectural blueprint for noble narcissism. Jesus is the architectural blueprint for modern day vampirism and zombie sci-fi taking over the world. Zombies An end of the world apocalypse run by zombies. If that is not a metaphor for today, child, I do not know. Jesus becomes the metaphor for end of the world zombie apocalypse. Every single goddamn apocalypse movie about zombies taking over the world. Jesus is the goddamn architectural blueprint for that shit. Yes, he is. Jesus is the gaslighting ass, breadcrumbing ass, stereotypical prototype for strategic and weaponized incompetence. He the one. He the one. He the one. He the one. I tell you, Jesus as the primary cause of school shootings. Jesus is the prototype for everything malignant on earth. Yes, he is. 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 I'm working on right now in one of my books. One of the titles for one of the future lives that I'm gonna do, workshops I'm gonna do for y'all gonna be mad. Because I know some of y'all are still triggered by this Jesus talk that I be doing. Because I be going the fuck off on Jesus. I be giving Jesus a hard time. You feel me? I be giving Jesus a hard time. You feel me? One of the things that I am currently working on, among many, that it might even be a book title, truth be told, is the hidden in plain sight relationship between Jesus, cults, and serial killers. You want to know why there's serial killers in the world? You want to know why on the whole of the planet there are United States of America has the highest number of recorded incidences of serial killers of any country on earth, and it still ranks number 18th in population. United States, it ranks 18th, number 18 in terms of its population to the rest of the world. The last time I read, the United States got something like 6,782 recorded serial killers in the history of just the last 145 years. The last 145 years, the United States got on record 6,500, 6,700 and something odd serial killers. The country next to it with the most numbers of recorded documented serial killers is England with 800 and some change. 6,000 something, and the next most number is England with 700 and some change, or 800 and some change. What is it peculiar about the United States of America that makes it have more documented serial killers than any other country on earth? I wonder. So this title that I am always working on, that's why I'm watching all these damn documentaries about cults and all these documentaries about serial killers and what links them all. What links them all? You feel me? That Jesus shit, that's what links them all. That Jesus shit, that shit links them all. Yeah, it do. Yeah, it do. So when I say, you know what? As a matter of fact, Mary Daly talked about it. What did she say in that book? She said, I think this was in the first chapter. She made these categorizations of different types of men who commit violence against women. Right? She's like, men do not have to be conscious. They don't have to be conscious executors. What did she say? It was like they don't have to be conscious. Like what I'm always telling y'all, I'm paraphrasing because she said something very specific because she gave different types of names to different types of executors of violence in the form of men, and how they, no matter what their expression of violence is, no matter what their style of violence is, whether it's domestic violence or whether they're serial killers, whether they're pimps or whatever, that any singular act of violence committed by a man against a woman or a child or an other, right? Any marginalized person, every singular act of violence committed against a woman in this society is an unconscious act that that supports and strengthens the state. That's what she said. So they don't have to be conscious agents. And that's what I'm telling you all the time. Motherfucker ain't got to be a conscious agent of the state for their behavior, for their goddamn malignancy, for their whatever their bag is in terms of their afflicted goddamn behavior in the world, for their behavior to serve the state. They don't have to be a conscious paid agent on the payroll of the goddamn feds or the CIA or any of that shit for their behavior to serve and benefit the state. And any act of violence against the body of a woman is an act by the state, and this man is the executor of the state's will in real time. That's what she say. That's why Mary in this motherfucking movie, she is an agent, bitch. Now, the reason I went off on this Jesus shit, let me just say that I ain't gonna get too much more far off from this. But the reason I brought this whole Jesus thing up in the first place is because of the metaphor between Mary. Because I told y'all, what did I say about Mary last night? Right? There's two significant Marys in the Bible. This girl represents both. She represents the maiden and she represents the whore. That's what she does. She represents the maiden. Her whiteness is what gives her the cut it out. Y'all be in here growling at each other. Y'all don't run shit. She represents both Mary Magdalene and Mary, the Virgin, Mother of Jesus. She represents the whore and the Madonna. That's what she does. Her whiteness gives her. White women are automatically given a presumption of purity, pristineness, of purity, of innocence, just by entering the space. It's what they command. She represented that. Her quote, the presumption. Listen, y'all, because y'all ain't ready to go this deep. The presumption in that short little scenario that she is in, the presumption that her connection to, because it's in there. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. The presumption that once she enters into this space with Black people and she, for opportunistic reasons, acknowledges her Black self, right? When she's talking to Sammy and she's like, well, my mom's dad or my mom's I think it was my mom's granddad was half Black, right? Or she said my granddad or my whatever is half Black. When she pulled her little, I'm a % Black, so I have a right, because that's what she's saying inherently. I don't care how white I look. I got a Black parent, and that makes me just as entitled to this space as anybody else. I don't care how much my whiteness may cause harm to anybody in this space. Let the police roll up into the juke joint, the unofficial, unlicensed club, and see one white girl. This becomes the basis for them to clamp down like a goddamn lead bomb on this institution just for the fact that the white girl is in this space with all these Negroes. She didn't give a fuck about that. Because the people was like, you can't be here. This is not cool. This is not safe. You can't be here. She was like, I'm Black too. That's essentially what she was saying when she bring up the fact that she an octoroon, when she bring up the fact that she got a little drop of Black blood. I'm Black too. And so the unspoken subtext is, bitch, I have just as much right to be here as you. When she roll up in the space and she's with us, this is her, and she plays the role. This is her personification as Mary the whore, Mary the prostitute, Mary Magdalene. This is her personification because it is her proximity to Blackness that makes her bad. You feel me? When dude talk about, well, you married to a rich white man, like what you want to be over here for? This is her connection to the presumption of purity and piousness. And what's the other word? And like this is her personification as the good Mary, right? As the pure Mary, as the innocent Mary. It is her proximity to white power. It is her proximity to white wealth. It is her ability to hide in plain sight. Because I guarantee you that bullshit that she pulled in the club, I'm black too. I guarantee you she wouldn't say that to her rich white husband. She wouldn't be like, fuck what you heard, I'm black. She wouldn't do that. So that power play, because it was a power play she pulled. It was a power play she pulled. It was her whiteness that entered that space and that whiteness being tied to her inherent embodied entitlement to every space she lays eyes on. Right? And she go up in that space, and when she ain't getting the response that she thought she should have got, you feel me? Everybody, Sammy telling her, the red dude telling her, the blue dude everybody telling like, girl, like maybe you need to leave. You feel me? Like we ain't trying to be no kind of way, but like maybe you need to leave. And she's like, I'm black, right? And we empathize. Oh, poor thing. She can't help that she an octoroon. You feel? We can't help that she look how she look. Does that still entitle you to spaces where you put other people's lives in danger because of your whiteness? And if you really loved everybody in the room, wouldn't you want to be like, you know what? I really do not want. I know that we live in this 1932. I don't want to put those people that I care about in harm's way. So I can do without a night on the town, you feel me? To make sure that I keep those people that I care about safe. She didn't give a fuck about nobody in that room. Not even the nigga that she made this great declaration to. Fuck what you say out your mouth, man. What does your behavior mean to my safety and my sovereignty? What does your behavior demonstrate about how you feel about me? And her behavior, not what she said out of her mouth. Her behavior demonstrated something completely antithetical to what she was saying out her mouth about love, and I waited for you, guilty. What did she do? She acted like Jesus, guilting and gaslighting. I waited for you, and I love you, and why you gonna do this to me? He's like, because I'm trying to keep myself safe. That's why I made sure I stayed away so you get yourself a cushy little mansion and a motherfucker with some money and shit so you can live safe. It is not safe for you to claim your blackness in this world. Gone over there into the white world where you can be safe. You feel me? Where you can live a comfortable life. That's what he said. You know what I'm saying? He said, because I love you, this is what I did. I stayed away so that you could have a decent life, that you could have a safe life, that you could have a comfortable life. That's what love looks like in action. I don't want no white husband, but you still got him, girl. At the end of the night, you can still take your ass home to him in that nice little mansion that you live in. Fuck what you say out your mouth. And that's the problem with Mary, and it's the problem with us historically. All it takes is for somebody who does not look like us to make declarations that have no actions to back. All they got to do is say nice shit with no actions to back. All they got to do is make grand, sweeping, flowery declarations of love, or friendship, or solidarity with no action to back. And we will welcome them in, arms wide open. Oh, see, that's some good shit they talking about. See, they say they doing, they say they with no action to back, and we will welcome them right into the space. As if we don't have a historical context that a measurable, identifiable, impactful evidence that we can rely on to help us make a scientifically observable, informed decision about who it is we allow into proximity with us. And then every time you turn around, you see some movie. These movies are based on real life. Somebody mentioned Shannon Sharp earlier. Like, damn, nigga, you old enough to remember stories about your uncle so-and-so just looking wrong at a white girl and being found in somebody's backyard hanging from a tree. At what juncture, at what stopping point in history did that change? Since the year 2000, ask me how I know. Since the year 2000, there have been more than 450 lynchings, unexplained lynchings of Black men throughout this country in the last 20 years. All of them deemed suicide. Yep. That's the kind of political work I did. Is going to different states all over the South when some parent would call the Uhuru movement, some family would call the Uhuru movement about how they found their child 18, 19, 20 years old, dating some white girl in high school, dating some white girl in college. Next thing you know, they found lynched behind a grocery store, a lynch from a tree in downtown Atlanta. And within 24 hours, the coroner done said it was suicide by lynching. Suicide. And they want us to come and create a campaign to get justice for their child. This ain't the shit I'm talking about in ambiguity. I haven't seen this shit. 3 lynchings of Black children, of Black male children in high school. 3 within 2 weeks in the city of Tampa before I left Tampa. All of them deemed suicide by the coroner. Case closed. Suicide. No investigation. Suicide. You feel me? And so here we watching this movie. And even I'm listening to Black-skinned content creators talking about, well, everybody getting their tail feathers about Mary being white, but the story wasn't really about her being white. It was about, demonstrating that no matter how bad shit get for Black people, that our humanity is always going to take the center stage. We always going to see the human in everybody. The fuck? The hell you say? People had so many fucked up things to say about this character, child. I was like, y'all do me with that shit. Y'all do me with that shit. That's Mary. You feel me? The reason I mention her is because Mary, as this character, this dual personification of both Mary the whore and Mary the pure, Mary the whore and Mary the virgin. She is presumed innocent by sheer proximity to whiteness. She is presumed innocent. She is presumed pure. She is presumed fragile. She is presumed in need of love and shit. And the first thing this motherfucker said when she got up from taking this man's life, the first thing she said was what? What'd she say? We. Who the we she talking about? Her new compadres outside. The 3 white people. The only other 3 white people in the movie that she just met. But she known all these motherfuckers they like. What'd she say? My mama nursed y'all. My mama, what did she say? She said, my mama birthed y'all. My mama nursed y'all. My mama pretty much raised y'all. That's what she said. That's what she said. So here she done known these motherfuckers all their life. She meet these 3 white people outside. 2 of them are actually Klan. They become the new compadres. And the source of her power grab and aggression becomes everybody Black. That she would, quote, betray family for the acquisition of power. Because that's what she called them. She said, this is my family. You my people now. I'm one of them. Because, see, I'm Black too. You feel me? Undetectably, but I'm Black too. So I'm entitled too. And my proximity to you gives me easy access to that which you possess. That's what she said. In this relationship with her new compadres, the white folks. 2 of whom are the Klan. 2 of whom are the Klan. 2 of whom were actually preparing to go and kill these Black people before they died and was resurrected to end up still going to kill these black people anyway. Isn't that what happened? The dude that got turned, he was the nephew of the white man who sold them the property, who was the grand dragon of the local Ku Klux Klan. Isn't that what they revealed? That his ass was the grand dragon of the Ku Klux Klan. And when the white boy, Remick, went to their house and he peeped game. Yeah, I'm Irish. Y'all don't like me neither. But because I got white skin, guess what? I can do the same thing Mary did. I can flow easily into one realm, from one realm to another. I can, because I'm white. I might be Irish and I know you crackers hate me, but guess what? Y'all don't know I'm Irish until I tell you I'm Irish. So let me pull my white boy card real quick. Isn't that what Mary did? Mary was able to glide effortlessly from one realm to the other. You feel me? Play whiteness when it was convenient. Play Negro-ness when it was convenient to get her needs met over all others. That's what she did. But guess what? She ain't the only one that did that. Remick did it too. Oh, y'all, I know y'all white folks don't. I know y'all, what is it? Y'all WASP, y'all white Anglo-Saxon Protestants don't like my ass neither. But guess what? You don't know I'm Irish until I tell you so. So let me peep game real quick. I'm trying to get in y'all house to save me from these Choctaws who up on game. They know who I am. They know what I'm about. You feel me? So let me try to slide up in here to get rescued from these Choctaws. You feel me? And what does he see? He sees the very tall, standing, KKK cap and gown. And he's like, ooh, okay. All I got to do is talk ugly about these engines. So that's when his language changed. Y'all notice that? Because at first he was like, well, y'all just let me in. Like, help me, let me in. Then he peeped game because they were like, hell no, they both had a gun drawn on them. I was like, nigga, who you? He's like, I need help. It wasn't until he peeped the Klan outfit on the bed that he started talking about the engines. his whole vibe changed, his whole language changed. Them engines. In the mind of the Klan, what is an engine? A nigga. In the mind of the Klan, what is a Mexican? A nigga. In the mind of the Klan, you feel me? As soon as he said, they trying to get me, these old savages, these engines, help me. They let him right on in. And then ran their potential salvation right the fuck up off the porch. Right off the porch. They was like, look, we trying to put you on game. You understand? We don't even like y'all. We know y'all don't like us, but y'all humans. We don't want y'all to succumb to the wiles of the devil. They was like, get out of here, engine. He's like, well, you ain't got to tell me twice. Look, I ain't going to beg you to save yourself. He got right up off the porch. He's like, let's go. This shit ain't even worth that time. Let's go. They about to get this. The sun about to go down. Because you see him peeping that it's dusk. You feel me? I'm going to tell you, there are very seriously poignant scenes. And I mentioned this last night just superficially. There are very poignant scenes in that movie. Time of day scenes. Okay? So dusk. Do you remember I was telling y'all about the Mexican dude that was going off talking about how Ryan literally stole the script of the movie From Dusk to Dawn and just made it black? Nigga, this is older than Dusk to Dawn. And first of all, nigga, Dusk to Dawn is not a Latin movie. It's not a Latin movie. Quentin Tarantino is not Mexican. Quentin Tarantino is not Latin. So ain't. What's his name? What's the other white boy name that played in what's his name? That everybody loves so much. He played in Ocean's 11. What's his name? Oh, what's the white boy name to play in it? Plays his brother in the movie. Clooney? George Clooney. Yeah. George Clooney is not George Clooney is not Mexican, boo. George Clooney is not Latin American, boo. Joe damn show ain't. I think what's his name? I can't remember his name. But the Mexican guy that every time they need a quote mean looking Mexican to play in a movie, they get this guy. Oh my God, what's wrong with my brain? I love him, but I can't think of his name right now. But anyway, he is in it, I think. And then Selma Hayek, Danny Trejo. Thank you so much. I love Danny Trejo. He's so funny. He's so funny. He is in it, I think. And then Selma Hayek. That's it. Bitch. There wasn't no Mexican that made this movie. It wasn't no Latin American that made this movie. Shut up. Shut up. But anyway, him mentioning it, and he's talking about dusk till dawn and all the Christian, imagery, and about the girl whose father was a preacher and all of that shit. It is because this is a retelling of an old story. The most recent personification of this story is Jesus. God damn it. Is Jesus. But this story is older, especially as it's being told by Hollywood. This story is older. Who are the representations? Who are the deity representations of dusk and dawn? Somebody? Let me clarify. Who are the Kemetic representations, deity representations of dusk and dawn? Somebody tell me. I ain't being complicated at all. Whatever is the least common denominator. Thank you. Nope. Horus and Ra are the same entity. There's another. Helen Stevenson. There's another. Dusk represents who? Because Ra, aka Horus, represents who he represents. Who is his antithesis? Because Ra Horus represents the sunrise. So who is the entity? Who is the deity in Kemetic symbolism that represents the sunset or dusk? This is additional twin energy that I am talking about. No, this is additional twin energy that I am talking about. When I'm talking about twin energy, we are talking about when these stories are talking about the twins, all of them, they are not talking about separate entities. None of these mythologies are talking about separate entities. All of these mythologies. God damn it. Here we go. All of these mythologies, every single solitary one, the Gemini, the Ibeji, the sun, the dusk, and the dawn, are talking about the dual personification of a single entity. In Chinese medicine, they call the yang the light side or the sunny side of the mountain. In Chinese medicine, they call the yin the dark side or the shaded side of the mountain. The mountain is the same, child. The mountain is one. This is the two personifications of the mountain, the two extreme polar opposite presentations of the singular mountain, the shadow side or the shady side and the sunny side. When you're talking about dusk and dawn, in layman's terms, is it two different entities that create dusk and dawn? Is it two different entities that represent or that create dusk and dawn? What is the difference between dusk and dawn? What is the difference between dusk and dawn? The very basic difference between dusk and dawn. Come on, y'all. Is it too late for y'all? Do I need to close? It is late. I've been up on here for a long time. Do I need to end this live and do this again tomorrow? Not even the rotation of the sun. Close, but it's not the rotation of the sun that determines dusk and dawn. It's the side of the planet that we perceive the sun. It's the Earth in her rotation that determines dusk and dawn. The central entity is the same. The sun is either setting, dusk. It is either entering into, what do they say about Ra, who is the personification? Ra is the sun. Okay? Horus, Ra, whatever you want to call him. Osiris, Ra is the sun. Period. Okay? Depending upon his relationship with our planet will determine his personification. Ra, who is the sun, is either, because the story is, I didn't know I was going to have to teach a lesson on this, but it's important. Because once you see this shit, everything that you saw in that movie becomes so crystal clear, it's like getting kicked in the face. Okay? Because you have to also remember that when we talk about how when black people, like black cultural nationalists and stuff, talk about how the Kemetic religion is the most obvious source of the Christian tradition, and how Jesus is the personification of the sun god Ra. That's where his story is fashioned after. That Jesus Christ, the way we the Hebrew personification of god Ra. Okay? And the whole story is that when the Hyksos who are now Hebrews, or quote Jews, when the Hyksos invaded Egypt, they weren't enslaved in Egypt, they invaded Egypt and lived there. Well, cut it out. When they invaded Egypt, but after some time of being there, they were allowed to intermingle, they were allowed to intermarry, and some of these Hyksos even married into nobility. This is what changed the complexion of the Egyptians. Okay? Because the Hyksos, who were nomadic people, who were not royalty, were allowed to, after some time, marry into nobility. This is what changed the complexion of Kemet itself. And while they were there for all this time, not living as servant slaves, living in the society, welcomed into society, even though they came in as invaders. You feel me? That the Hyksos, the reason that they say that Ra is the most likely image of what would become Jesus Christ is because if you in somebody's shit for a long period of time, the cultures are going to mingle. You feel me? Some of what you believe going to rub off into our culture and our beliefs and mythologies and so on. And that this is the reason that that Ra is the most likely character that Jesus Christ as a quote son savior is fashioned after. Now, if Ra is the sun, and he over here just doing what the sun do, he is just rotating on his own axis. I forget how long it takes the sun to make a singular revolution, but he just over here revolving on his own axis. You feel me? He just doing what the sun do, right? Everything that we experience on Earth in relationship to the sun is about the Earth. It is about her rotation on her axis. It is about her rotation around the sun. So here is the sun. Okay, this is Ra. Okay, this is Ra. And Ra and his relationship. So what I will do is put like a, let's see how I can do that. So this is Earth, all right? And the reason I drew a little line there is, let's see. Okay. We're going to put a line there. We're going to put a line there. We're going to call this line noon. We're going to call this line noon. Okay? And we're going to call this line dawn. And we're going to call this line dusk. Okay? So this is high noon. This is dawn. And this is, look, dusk. Dusk, right? And this is based on the Earth's rotation, because the sun doing his own thing. Us experiencing noon, dusk, and dawn is based on her rotation. It's based on her activity. You feel me? Then the story of Ra and his relationship with the Mother Earth is this: is that Ra is the sun, at least from the perspective of Earth. Ra is the sun that travels through the realms. God damn. Ra travels through the realms. Okay? And when so we'll start with noon, okay? So Ra is his most powerful in his expression and personification at high noon. Why did I tell y'all that? In relationship to the yin and the yang. Why did I tell you that he's his most powerful at high noon? Because at high noon, up here, where the cross is, at high noon, right here, yang, or the sun, or the yang energy, right? In this period right here in his rotation, there is no yin present. There's no yin present. So the way that the ancients thought about this is when they're using a sundial to tell time, the way that they knew that it was high noon was the sundial would cast no shadow whatsoever. There would be no shadow. That's how you know it's high noon. The sun is directly overhead. When the sun casts no shadow, where there's, quote, no yin present, this is the sun at the height of its power. Okay? So here we are. At high noon, Ra is his most powerful. As a matter of fact, there is a mythology and a mythological story about Ra and him at high noon. Now, mind you, this high noon in the desert. Kemet is in the desert. You feel me? It wasn't always in the desert, but Kemet is in the desert. And so there is an actual mythological story that talks about when the sun becomes so emboldened that his power becomes destructive. His power becomes destructive, burning all there is. This is a story about how ancient Kemet went from being the fertile Nile Valley covered in green, in trees, in water, in streams. This is a story. This is a metaphorical astrological story about the sun shining on a place near the equator. And over time, if the sun is too strong or shines too long at high noon, how it causes desertification. And so the story says that when Ra was at his strongest, his mother could not challenge him, and he was about to destroy everything. And it wasn't until his mother bridled and anchored him that the destruction ended, that the destruction of Ra ended. This is a fact. This is an actual story. This isn't just a mythology. This is an explanation of environmental events of the past. How if the sun is shining at high noon too long at the equator in a place that used to be fertile, it will eventually lead to desertification, the destruction of all things yin, trees, water, the like. This story, okay? So Ra is a singular entity in the story. This singular entity that has multiple manifestations and personifications. So when you hear the story about Ra and his traveling around the earth, because that was what they perceived, right? This is him at his strongest or his apex at noon. As he passes noon, then he is getting closer and closer and closer to what? We call it dusk now, but what did it used to be called? Sunset. Why did it used to be called sunset? Because Ra's personification in the dark, in the nighttime hours, Ra's what is the word I'm looking for? Ra's personification as a deity in the dark is his, quote, brother, the god of the dark, named Set. That's his name. The dog-headed Set, the deity that has the black head of the canine. God damn it. The black head of the canine, Set, who all Set is Ra, as he makes his, what do we talk about with the temple harlots, the temple whores in Egypt? That they what? They kept the hours of the night while the sun god Ra made his traverse on the solar boat through the underworld. What's the underworld? When the sun set, when the sun went down behind the horizon, they perceived this as him going down, because the sun goes down when it sets. They perceived the sun disappearing into the underworld. They perceived the sun descending into the underworld because he disappeared behind the horizon. So when he descended, right, he was descending into the underworld. And so the temple harlots, the temple whores, would stay awake overnight to do ceremony and shit, right? They would do their business. They would do their bidding at night, keeping the hours of the night to protect the sun god Ra in his personification as Set, as he is making his traverse through the underworld on the solar boat. And then what happens? In the morning, he is resurrected, right? He has risen, right? He has been, quote, born again in the dawn. Just like when he broke his mama in half and he saw light for the first time. He breaks the surface of the earth, the opposite horizon of the earth, and he rises until his peak of power at high noon, and he begins to die, and disappear into the underworld. Do you understand what I'm saying? Ra, or Horus, or Osiris, as his newborn personification, as his new Osiris, as his newborn personification, and he's growing, and what is he doing as he's growing? He's getting stronger. He's getting stronger, and he's getting stronger, just like any baby would. He's getting stronger and stronger until he becomes his strongest at high noon, when he no longer needs his mother, when there's no yin present. And then, as he gets older and older, his power starts to what? Decline, until his death is fully realized at dusk or sunset. In this mythology, these entities were characterized as two separate entities, Osiris and Set, or Ra and Set. They were personified as two separate entities, two separate characters who were at war with one another. The story was that dawn represented what? The sun's, Ra's victory over the dark, or over Set. And then on the other side of the day, sunset represented Set, the lord of the underworld, the devil, the metaphorical bad guy, he who looked like a black dog of evil and shit, right? This represents Set's victory over Ra. Set is victorious every night, and Ra is victorious every morning as he ascends into heaven. As he ascends from the horizon, as he ascends into heaven. Isn't that something? Now, this story, the last thing I'll say about this, why is this story important in the context of this whole movie, in this whole story here? Is because what we have been told about every twin in mythology, right, is that they are dueling dueling opposites. One is good and one is bad. They imply it with this movie. One is good and one is bad, right? Elias or Eli, his ass is bad. This is Stack. He bad. You feel me? He bad. And it is implied that Elijah, Smoke, is good. Why is that implied? Hell, it's implied in their names. It's implied in their names. Elijah was considered the most loved prophet of God in the Bible. From beginning to the end of the 6,000 years of biblical history, that Elijah was the most loved prophet of them all. That God loved him so much. God loved him so much that he did not even want to see him die. What did the Bible say happened to Elijah? Because Elijah didn't die. As far as biblical history is concerned, as far as the Torah is concerned, as far as the Quran is concerned, Elijah never died. The only person in biblical history that never died. Even Jesus died. Even the Messiah died. Elijah didn't die. What the Bible says is that God loved him so much that he did not want to see him die. So instead, he sent a fiery chariot of horses to come down out of the sky and take Elijah up into heaven to walk with the Father God forever and ever. Mm-hmm. This is who our protagonist is fashioned after. Mm-hmm. And Elias, his character in the Bible, he gives birth to, he is the progenitor to two sons who refuse to follow in the path of righteousness. Elias, in the Bible, as the mentor to Samuel, aka Sammy in this movie, right? As the mentor to Sammy, he pretty much adopted Sammy as his son because his own two sons, his own two progeny, right? His own two progeny was so consumed in the ways and the pleasures of the world that God promised him that both your sons gonna die because they with that bullshit. You feel me? Right? And so he was so grief-stricken by God making this declaration that your sons got to go because they ain't heeding the call. They living in the world. They living in the flesh. You feel me? And so Samuel is going to be your son. Hannah was his mother. Hannah was like, I just want a baby. You feel? Just give me a baby and I will commit my baby to the service of the Lord. This is Samuel. Samuel becomes Elias's protege, aka adopted child. And his two sons become the personification of a life lived in pleasure and ecstasy. They even say that one of the sons, his name, the etymology of his name means the serpent mouthed, or he who speak, or he who is an oracle. So Elias, right, biblically, had a son that was a great warrior. They called him a fighter, right? He liked to fight. That was his pleasure, is he liked to throw down. He liked to get busy. Isn't this interesting? This is the movie y'all just watched. He had one son who loved to throw down. That was his pleasure. That was he liked fisticuff shit. This is your blue guy. This Smoke. Because Smoke was the one that shot the two dudes in the butt, one in the butt and one in the knee, right out the gate. Smoke was the one that killed the serpent. Remember the snake that was in the back of the truck? There is a story there. Smoke was the one that was quick to violence, but you could tell he was still benevolent. He was still kind to people. He was still looking to take care of people. Even the two dudes that he shot who was trying to rob him, he went into the store and told the Asian man, look, here's a lot of money. Here's some money because these dudes going to need some patching up. I shot one of them in the butt cheek and I shot one of them in the knee. You're going to need to go take care of them, right? So he was the, quote, benevolent son, but his thing was like, he liked the fisticuff shit. His other son, Elias's son, was the one that was called the snake-mouthed or the serpent-mouthed. He who was an oracle. This is the red one. He loved, in the Bible, he loved women. That was his weakness. He loved women. Didn't they create these characters right out the Bible? In the Bible, it says that the one who is the oracle, the one that could see the future, the one who spoke in serpent tongue, was the one that loved women. He loved ecstasy. He loved to fuck. You feel me? What am I telling you? This man was connected to his serpentine energy, his kundalini. You feel me? And him, the biblical etymology for his name literally means serpent-mouthed oracle. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? And here these characters are, literally fashioned verbatim out the scripture. Okay, so Sammy becomes Elias's adoptive son, since he's so disappointed in his actual son's worldly wilding ways. This is a story for y'all ass. Okay, he is disappointed that his kids are, quote, living in the flesh. He disappointed that his kids have divine gifts that they aren't using in service of the Lord. So Samuel becomes his protege, if you will. So isn't it interesting that in the movie, Elias, the Red, right, becomes the unofficial protege. That Sammy becomes the unofficial protege or mentee of the Red. Because the Red in the movie, he's playful, he's funny. Who does he act like? Who does he look like? Who is he dressed like? Anybody? Because I'm talking about the twin attribute right now, but there's something else there. Who does he look like? Who is he dressed like? Who does he behave like? Who does he act like? Olegba. He's dressed in red and black. In almost every scene that you see him in, he's dressed in red and black. Thank you, Claudia Ankara. Yeah, Olegba. The child who is the child. Listen, because Olegba is a twin, child. Olegba is a twin. What do I mean when I say that? Olegba, I am going to murder these cats this night. God damn it. Round nothing. This is my roommate's cat that's cutting the fucking clown. Anyway, why is Olegba a twin? Because what do we learn about Olegba? Olegba has a twofold personification. Every time you see Olegba, his face is split in half. He is red on one side and black on the other side. Why? Because Olegba is the childlike personification of this deity who is representing what planet? Who does Olegba represent? Yeah, come on. Hey, you, come on. You want to come outside? Come on. So you need to get your angst out. Come here. Come on now. Come on. Not you, girl. You know better. Come here, Nine. Come here. You want to go outside with your homies? I said not you, girl. Go about your life. Come on, Nine. Go ahead. Go about your life, child, because you're doing too much up in here. So let me tell you. I don't know if I told y'all or not, but the person that I'm housing that got displaced by the fires, his cat's name is Nine. Okay? His cat's name is Nine, y'all. I said, why you name your cat that? He was like, I don't know. It just came to me. I said, man, you cannot make this shit up. And he cute. He wild as hell. He big. He big. He big and skinny. He's not big and fat. He's big and skinny. And he looks just like a leopard. He's got a brown coat and polka dots. He literally looks like a little mini leopard. His name is Nine. Yes. So yes, Helen Stevenson, Olegba is the planet Mercury. Olegba is the planet Mercury, the great communicator, right? And why is this interesting? Because who is the planet that rules Gemini? The heavenly twins. What's the planet that rules Gemini? Same. Mercury. Same. The planet that rules Gemini is Mercury. Okay. So, and why am I, I'll do that later. But anyway, so the story of the twins, Elegba is a twin personification, just like this. This is a twin personification. This is two different personifications of a singular entity. This is considered twin energy, mirror energy. But this is mutually opposing, mutually beneficial energy, because this is still a singular entity. Like this symbol, Elegba represents the two manifestations, the two characteristics of a singular entity. That's why you always see a space split in half, one side black, one side red. Why? Because Elegba, in that personification, is playful. He's funny. He loves excesses. When you make an altar to, or a shrine to Elegba, it's going to have, he loves marbles and like toy trucks and cars, and he loves things that children would love. Elegba is the child personification of this entity. He loves playful things. He loves excesses too. So even though he's a child personification, he's still, because children don't know boundaries. Children are like, I'm just going to have fun until mama say I can't have fun no more. Right? So he represents that boundless, the excesses of pleasure. So you will see a lot of people whose Elegba shrines have like dildos on them, right? Because he loves sex and he loves drugs and he loves alcohol and he loves everything that makes the flesh feel wonderful and awesome. He loves toys. He loves candy. He loves popcorn. He just loves to feel the excesses of life and ecstasy and joy and shit. This is Elegba. This is his playful self, right? When you, the story is that when you do not nurture and take care of the baby, Elegba, when you do not give enough attention to the baby, Elegba, when you do not keep the baby clean and fed and played with, Elegba, then he switches from his childlike playful personification to the trickster, which is a shoe. This is a shoe, the trickster. Oh my fucking God. God damn it. This is the trickster. A shoe. Okay. How you spell that? This is the trickster. A shoe. A shoe will start off, benign in the tricks that he plays. The tricks that he plays are punishments. When you don't take care of the baby, when you neglect the baby, right? Then the trickster comes out to, quote, punish. And the punishments of the trickster may be benign in the beginning. Like, you put your keys somewhere and now your keys is lost. They say that you have to do something to appease the baby to find your keys, right? It may be that he starts misplacing your motherfucking socks. Or all of a sudden, all your socks, all the pairs of socks you got, you only got one sock for each pair. So now you ain't got no socks that you can wear unless they mismatch, because you have been neglecting the baby, and A shoe is playing benign tricks to get your attention. You need to feed the baby. You need to play with the baby. You need to appease the baby. Or these punishments that are just tricks, now they're just little annoyances, are going to get more and more and more extreme. I've even heard people say that if you ignore, quote, the baby long enough, that it may be slip and falls that you have. It may be, you stump your toe. And then it may get as serious as your ass end up in a car accident. And it's funny. It's funny because when I was a kid, my Christian zealot daddy used to tell me a story very similar. He used to say that God, he used to call it spiritual spankings. That's what my dad used to call it, spiritual spankings. That God is always trying to keep you in right way. He's always trying to get your attention if you veering off course. And that attention getting may start off gentle. It might be, an accident. You might slip and fall down the stairs. You might, whatever. He said, and then it'll get more and more serious. He said, he told me a story about himself, about how God's nudging, God's spiritual spankings were benign in the beginning. And the reason he got, quote, re-white with God was because he was working. My dad was a construction worker. Had been doing this shit for years, effortlessly. And he said he was working on a roof, shallow roof, like 10 feet from the ground. And one day he just lost his balance and fell off the fucking roof. Right? He's like, I knew in that moment that was a spiritual spanking. This is what he was telling me as a kid. I knew in that moment when I fell off that roof, I'd never taken a fall like that before. As he said, I knew right away it was a spiritual spanking, and I got my ass back right with God. He used to tell me that. So when I, 30 years later, 35 years later, am hearing this story about how a legba and a shoe will show up in your life, that if you neglect the playful side, if you neglect pleasure, listen to the word I'm trying to give to y'all tonight. If you neglect pleasure, if you neglect play, if you neglect attention, if you do not nurture the baby, who is the baby? Baby? Who is the baby? The baby is you. Aren't y'all talking about this all the time now? Aren't y'all talking about this all the time now? I go to my therapist to do work on healing my inner child, to heal my inner baby, to reparent my inner child. And know what y'all doing? Why do y'all do that? Because you recognize that it is some pattern of neglect in your childhood that is showing up as a saboteur in your current life. That's why y'all do that. Isn't that why y'all do that? That patterning of trauma can play out in your life for decades if unresolved. So now this is a big thing, whether it's past life regressions or whether it's going back to your childhood and attempting to resolve where the pattern of self-sabotage began in your life, whether that sabotage shows up in your relationships or whether it shows up in your relationship with money or whatever it is, that they recognize that the starting point is somewhere in your childhood. And so we go back and we nurture and we take care of and we reparent our little baby, knowing that it will have an immediate impact on our present. This is where this story comes from. The twin exists in all of us. That's what I've been teaching y'all for goddamn 2 years or some shit about this little shit right here. This is a personification of us, not two separate entities at war and at odds with each other. This, the son gone rogue, is what created this mythology of antagonistic duality. This son gone rogue, this son apart for too long from his mother, is what created this illusion of separation and isolation, this hostility that happens within the self when the son has gone rogue. Child, when the son has gone rogue. And so here I'm telling you about the twin energy of a legba, and that a shoe becomes the trickster. A shoe becomes the punisher when your ass do not take care of, nurture, and concede to the desires of the baby, the boundless desires of the baby. All the baby is interested in is those things that satisfy the flesh. Look, I don't know nothing about the spirituality shit y'all talking about and all of that shit. I don't know nothing about Jesus when I'm a baby. I don't know anything about safety or not being safe. I don't know nothing about none of that shit. I know that when my mama feed me, it tastes good and I'm happy. I know that when she clean my stinky butt, I'm happy. I know that when she let me play in the mud, I'm happy. A shoe, a legba becomes a metaphor for that neglected baby in all of us. And a shoe becomes the personification of the end result of a lifetime of abandoning pleasure, abandoning happiness, abandoning and neglecting the desires of our flesh. A shoe, god damn. A shoe becomes our own self-punisher. God. Remember I was telling y'all the other night? I was delirious. I was so tired. I would literally falling asleep on the live. And remember, I told y'all, I said, it is our conditioning. It is our patterning. It is those things that we hold on to as our unconscious fucking acceptance of shit that has been imposed on us that turn us all into agents. Didn't I say that? Right. And I'm cracking up because I'm like, God damn. I said, if we all the police, and we are, while this shit remains intact, we are all the police. All of us. Our habits, our behaviors, our self-sabotaging ways become the agents in our own home. You understand? And I said, if this is the case, I'm talking about me. I said, because today I woke up with a million things to do and didn't even attempt to do a singular one of them. I said, y'all, my black ass was Agent Smith up in my home today. I was Agent Smith up in my shit. A shoe is your Agent Smith, bitch. A shoe is your Agent Smith. But a shoe is not your enemy. A shoe is not your enemy. A shoe is your attempt to bring you back in right way. And right way is not abstinence, boo. Right way is not self-discipline. Right way, where a shoe is concerned. The a shoe in you, where the a shoe in you is concerned, bitch. Listen, the getting in right way, where a shoe is concerned, he is the punisher and he will sabotage your life, child, not to punish you like you have been accustomed to seeing punishment from a white guy, Father God in the sky, that's just a glutton for your despair. That ain't what a shoe about. The punishment that a shoe delivers is an attempt to bring you back in right way. And right way is not discipline and hard work and perseverance and abstinence and what's the other shit, asceticism, right? Self-deprivation. It's not vows of celibacy or commitment to poverty or none of that bullshit. It's not. A shoe say one thing, bitch. If you do not want me to show up on the scene to start playing tricks in your life, if you do not want me to show up on the scene to start sabotaging your shit, bitch, you better take care of this baby. You better take care of this baby. What does taking care of the baby mean? It means this baby wants to enjoy everything in excess. Isn't that what they say about Elegba? Elegba wants to experience everything in excess. Yep. I have a dildo on my leg by a shoe shrine right now. So do. Because every time I'd ever seen one that was popping off, that was working magic, they got a big ass dildo. Whether it was a dildo candle or with, because every time you see images of a leg by himself, he's standing on his side, just like some of the pharaohs. Just like some of the deities, who is it, Ptah, that he's always shown at a side angle, at a peripheral angle, with this massive giant erection, right? Every time you see Eshu, he's like, bitch, all I want to do is experience pleasure. I want some drink. I want some rum, bitch. I want a cigar. I want a motherfucking spliff. You will see people who are really about that life. They will buy their leg by shrine cocaine. Yes, they will. They will get him toys, cars, marbles, trinkets, and pennies. He loves all things that make sounds. He loves bells. He loves white cheddar popcorn. So I used to buy a whole bag of popcorn and just cover the whole shrine with popcorn, throw some pennies on there, some my cat play with the marbles on my Eshu shrine. All that's how they wake my ass up. These little smart ass bitches. My Eshu shrine is right at my front door. This little black bitch, is so smart. This girl has discovered that the marbles make enough noise when rolling on my wood floor to wake my ass up, that she will go to my Eshu shrine that's right here at the door, take 2 or 3 marbles out the shrine, roll them all the way down the hall to my room, and then play with them back and forth in her paws so she can make some noise, and then she'll force the marbles under my motherfucking door to wake me up. I ain't lying. This bitch is smart. I said, how you learn to? And my hall is far from my front door. This girl every morning to start plucking goddamn marbles off my Eshu shrine and rolling them right to my goddamn bedroom door to wake me up. You feel me? And I get up because I'm like, okay, well, what you want me to do today? God damn it. You feel me? So anyway, Eshu is playful. That's all he's interested in, is happiness in the flesh, is fulfillment in the flesh. this is when that need, when that desire is neglected. That's the only time a shoe come out to start sabotaging your life. Like, why you neglecting pleasure, bitch? What the fuck is wrong with you, bitch? Why you don't enjoy the food that you eat? You just eating to fill a void. Why you doing that? And she's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Here, let me get you off your square today. Let me make your car not start. Maybe you'll get your mind right. Maybe you'll have enough time to contemplate your fucking life, bitch. I just want you to be happy in life. And when you are not happy, this is when I come to the surface to alert you to move in right way, to realign in synergistic harmony with yourself. Child, I just gave y'all a motherfucking word today. Why is this important? Because elect by a shoe, the Gemini, Castor and Pollux, who else? The Ra and Set is backwards. Set and Osiris or Ra, they are one and the same. The sun has not changed. Our perception of its place on our planet is what has changed. And then we create all of these mythologies of the antagonistic duality between a singular entity and its relationship to us in our life. Because there are stories now that come from the Essenes and from other like pre-Roman Christian sects that talk about Jesus as the trickster, that Jesus is actually the devil. Have y'all heard this? Have y'all heard this? Have y'all heard this? Yes or no? Have y'all heard this? That Jesus, as we know him, is actually the devil who is fooling us to believe that he is the savior. Have y'all heard this? I need y'all to communicate because there's some shit I just won't go through if y'all don't see the immediate like relevance to what it is I'm talking about. Nobody's heard. Okay, cool. Nobody's heard this. We've talked about this before though. I'm not even going to redraw this because I have a picture of it somewhere. So there are some stories, pre-Roman Christian stories, that quote the entity that they call Jesus is actually not a son, savior, benefic Messiah, but is instead a personification of what they call the deluge, who are actually trickster spirits who have tricked us into believing that they are good and benevolent and are actually manipulating us and using the image of Jesus as a subversion or whatever the fuck, right? Okay. The reason I'm mentioning this, I'm gonna show y'all this one, is because we've been having a conversation for some time about where is that at? God damn it. Where is that other book? 1, 2. Where is that blue book at? God damn it. Damn. Oh, thanks. Where's that one? Let's see here. Son of a bitch. I had all 3 of those books here, and I know it's gonna be right in my face. There's that book, and that book. I don't want to use this image, but I guess this one's gonna have to do. It'll do. So you remember, I showed y'all many different versions of this. So here we have, let me turn this off. All right. Okay. So here we have, can y'all see that okay? So here we have us. This is us, okay? And these chakras below the heart are considered our earthly chakras, okay? So the solar plexus, the navel chakra and the root chakra are considered our earthly chakras, or the earthly realm. Okay. The chakras above the heart, which is the throat, the third eye, and the crown chakra, are considered our heavenly chakras. Okay. In Ifa tradition, just like every other tradition, Hinduism and the like, these chakras correspond to each chakra corresponds to an organ system. Each chakra corresponds to a deity. There's deities associated with each one of the chakras, right? And then some people will, there are different people and different personifications of Ifa who have a different position. But the position that I had always heard and most resonated with me is that a shoe, see here inside the heart chakra, ESU, a shoe, who did I say a shoe was? The trickster. The trickster. Didn't I just say that? Eshu is the trickster personification of this twin energy. The Eshu rules the heart chakra because in almost every tradition, the heart chakra represents the crossroads between the earthly chakras and the heavenly chakras, right? And so I want y'all to know that nobody, I had been a devotee for 15 years, and not any Babalawo, not any priest, not any priestess had ever made this connection. So anytime you hear anybody talking about it, they heard it from this channel, because I've been talking about this for 6 years. Hidden in plain sight. A shoe as the, because most people that you ask about who owns the heart chakra, most Ifa practitioners will tell you Shango. Most Ifa practitioners will tell you that Shango rules the heart chakra. And it was a singular Babalawo who I happened to be in a relationship with. It was like, yeah, everybody say Eshu, but Shango, but in my personal petition, I think it's Eshu. And I was like, oh my God, that makes so much fucking sense. That's what I conceded to. Now, here it is in plain sight that Eshu, quote, is the devil at the crossroads. Listen. Why? Because Eshu is pictured how? Eshu in Ifa tradition is, quote, the owner of the crossroads. And that story that they even mentioned in this movie about Robert Johnson selling his soul to the devil at the crossroads to become this magically talented musician, the devil at the crossroads that is mentioned in all of these stories is Eshu. It is a legba. They call Eshu Alegba's personification as the trickster and as the punisher. They call Eshu the devil at the crossroads, the magical transition from earthly self to spiritually enlightened self that can only happen as you transition from the earthly realm to the heavenly realm. That you have to go through the crossroads in order to make this traverse into your enlightened self. This is Robert Johnson's contract with the devil at the crossroads. Hidden in plain sight, the trickster, aka the devil, aka the evil and shit, right? Look what is hidden within this white boy Jesus son savior that y'all all know and love. He's always pictured at the heart. He's always pictured at the heart with a cross in his own chest and the heart in his own chest, right? So when you see Jesus, you see the flaming heart. Why is the heart flaming? Why the heart on fire? Why the heart on fire? The heart is flaming, and in that heart is a cross in Jesus. When you see Jesus, and that got that little picture of the heart, and there's a cross in the heart, and then the heart is flaming. This is the personification of all of these mythologies coming together. Because why is the heart of Jesus on fire? Why the heart of Jesus on fire? Because supposedly, what did they say about Jesus when he disappeared? And then he came back at 33, this wise man, to teach everybody. Why he disappeared? Where they say he disappeared to? Where they say it is, who it is they say he learned from? Anybody know? They say he went out to the Far East and studied under some Buddhist monks. That's what they say. That when he disappeared off the scene for all them years, and then just emerged as a teacher at 33, that he had made a pilgrimage to the Far East and studied with some monks in some monastery somewhere and came back enlightened. You feel me? Why is this relevant? Because he went to the Far East. And what does the Far East and what has the Far East said for at least 6,000 years about the heart? That the heart is the emperor, the king of kings, that the heart is the fire element in the 5 elements. The heart is the fire element. So wouldn't it make sense that if he went and learned from some monks in Asia that all of these metaphors about our body as a kingdom, our body as an empire through which these elements exist and function to give us the best personification of ourselves? So that's why Jesus's heart is always on fire. And then it is the influence of Ifa tradition that has Jesus represented in real time as the trickster devil at the crossroads between earth and heaven. What did Jesus himself say? He said, there is only one way to my Father in heaven, and that is through me. Your earthly self, your fleshly self, the only way you in your flesh, through me, the only way you in your flesh can get to my Father in heaven is through me. What do I require as the trickster, the devil between heaven, earth and heaven? Me, the trickster, the punisher, the devil, the sinister trick playing motherfucker. What do I require for you to go through me to get to my Father in heaven? What did Jesus say he required? It ain't a trick question. What does your Jesus require for you to experience heaven? Thank you, Sage Page. Thank you, Sage Page. Jesus says to you, and he uses himself as an example. Jesus uses himself as an example. He literally says the only way that your ass can experience heaven is through me. Because your earthly chakras represent your flesh. Your heavenly chakras represent your spirit and your intellect and your consciousness. Those intangible things. Your earthly chakras represent all of those things that are tangible, that have actual needs. I want to get deeper with y'all, but I feel like I might be overdoing it with y'all. But so Jesus, having been the most successful trickster of the age, who, what did I tell you? Who simultaneously what is my problem? Oh, God damn. Who simultaneously exalted himself as God in the flesh, who simultaneously exalted himself as God in the flesh while subduing his mother, who is God. You feel me? And so, him having malignantly exalted himself, he teaches you through his example, because that's what you hear Christians say all the time: is you got to live like Christ. You got to be a Christian means to be Christ-like. And so, what did Christ do? His whole incarnation was to teach you the myriad of ways that you could suffer, bitch. Teach you the myriad of ways that you could self-deny. Taught you the myriad of ways to reject all the desires of your flesh. Taught you the myriad of ways to be a martyr. Taught you the myriad of ways that you could bear your cross. You feel me? Taught you the myriad of ways to suffer for salvation. To suffer for salvation. That's what he did. making the grand and ultimate sacrifice for the salvation of humanity, that he took as the sacrificial lamb so that mankind would know, holy fuck, mankind would know, God damn, son of a bitch. Oh my God. Yo, I cannot. I can fucking not. Oh my God. God damn. Oh my God. Oh my God. Listen, y'all. The Bible tells us that for the first for the first 2 ages of biblical history. Yes, I'm on YouTube. If you are wanting to check me out on YouTube, go to YouTube and put in the search engine at Daughter of the Fates, one word, Daughter of the Fates, Fates. Because if you search it any other way, you will have to traverse through a bunch of bullshit to find my page. @ Daughter of the Fates, one word, it'll bring it right up. Listen to me, goddamn. Let me just tell you what the fuck happened. I'm telling you, at the very beginning of this video, that there is nothing, baby, when I tell you there is not a single story we've heard, not a single mythology that we have heard coming from the institutions of patriarchy that are their own, that are original stories. There is not a singular goddamn story that we have been told, period, since patriarchy's emergence and consecration of itself on the scene, that has not been outright stolen and copied verbatim from the mother. Not a one. And every time I witness that shit in real time, it blows my fucking mind. I grew up in this shit. I have been teaching y'all from the perspective of the mother for 5 years on this page. I have been a devotee of Ifa for 15 years. I have been a devout worshiper of the goddess in the flesh for years now. And every day she is just peeling layer after layer after layer after layer away from my blinded goddamn eyes, y'all. God fucking damn. Ooh. Let me tell you what just happened to fuck up in here. I'm sitting here talking to you about Jesus. I'm sitting here talking to you about Jesus as a shoe, Jesus as a personification of the intertwined heavenly twins. Jesus as aka a leg by a shoe. Jesus as both God in the flesh and the devil, Jesus, right here in broad daylight, as these personifications of polar oppositions that exist within each of us. It is, quote, Jesus's life as we have been taught it. Listen, I just told y'all this shit yesterday. Listen, Jesus stole every goddamn attribute that he had, every single solitary motherfucking one. Every attribute Jesus got, he stole from his mama. Every single one. I'm sitting here talking to you about Jesus, right? And what is required based on Jesus, based on Christianity, what is required for you to, quote, enter the gates of heaven, right? That Jesus, being the most recent and peak personification of our adoration and elevation and exaltation of a fucking war god. That's what he is. He requires your death. That's why he had to demonstrate how the divine way to die, martyrdom, the divine way to suffer, asceticism, the divine way to receive punishment, sadomasochistic asceticism. And those who are the divinely ordained disseminators of suffering and pain and death, Just as you are ordained, it is your destiny to suffer, bitch. Because of the distance of your proximity to the Father God in our mind's eye. Depending upon your proximity or lack of proximity to the fucking Father God in our mind's eye determines whether you are divinely destined to receive pain and suffering, or whether you are divinely ordained and simultaneously absolved as the administrator of pain and suffering, as the deliverer of pain and suffering. You hear me? He playing both sides of the fence. He's the punisher and the martyr. Ain't that a bitch? Jesus, the punisher and the martyr. Because he is teaching two. Let me tell you a story. January 6th, 2020, I think it was. January 6th, when all them white people descended on the goddamn capital of the United States of America in Washington, D.C. to stage their coup of the United States government. You feel me? I was at the house watching live footage of what was going down with a friend of mine who is, even though he is gay and then flamboyant and awesome and all of these things, he still considers himself a devout Christian. And we were sitting here watching the same TV show, the same live footage. And he was disturbed when them white boys went onto the Capitol floor, onto the floor where the House of Representatives and the Senate meet, and they started reading the Bible. They started reading from the Bible. This was a victory in the name of Jesus for them. You feel me? And my black ass friend sitting in the living room, so confused and so dismayed and so disturbed. They praying and shit. And he's like, what are they doing? I said, what do you mean, what are they doing? He's like, why are they praying? I said, what do you mean, why are they praying? He's like, you don't find this disturbing? I said, I'm sorry, I don't know what you're asking. I'm confused. He was like, Cassandra, I've been a Christian my whole life, and they are not praying to the God I serve. That's what he said. He said, they are not praying to the God I serve. I said, Tritano, they are reading from the same Bible you read. I said, why are you confused? He's like, what do you mean? You are not disturbed by this? I said, baby, look. I said, when they read the Bible is communicating something totally different to them than it is communicating to you. The evidence of which is all we got to do is go back a few decades, and it's good Southern Christians who brought the ropes to lynching parties. It's good Christians coming home from Sunday school, coming home from church in their Sunday's best with ropes in hand to lynch the local Christian black person. And while the black person got this rope around his neck on a platform that's about to be kicked from up under him, he praying to the same Jesus in his mind's eye. He praying to the same Jesus that these good Southern Christians who are on the other end of that rope are praying to. Did they see that as a contradiction? Why do you think that is? Because Jesus got two personifications. Jesus got two personifications, as punisher and as martyr. His martyr personification is reserved for your black ass. His martyr personification is reserved for your colored ass, your heathen ass, your Gentile ass, your poor ass. Anybody that he deems unworthy to be the divinely ordained disseminator of pain and suffering. That's why you read something different when you read the Bible than that white guy sitting at the pulpit in front of the House of Representatives. When he reads the Bible, he reads something that justifies his behavior. Two things are happening in this Bible that y'all are reading. You are being trained, divinely manipulated to accept your lot as a divinely ordained recipient of pain and suffering. That is your life. It's your lot in life to suffer. Jesus taught you that. At the same time, that same Jesus, that same crucified Jesus, that same brutalized Jesus is teaching those others that the pain and the suffering is necessary. Right? The pain and suffering is necessary. And there has to be somebody that is responsible for the dissemination to ensure the conditions that create unending pain and suffering. Because if you have it tucked into yourself as a colored person, as a colonized person, as a poor person, that this life that you live of misery and shit is ordained, that so much so that you look forward. Listen, oh my God, you will yourself to death. You will yourself to death. That's what you do. You start praying for the fucking afterlife. That's what you do. You will yourself to death. I can't wait to get by. What they say? I can't wait to get to the by and by. All these church songs you done sang for 100 years, lamenting for your afterlife, not knowing you are praying for your death. You are willing yourself sick. You are willing yourself sick. You are willing yourself to death. God fucking damn, man. You're willing yourself to death because that's what Jesus teaches you. Is to lament, is to long for, is to anticipate the land of milk and honey where suffering and sadness is no more and shit. Because if you are to comply to the demands of your sacrificial lamb, if you are to comply to the demands of your sacrificial lamb, he demands that you suffer. That's what Jesus does. He demands that you bear your cross. He demands that you take up the suffering of others as your own. Don't heal their suffering. Don't alleviate their suffering. Don't end a world. Don't create a world where suffering is no more, because suffering is necessary. Don't end suffering. Nope. You take into yourself. This is what compassion means. This is what compassion means. It means to take up the suffering of others as if it were your own. That's the literal meaning of compassion. Not in suffering, not in societies that create suffering, not in institutions that require suffering. Don't do that, because you need suffering. See, you need suffering in order to receive your fruits in the great by and by. In the great by and by. Y'all know that song? In the great by and by. No evidence of a by and by. And who are you to ask for evidence? You just have to have faith and blind trust that what I'm saying is true. And what is going to happen to all of these good, devout Christians who have taken up their cross, who have taken up the suffering of others as their own, not to end suffering, because the Pope himself said, without the church would be no more without the poor. That's what the Pope said. The church would be no more without the poor. And if the church would be no more without the poor, then, oh my God, God forbid, we end systems of poverty. That we resolve the issues that create and generate poverty strategically and deliberately. If we want to maintain hegemony over the world as the great personification of our God the Father, then we cannot possibly even imagine creating a world where poverty is no more. The Pope himself said that without the poor, the church would be no more. That's what he said. And isn't that ironic, considering that of the, 89 million Christians on the planet, 85% of them are women of color. Isn't that something? 89 million people who identify as Christians in some way, and 85% of them are women of color. That's what he said. He said, without the poor, the church would be no more. Isn't that what he said? And so here I'm having this motherfucking moment about the myriad of ways that these motherfuckers have robbed us of our collective memory of the majesty and the miracle working capabilities of the mother in the flesh, embodied in every last one of us, male, female, and all the genders in between, black and white, and all the races in between. That we all are the embodiment of the one, of the singular she. that governs us all, that is the creator of all of us. And this shit has been so fucking proficient that we have no memory of her presence anywhere. Jesus tells us in this story that he gave himself as the sacrificial lamb. You remember? God damn. You remember 2-3 hours ago, however long I've been up on this shit? You remember that I told you that in this mythology, everywhere it presents itself, that one of the twins must die. Castor and Pollux. What did I tell you about Castor and Pollux? That they are half twins. They are half twins. Pollux is the divine twin who was fathered by Zeus through rape. Child, I'm trying to give you a motherfucking word. Pollux is the divine twin fathered by Zeus, who turned himself into a swan to rape a woman who was already pregnant by her noble mortal husband. And so Castor is the mortal twin. Pollux is the divine twin that is the product of rape. And in this story that is mirrored in all of these stories that I told you earlier, one of the twins must die. Okay? One of the twins must die. And so, if you're talking about this twin personification, right? And I'm talking about Jesus as a metaphor for a shoe right there in plain sight. J on the front, S on the back, same personification. Jesus as the Savior. Who is Jesus? Hold on, where did I write that at? Where did I write that at? Right here. Jesus as the born again, risen Savior. Because Jesus is Ra. Jesus is Osiris in his newly reborn for personification. Jesus who, quote, he is risen. He is risen. Jesus in his personification as the risen born again son, who at his peak personification is his most powerful, right? And then Jesus, as he slowly makes his transition into the underworld, and he becomes his evil, diabolical, trickster, dark self, who now has to sojourn in the underworld before being born again. You feel me? This is twin energy story. This is a twin energy story. This story, even though they say that Set becomes victorious over Ra, they call this the metaphysical death of the sun. Sunset, sun death, sunset. That's why they call it sunset. 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 It's literally right there in plain sight. This metaphor for the sun dying being synonymous with the dark evil energy of the underworld being victorious over the light of the sun, over the light of the sun savior. Not recognizing that this is a singular entity with two extreme personifications, but a myriad of personifications in between. This story is a story, the same story of Castor and Pollux, of Romulus and Remus, because what do they say? Romulus as the red, Romulus as the red, Romulus as the red, who is the progenitor of what we now know as Rome. Romulus slays his brother, kills his brother, and his younger brother. Romulus kills his younger brother so that power can be his alone to possess. And under the guise and auspice of being divinely ordained to lead Rome as Rome's first emperor, Romulus, all types of diabolical, decadent, wicked shit happens in Rome, in imperial Rome, supposedly under its first emperor Romulus, right? Here we got a story about Elijah, God's most loved, to whom he did not even want to see die in his flesh. So he sent a fiery chariot with horses down from above to scoop him up. You feel me? And take him to heaven, where he walked in the flesh with the Lord forever and ever. You feel me? Elijah represents the blue. Elijah is the older brother. Guess who dies in the movie and is resurrected, is born again? Elias. Elias is the dead who is resurrected once he could listen. Because when Elias dies, what was Elias before he died? Elias was playful, he was funny, he was cracking jokes. He was obviously the younger brother, because he's like, he just want to drink, he just want to have fun, he just want to get some coochie, you feel me? He just want to listen to his cousin play. He's like, I just want to get this money. It ain't that serious, you feel me? He playful. He's a legba when he's alive. He's a legba when he's alive. But guess what happens? When the object of his affection murks his ass, he becomes vampire, which is why I got on this whole goddamn diatribe as Jesus as a vampire. Jesus is as the origin of vampire mythology. His ass dies just like Jesus. His ass dies just like Jesus. His ass is resurrected just like Jesus. And when he is resurrected, he's not his playful self anymore. He's scary. When he is resurrected after dying, he is not his same old playful self. He is scary. He is scary. He is sinister. He is evil. He becomes the personification of the trickster, a shoe, who everybody says is scary because once he come on the scene, he's the Punisher. This dude in red is the literal personification of Jesus. His death, his brutal death, betrayed by someone he trusted. His resurrection. And when he is resurrected, it out comes his other personification. The dark, the sinister, the evil, the trickster, the wicked. Same person, two different personifications. The twins within the twin. The twin energies within the twin. Elias. Now remember, Elias was the one that they said had the sons, one of which had parcel tongue, could speak the language of serpents. What did it mean in ancient time, pre-imperial time, pre-colonization time, to speak, to communicate with serpents? It meant you were an oracle. They called it serpent tongue. To be able to communicate with serpents meant that you were able to see into the ancestral realm. It meant you were an oracle, right? So what was the breakthrough that I was just having? Oh, the other thing that I was just having a motherfucking moment. In this mythology about Jesus, quote, giving your life to the Lord, the only way to my God, my Father in heaven is through me, and that shit being a death cult. But what are we taught in Christianity? We are taught that prior, for the first 5,000, for the first 2 ages of the Bible, because the Bible, the Old Testament, is transitioning through 2 ages. Okay, the Bible starts off at the historical beginning of the age of Taurus. The book of Genesis starts off in the historical like beginning of the age of Taurus. Okay, once Moses comes along, as we're transitioning from the age, this is just according to the Bible, as we're transitioning from the age of Taurus in the Bible, because these transitions are slow and happen over a long period of time, as we're transitioning out of the age of Taurus and simultaneously transitioning into the age of Aries, there are tons and tons and tons of symbols that are showing up in the scripture that are helping to alert us that there is a change in ages that is occurring. Aaron, who was a priest, who was a Hebrew Levitical priest, is now constantly blowing the ram's horn. Whenever ceremony is about to begin, Aaron blows the ram horn. When God sends the last of the plagues to punish Egypt, you feel me? This is the whole basis of Passover. They now are, because it used to be goats. I told y'all that all the way at the beginning, that goats were what the Hebrews, the Levitical Jews, were using to, quote, expiate their sins. They had a scapegoat that they would like pray all their sins into and let him escape off into the wilderness to carry their sins away. But they needed a sinless, a blemishless goat to sacrifice, because according to the Bible, what? There can be no redemption of sin without the spilling of blood. There cannot be, listen to what I'm telling you, there cannot be the redemption of the remission of sin without the spilling of blood. So for the first 5,000 years of the Old Testament transition into two ages, the age of Taurus and the age of Aries, all 5,000 years, they required ritual animal sacrifice for the remission of sins. Ritual animal, they required blood for the remission of sin, starting all the way back to the struggle between Cain and Abel, other mythological twin energies. Okay? So Cain kills his brother because God rejects his offering that is of the grain, that is the byproduct of his work in the harvest. He was like, damn, I don't work all year to give you this harvest, and you gonna just piss my shit to the side. But all my brother Abel, the youngest brother, all my brother Abel got to do is go and kill some animal and spill the blood, and you cool? He got mad. So what did he do? He killed his younger brother. Yes, he did. Like every single one of these twin mythologies, one of them is going to die. He kills his brother and he's exiled, right? This quote from the beginning, demand by the invisible great God in heaven for blood sacrifice, was in direct opposition to goddess worshiping societies. Because what did we say earlier? That if a bitch can bleed this magical blood, the blood that pours from no wound, that every society on earth saw as some magical shit like that, why does bitch just bleeding every month? Like as soon as the 28 days of the moon cycles, all these bitches bleeding at the same time. This shit is amazing. So they saw this shit as the evidence of the collective embodiment of the spirit of the universal mother embodied in these people who incarnated on earth with a portal in their actual body. And they did not have to suffer to offer a blood sacrifice that could be used in a myriad of ceremonies. Remember we were talking about this earlier? How there are many anthropologists that say that there was no evidence of ritual animal or human sacrifice until the beginning stages or the advent of patriarchal takeover of the temples of the goddess throughout the world. There was no evidence of ritual animal sacrifice. You understand? There was no evidence of ritual animal sacrifice. Listen to me. This was the moment that I was having. So fast forward several thousand years, and this last Adam, this last of the Messiah son saviors, right? Self-proclaimed God incarnate, this son savior, Messiah, God incarnate, known as Jesus Christ, after all of his biblical ancestors from Adam on for 5,000 years, because the Old Testament is approximately 5,000 years. Well, 4,200, 4,300 and some change years, 2,165 years per age. So for approximately 2,400 and some change years of all of his ancestors from from Adam on, for 4,000 years, they've been practicing ritual animal sacrifice, bloodletting for the remission of sins. Okay? What do they say the necessity for Jesus was? One of the necessities for Jesus is one of the side effects of the Messiah coming is to provide the divine, innocent blood of he who is crowned the sacrificial lamb, who would take on, goddamn, who would take on all the sins of mankind. And in Jesus sacrificing himself for mankind, there was no longer any need for ritual animal sacrifice. Do y'all hear what I just said? That all of these years of patriarchal religions exercising the bloodthirsty requirement and request of their invisible God to feel his fucking bloodlust. 5,000 goddamn years of bloodletting of, quote, innocent lambs and goats and shit, you feel me? To fill the bloodlust requirement of this invisible war God in heaven. And now all he has to do is born himself as his son to take up the sins and sufferings of those who won't even exist for another couple thousand years, you feel me? Make himself the divine, singular, necessary, sacrificial murder victim, sacrificial martyr, so that now, because Jesus gave his life for the many, we no longer have to use ritual animal sacrifice for the remission of sins. And so in the Ifa, for example, this made perfect sense to me. Why we needed ritual animal sacrifice, why we needed to kill chickens or roosters or goats or bulls. I've been to bull sacrificing ceremonies in Ifa, right? I was like, this makes sense. If Christians say we don't, because my position was just like, take the opposite position of Christians. Whatever the opposite is of Christians is probably the right thing to do. I was like, this makes perfect sense. This makes perfect sense. Yet we need to do ritual animal sacrifice, you feel me? Because that was the first thing that Christians did, was to take ritual animal sacrifice from us. But we have been learning in this long traverse that we have been doing together, that ritual animal sacrifice is patriarchal in its origin, patriarchal from inception. It is a direct opposition. It is in direct opposition to the collective memory of the mother who is kind, the mother who is even kind to animals, the mother who is even kind to insects, the mother who is even kind to serpents and wanted to see none suffer. Therefore, ritual animal sacrifice was not required under the mother. Listen to the sleight of hands. My IG feed is about to go out, so I'm gonna re-bring it up in a second. Listen to what I'm telling. Do y'all hear me? Do y'all hear me? So when I was a 15-year devotee of Ifa, and every time I needed some work done, every time there was an Eba that fell by the hands of a Babalawo or a priestess about what I needed to do to reconcile whatever issue I was experiencing at the time, always required some animal that was just living their motherfucking life, child. Some animal that wasn't doing nothing to nobody. You feel me? Some innocent animal that was just living their motherfucking life. And of course, the animal had to be innocent for these things to be rectified on my behalf. You hear me? Y'all hear what I just said? Y'all hear what I just put down? Another example of this mythological Jesus figure taking responsibility, taking credit for that which existed for 1,000 years before the first son decided that he was going to set his sights in opposition against his mother. At least the earliest that we know is in Sumeria. Do you understand what I'm telling you? For 250,000 years of human history, we did not sacrifice animals on no altar to some god we created out of our own collective imagination. We didn't do that. Mother was like, yeah, we can worship deities because we create them. We can worship deities because we create them. We generate them. We create the Godhead, the object of our desire, the object of our reverence. We create them. We do that. So we can do that. But look at all this magical shit oozing out of our orifices, women. Look at all this magical shit that we just ooze out of the healing, out of every place we leak, magic pop out. Ain't that about a bitch? Every place we leak from, every place we ooze from is just magic pop out. Just magic pop out. Just magic leak out. We don't need to kill some animal that's out in the world minding their own goddamn business. We got all this magical leakage coming right out of our body. We'll just give it back to the earth. We'll say thank you so much for the opportunity to potentially create life. And since we didn't, we're going to give it back to you, Mother. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be magic personified, to take abstraction and create a whole material force with its own peculiar destiny as a personification of you and your will and your desires made real on earth. Thank you so much for the opportunity for me potentially becoming a vessel. And when I choose not to become a vessel, thank you for giving me the choice and the freedom to do that. Because that's the power of God. And here Jesus say, see, you don't need to do ritual animal sacrifice no more because I have redeemed you. Fuck what your mama did for 250,000 years. I am the great redeemer. I am the one that made it so that you never have to sacrifice animals again. That's some heathen shit that them colored folks did. You feel me? And here I am, the great, benevolent, white guy, hippie-esque, European in goddamn the Middle East and shit to redeem you and save you all, though we have never met. Because I was born and died 2,000 years before you was even a thought in the grand scheme of things. You feel me? What a magnificent sleight of hands. So Jesus again becomes the master manipulative cultural appropriator of the most ancient stories. Listen to this, because Jesus, I was telling y'all earlier, let me see if I can find that. I was telling y'all earlier, I got caught up because I'm all over the place. There's so much I want to give you. The Gemini twins, Castor and Pollux, and all of the mythologies, right, associated with them. And I got caught up when I was talking about what is the significance in the Arabian mythology of the Gemini twins not being people, but being personified as peacocks. It is still tied to this mythology about Venus, because the planet that the house or the sign that precedes Gemini is Taurus. The sign that precedes Gemini is Taurus. The planet that rules Taurus is Venus. Venus is said to be the mother of Gemini. Even though Mercury, who is also a child of Venus, even though Mercury is the planet Mercury is the planet that actually governs Gemini, the twins are said to be born of Venus. Do you understand what I'm saying? And they say that Castor and Pollux becomes the personification of the dual nature or the dual presentation of Venus. What is the dual person? What is the twin personification of Venus? Y'all remember? It's everywhere. Oh my God, it's everywhere. What is the dual personification of Venus? In real time, like in the real world, not mythologically. What is the real world dual personification of the planet Venus? No. The The dual nature of the planet Venus and the Earth's relation. No, not metaphor, not mythological. I'm talking about scientifically, astronomically. What is the dual personification? The two-sided nature of the singular planet Venus and her relationship to Earth. We're talking astronomy, not astrology. It's not a trick question, I promise. The simplest possible thing that you can think, that's what it is, I promise. I'll tell you. The dual personification astronomically of the planet Venus in her relationship to Mother Earth is a certain part of the year, because of her rotation in relationship to Earth, Venus is the morning star. And then the other half of the year, because of her relationship in her rotation with Earth, she is the evening star. The brightest star in the sky at sunrise, the brightest star in the sky at sunset, the brightest star in the sky at dusk, the brightest star in the sky at dawn. She is both the morning and the evening star. This simple astronomical anomaly in our relationship with Venus is the reason that the brightest star in the sky, Venus, the brightest star in the sky, Venus, has always been interpreted by Christians as Lucifer, God of the morning. Y'all remember that song by Jay-Z, Lucifer? Y'all remember that song? Yes. She says, Claudia Ancra says, wait, I thought Lucifer is called the morning star. Yes, because Lucifer is Venus. Venus is called the devil. She is called Lucifer. She is called God of the morning. She is the reason that people are opposed to the five-pointed star, the pentagram, because the five-pointed star is fashioned after Venus's rotation. A single day, like a full rotation for the planet Venus, just her on her own axis, is 528 Earth days. It takes one singular rotation of Venus. I think that's right. Don't misquote me. I think it's 521 Earth days that it takes Venus to make a singular rotation. The way her rotation works in relationship solely to Earth, that when she makes a complete rotation around the sun, she has made a 5-point star in her rotation. She's made a 5-point star. That's why Oshun's sacred number is what? 5, because Oshun is Venus. That's why Aphrodite's sacred number is what? 5, because Aphrodite is Venus. That's why Inanna, Ashtaroth, their sacred number is 5, because they are all representations, mythological representations of the planet Venus, aka the star of the morning and the star of the evening, or the evening star, the brightest star in the sky. This is her twin. This is her twin energy, her twin personification as both sun and at dusk and sun at sunset, but in night. You feel me? So that's one thing. In this relationship, Venus is that's the other thing. God, I could get so deep about this because the mythology is every fucking where. Okay? So Venus, because in this story, so let's use Oshun as the metaphor for Venus. Okay? So in this metaphor about Venus as Oshun, okay, Taurus is said to be where we are introduced to the Garden of Eden. Genesis, the beginning of the Bible, is the beginning of the age of Taurus. The first story is the creation story. Let's talk about the creation story in relationship to Venus, aka Oshun. Because aka Oshun, according to Ifa mythology, is the only female Orisha sent to Earth to contribute to the preparation of Earth for the creation of human beings. There are 7 Orisha, the 7 African powers that are present, that are told to go to Earth from Olorun to prepare the Earth for human beings. Okay. Oshun is the only female because why? She is the guardian of the honeybee. She is the guardian of fresh water. The two main components through which the reproduction of life can only occur with these two things present. That without the honeybee, science says that if all the honeybees died tomorrow, that human beings wouldn't last a year. That human beings would not survive without the presence of the honeybee a year. You feel me? Okay. So we talking about Genesis. Why is this important? Because Oshun, represented by the number 5, represented by the planet Venus, who is the guardian planet of the age of Taurus, of the sign of Taurus, of the house of Taurus, the planet associated with Taurus, the heavenly bull, is Venus. Venus as a planet, or Taurus as the first earth sign in the zodiacal year, the Taurus as the first sign in the zodiacal year is said to be the earthly personification of the Garden of Eden, ruled by Venus, who, in whatever her personification, is the sign that is the guardian of love, the guardian of abundance, of the arts, of music, of sex, of childbirth and child raising, of maternity, in whatever her personification, right? Venus representing the Garden of Eden. Oshun was present at the preparation and creation of the Garden of Eden on earth. Okay, see how that spills over? So she was there at the beginning. She was there, and then so we transition out of the age of Taurus, and in the zodiacal sign, in the sign. Okay, so in the annual zodiacal rotation, the Abeji is next. Because before that happens, in the story, at least in the creation story where Oshun is, aka Venus, the first child she gives birth to is the twins. Oh my god, this shit is so deep. Is the twin embodied in oneself? That's a shoe, a legba. She gives birth to a legba, a shoe, right? But even before, according to the story, even before a legba, a shoe became a born singular entity, right? A shoe was female in utero. Y'all remember that story I told y'all? Where Oshun was offended by the menfolk, the male Orisha who had disrespected or whatever. And so when she came back to Earth, because she left for a while, she's like, I got an attitude. I can't be around y'all. I'm going to take a vacation on the moon. And when she came back, she's like, I still got an attitude. She said, I got so much of an attitude, because Oshun is known to hold a grudge, especially when she's disrespected, right? I got an attitude. Like, I came back because, Lothomari said come back. But I got an attitude, and I want y'all to know about it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn in on myself and make myself pregnant. And you better hope that the baby in my belly is not a female. Because if the baby in my belly is a female, I'm raining hell down on all you motherfuckers. That's my short interpretation. I'm going to make life difficult for all you male Orisha. That's what she said. I'm going to make life hell for y'all. And recognizing the severity of this threat made by Oshun, Obatala is said to have placed his hands in her belly and transformed the female baby in her belly to male, and this is who becomes a shoe. Why is this story so important? Where Obatala changes the sex of the female baby in the mother's body to male is because it is a complete reversal of the story that we hear. It's not a reversal. It is a European stolen and then reversed story about Hermes, about the Greeks. Because what do we know about Hermes? Hermes is the consort. Hermes is the child of Aphrodite, who was forbidden from knowing the secrets of the temple of Aphrodite, which only had female prophets and priestesses and shit. And he was so jealous that his mother would not let him go up into the temple and learn the secrets that were reserved for women. Then what did he do? He disguised himself as female to gain access to the secrets of the mother. Is this or is this not a complete reversal of the story? Why is this important? Because these are mythological stories based on astrology that give us the evidence of goddess worshiping societies and how they were transformed, not just on the planet, in heaven, to perform and execute a very specific function. These stories are, I know this shit is too deep. I know it's too deep. I got to figure out a better and more efficient, because this shit is deep for me. I love it, but I recognize I probably have to do a deep and like a more clear and concise connection. To me, it's clearly, so I got caught up on Venus, Oshun, because Oshun gave birth to the first self-contained Ibeji. That's what she did. She gave birth to Mercury. She gave birth to Elegba, who is two in one, who is two dual personifications in one. Next, she gave birth to Ibeji and abandoned them. The story that I was telling you earlier about Romulus and Remus having to be nursed and raised by a she-wolf. The same story I told you earlier about Zeus being hidden, not abandoned, being hidden to escape the judgment of Kronos, aka Saturn, aka stolen great-grandmother Crone, had to be hidden and nursed by a she-goat. I'm telling you this story about the Hebrews doing every ceremony pre-Christ ceremony where they had goats. Before the age of Aries, they had goats that were the sacrifices, right? And the goats, why did they have to have two again? One, they had to pour collectively all their sins into the one goat and send him off into the wilderness so he could carry their sins away. But the carrying of the way of their sins did not guarantee them forgiveness. They had to take the quote innocent goat that didn't have their sins, that was quote free from sin. Sound familiar? That was quote free from sin, to cut his throat to bleed on the altar for quote remission of sins. Fast forward, the goat sacrifices are transformed to what? Ram sacrifices in the age of Aries. As Moses comes down out the mountain with the new laws, the 10 Commandments, and he kills the remnants of the old age of Taurus, the sacrifice goes from it's still a goat, because a ram is basically a mountain goat, right? But it goes from the quintessential goat to the mountain goat, the ram, and same thing. So when they are so even before Moses goes up into Mount Sinai, what do? God says, look, you need to take the blood of these rams, you need to kill them and take their blood and put it all over your door so the angel of death knows who to avoid, right? Knows who to avoid. Why is the goat symbolism so significant? I'm gonna tell you why. Because in early dynastic Egyptian mythology, the twins that we know as Gemini, the twins that we know as two male half brothers, one who dies and one who remains. Listen, the Gemini that we say, one who dies and one who remains, one who is quote mortal and one who is divine. You feel me? Who else? Gemini. We just talked about Arabian symbolism being peacocks, who is one of Oshun's three chief winged creatures, right? Guess what else? In earlier, because we also talked about how one thing said that in later Kemetic mythology, under Akhenaten, as a matter of fact, who was responsible for transforming Egypt into a monotheistic religion, they say that the story of the twins was the two personifications of Horus, that one was Horus as the younger Horus and one was the older Horus, right? That's how the story transformed. But pre-monotheistic Egypt, guess who the Geminis were represented by? Two goats. So is it a coincidence that the Levitical Hebrews needed two goats for their ritual sacrifice? One who was the scapegoat, one who was the one whose life was preserved by carrying the sins of the community out into the wilderness, and the other one that was innocent was made to the one who was innocent was made to be the ritualistic slaughter animal for the remission of sins. Oh my God. Is it a coincidence that the mythology, the earlier mythology of the polytheistic earlier mythology of dynastic Egypt was that the Gemini and the significance of the divine twins or the heavenly twins was represented not by two men, not by brothers, by two goats, one of whom must die and one who would remain. And isn't it interesting that 2 ages later, when the Jesus born Messiah, Son, Savior is born, that he becomes the two in one, emblematic of the goats. He becomes the two in one, not two distinctly separate goats, one that is left to survive because he is carrying the sins of the community. That's why the Baphomet, God damn it, that's why the Baphomet is seen as evil. You want to know why the Baphomet is seen as evil? The goat head is seen as evil because it is. You know why it's evil? Because that Baphomet is carrying the burden of all the sins of these wicked ass people, self-exalted as divinely chosen. That's why the goat everywhere. That's why they say, that's why you hear all these people who are like in the Nation of Islam or like more Science Temple be talking about all the Illuminati evidence of devil worship in Hollywood, and the goat is always one of them. And then one of them said, you know, why is it? You think it's a coincidence that everybody who is halfway talented, you feel me, call themselves the GOAT, and they say it's an acronym for the greatest of all time? No, it ain't. It's devil worship hidden in plain sight. Because anywhere you see the GOAT, that is the evidence of devil worship. That's the evidence of Satanism. It's the evidence of all things wicked. Isn't that something? But do we ask why? Because in ancient Levitical Hebrew worship of the fucking war god Yahweh required two animals for the sacrifice. It required a scapegoat, a goat through which, in ritual ceremony, all of our wrongdoings, all of our bad doings, all the dirt we do, we superimpose that on this animal and then send him out to the wilderness to carry our sins away. But God won't forgive us of our sins if we do not spill the blood of an innocent, sinless, isn't that what they say Jesus is? The innocent, sinless sheep. So the goat becomes a sheep now. The innocent sheep. You feel me? The innocent sheep who, but they say, his spilt blood, that he carries all the sins of humanity, and at the same time spills his innocent, sinless blood as a ritual sacrifice for the expiation and remission of all sin. He becomes the scapegoat and the sacrificial goat. He becomes the sinful personification of carrying the burdens of all other people's sins imposed on him. And at the same time, he becomes the innocent, sinless, blameless sacrificial lamb for humanity. He, Jesus, is the two in one personification of Ibeji, of Pollux and Castor, of Gemini. He is both the eternal, risen again, born again. He is both the eternal and the one that must die. Isn't that something? He becomes the immortal, aka the vampire. He becomes the immortal, resurrected after death. Resurrected after death. Immortal. He becomes the resurrected, immortal while at the same time his death is seen as a divine necessity for the remission of sins. And you don't see that shit playing out in this movie called Sinners, released on Good Friday, 2 days before the figurehead of this institution is laid to rest, hours after he delivered his Easter Sunday speech. Y'all still say this shit is some kind of crazy ass coincidence. Okay. Let me give you another coincidence then. Because it's gonna fuck you up. We talking about Venus and how, because of these astronomical anomalies peculiar to Venus directly in her relationship with us on Earth, right? That this is why her number is the number 5, because in her rotation around the sun in relationship with the Earth, she creates in her complete rotation a 5-point star. That is not only a 5-point star, it looks like a 5-leafed flower. Venus, it looks like a 5-leaf flower. This 5-leaf flower, aka 5-point star that she creates in her peculiar rotation around the sun, is the symbolic origin of, what do they call it? The cult of the Rosicrucians, the heavenly rose, the order of the heavenly rose, or whatever the fuck it is. Rosicrucians is specifically about the worship of Venus, not just them. I went to see an exhibit over at what's this big at the Getty. I went to go see an exhibit at the Getty about pre-colonial contact spiritual systems of the Mayan people. And do you know that they did not acknowledge for a long time, they did not acknowledge the sun as the center of their daily life, that the center of their worship, the center of their mythology, the center of their daily life was the worship, exaltation, and adoration of the planet Venus. That shit blew my mind. And then they showed like all of these ancient, how their calendar, them and the Aztecs, their calendar, the Aztec and the Mayan calendars that you see are centered around the worship of Venus as the morning and evening star. All of their agricultural practices centered around the patterns of Venus. Do you understand? And so why is this important? And let me fuck you up about the Pope. Okay? The Pope, the Rosicrucians, all of these freaking like secret society mythologies, and the role that Venus plays in a lot of their mythologies is not subtle shit. And if you want me to fuck you up more, Pope Francis, who just died on Sunday, this movie that was just released on Friday, Pope Francis was the 266th Pope since the beginning of the Roman Catholic Church. The 266th Pope. Guess what 266 reduces to? Numerologically. The number 5. Oh my God. 266 reduces to the number 5. Now he's supposed to be according to the prophecy, the 900-year-old prophecy by Pope such and such, the number 9, right? The prophecy 900 years ago by Pope such and such. I'll do a deeper dive on that. Who said that we ain't got but a little bit of time to run this shit, because we ain't gonna live. The church ain't gonna survive past the 266th Pope. The 266th Pope is going to die in office, and his death is going to mark the beginning of the end of the Roman Catholic Church. That's what it said. 266 reduces to the number 5. We're always talking about the Iami Ajay and how they speak in plain sight. They speak in a language that all can understand. Numerology is one of those languages. Bird symbolism is one of those languages. Universal. Bird language and bird energy. Remember I told y'all last night about the bird symbolism in this movie and how the vultures, the three vultures that took root on top of the house that the vampire Remick was going into? Who is, because all winged creatures are all winged creatures represent the Iami Aj. All winged creatures represent the Iami. Let me say it like that. But in their personification as Aj, Iami Aj, they're very specific birds. What deity, what Orisha is represented by the presence of vultures? This is one of her apotheoses. This is one of her stories. Which Orisha, which of the three big Iami Aj? Nope. It's a good guess, but nope. It's not Oya. So you got two left. You got two left. Oshun, baby. Oshun. So we get caught up on Oshun with the little bee. Because the bee cute, you know what I'm saying? The bee is a cute little life giver and gives all the sweetness and the honey and things. We get caught up on the little bee. We love the peacock because the male peacock gives us beautiful feathers. And he show off to get Oshun's attention. You feel me? Because it's only the male peacock that has the beautiful, vibrant, turquoise colored feathers. I don't know if you've ever seen a female peacock, but they basic, they average, because they're like, bitch, I ain't gotta put on the show. I ain't gotta put on the display. Bitch, I'm female. I'm the thing that guarantees that your progeny will continue to exist. I ain't gotta do shit to prove shit to you, bitch. I got a uterus. I got a uterus. So the females in most bird species are very, very basic, very, very colorless, very non-vibrant. Every bird that you see that is vibrant and got a pretty song, and they're all males. They're all males. They are the ones that have to compete. Bitch, let me brush my feathers real quick. Let me see my singing voice on point. I need baby. I need a baby. It's the males in every single one of these winged creatures that have to put on a display to compete for the generative power of the female. She ain't got to put on a show. She like, bitch, I'm basic. And I'm okay in my basic. Because, bitch, I'm me. I'm God. You feel me? I digress. So we get caught up on the colors of the peacocks. And we say, oh, my God, my Oshun shrine is so beautiful because I've got the honey and I've got the peacock feathers. I ain't never seen too many Oshun shrines that's got no vulture feathers on. I ain't never seen that. This is one of her apotheoses. Oshun as the vulture. Oshun as the vulture. I will drop this on you though, Helen Stevenson, who mentioned Oya earlier. Remember I told you that the last story I told y'all last night was about Remick and about how y'all know me. I'm going to go on the deep dive about everything, right? So I'm just researching the etymology of Remick's name, the origin of his name, which is not Irish. So I was like, why do you have him as an Irish character? But there's nowhere in any of these etymologies that the name Remick has an Irish origin. I was like, that's weird. Let me dig a little deeper. Then I go into the family crest of the name Remick. And then there is this thing that says the name Remick actually applies to two very specific things. It is usually a family name that is given to in Slovenia, given to people who live near the Eden River in Cumberland. They are given this name if they reside near a hill, a stream, a church, or a certain tree. I was like, God damn, that's fascinating. Then it said that Remick in Slovenian, no, that was German. So in Slovenian, the word Remick, R-E-M-I-C or R-E-M-E-C, is actually a class of birds. It is a bird name. It is a bird name. Right? It is a scientific name for a pendulum tit, bird. And the scientific name of this bird is the Remizidae. Remic is short for Remizidae. This bird is the sparrow. Remember me telling y'all that? And I was telling y'all about how the sparrow flew in my house and all of this shit. Guess. And I was telling you, like, there are stories. I think I told y'all the story last night about how Mao Zedong, under the Cultural Revolution, initiated a campaign against the quote four pests. It was called Destroy the Four Pests or something like that. And the chief pest was sparrows, because they thought the sparrows was eating too much of the crops. And when he levied a campaign, child, they killed scores of millions of sparrows in a year. And when they killed these sparrows, the greatest famine in the history of China took place. I think they said 45 million people died because of famine, because they killed the sparrows. They killed the sparrows. They killed the sparrows. And do you know what Orisha is represented by sparrows? The magical nature of sparrows, the hidden, the keepers of secrets, the sparrows. Do you know what Orisha of the Iami are represented by the energy of sparrows? Oya. Oya is the governess of sparrows. So I am like, whoa, this is crazy, right? That this guy Remick, his name is Remick, and his name in its origin is tied to a very specific bird called a pendulum tit. It's a type of sparrow, a pendulum tit, that exists on every country, on every continent in the northern hemisphere. And the only continent in the southern hemisphere where this bird exists is Africa. Is the continent of Africa. Isn't that something? Isn't that interesting? Isn't this interesting? Somebody tell me it's interesting and not some random thing that I just find interesting. Okay? So anyway, you see twin energy everywhere in this movie. Mary presents twin energy. Mary is both Mary Magdalene the prostitute, Mary Magdalene the whore, and she is also Mary the virgin, Mary the innocent, Mary the white adjacent, Mary the beneficiary of both worlds. Do you understand? And in her death, she also represents twin energy. The feigning of white innocence and purity and all of that shit while she was living. Didn't I just say this about your Jesus? The innocence, the assumption of purity and pristineness while she was living. And as soon as she was changed, and soon as she died, and was resurrected, she becomes her true self, the personification of evil. And that evil, and the target and the object of that evil personified in her white self, was everybody black. The first thing she said when she got up is, we four white people, we four undead, two of whom are the motherfucking clan who was planning on killing y'all anyway. We four white people. What she say when she got up? We gonna kill all y'all. That's the first thing she said to a room full of black people who had protected her, who had defended her, who had fed her and gave her drink. We gonna kill all y'all. We gonna kill all y'all. Mm-hmm. She too, presenting actually two twin dual nature characters. In life, the twins, and from life to death, the proposed good, wholesome, pure white girl, once she is turned to the undead, the resurrected, the resurrected, guess what? Her true self, her trickster nature comes forward, just like Jesus. Her trickster nature comes forward. And her true intentions are made real. Is that we're going to kill all of y'all. What does kill all of y'all mean in the minds of vampires? We are going to suck the very life and essence from you. And the other, God damn it. The other thing that is so interesting, you know what? This is the last thing I'm going to say. I can't believe it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Hey, Abasi! Hey, what's up, brother man? Let me talk to y'all about the chalk talk, because I said that was all I was going to talk. But this twin energy and how it shows up everywhere. It ain't just the two obvious twins in this movie. It is the dually opposing, the mutually opposing energy of their objects of desire. How the good blue dude, you feel me? Smoke, Elijah, the most loved by God. The most loved by God. The object of his affection is the jet black, is the nappy haired, is the very accentuated African features, is the mother of their dead child, right? Is the object not only of his love, but of his sexual desire, right? Black, quintessentially black, right? She is the personification not only of the mother as, what did I put down for her? She is not only the personification of the mother as round and voluptuous, like the Venus, what do they call it? The Venus LaSalle, big old belly, big old titties, and like BB shots, because you can't see her face. All you can see is her little curly cues all over her head, but she got big old titties that come down and hang on her belly. Then you can see all her stretch. You can see all her little dimples in her booty. And this is the oldest, at least that they found so far, the oldest carving image of God. This 25,000 years old of Venus LaSalle. It's 25,000 years old, right? She is the personification of the origin of God. That's why she had to be black-skinned. She is the personification of the origin of God, right? This is the object of Elijah's affection. His sexual desire, his maternal desire and longing, the embrace, the hug that she gives him before they have sex, right? Her big old titties, like she becomes the person. And I just am so irritated because in our short-sightedness, so many people are saying like, why she always got to be cast as the mammy? No, she is not cast as the mammy. She is cast as the mother of all creation. She is the personification of the original mother. Big, voluptuous, shaped like the earth itself. The spirals in her hair, her unprocessed hair, resembling the spirals of creation in the universe itself. She is the personification of the original mother. She is the personification of life giver. Because her baby dies, she is also the personification of the death aspect of the mother, the life-giving aspect of the mother, and Mother Earth as the death, as the personification of death and being placed back into the embrace of the mother in death. Did y'all see what was on the baby's shrine when he went to go make his little flower offering to the baby's gravesite? Did y'all see what was on the shrine? Did y'all see what was on the shrine? Did y'all see the little penis shaped, the little black penis shaped icon on the baby's shrine? Just see what I'm saying? I was like, damn, okay, let's go. Right? So that about her. And then what else? Perline was the manifestation of the goddess as the seductress, the goddess as the sex goddess, because they all represent aspects of the goddess. The goddess as seductress, the goddess as virgin, the goddess as the prostitute or the whore, the product, the goddess as mother and crone, as maiden, on and on and on, right? And so it's interesting that this twin spirit, this twin duality even occurs within the relationship extremes as chosen by Elijah and Elias. Elias's object of affection is the total antithesis of Annie. This is this most recent personification as the mother goddess, who has still been reduced in her significance because her only significance is that she gave birth to the Son of Man, who would be God incarnate in the flesh, surrounded by Marys, Mary the whore and Mary the virgin. You feel me? Okay. And who is Mary? Who is Mary? Who is Mary? Who is Mary? I'm talking about Mary that gave birth to Jesus. Who is Mary? It's not a trick question. It's not a trick question. Mary 2. Mary 2 is Venus. Mary 2 is Aphrodite. Mary 2 is Ishtar. Mary 2 is the whore of Babylon. Mary 2 is the star of the morning and the evening star. Yes, she is. Next time you look at a what do they call it? At an image, especially like a Latin image of, what do they call it? Guadalupe, or the more Latin American personification of the Virgin Mary. It ain't even subtle. She got 5 stars around her head. She got 5 stars around her head. All the iconography is there. She's draped in, what does the Bible say? She's draped something in the Revelations. She's draped in the shroud of the heavens that's covered with stars. And when you see the Virgin Mary, she got on this long kind of robe, cloak looking thing. And when her arms are out, you can see into it, and it's dark, and it's got all these stars. Isn't that on? Mary 2. But Mary is the most recent personification of the Queen of Heaven, who has been successfully subdued by her Son. This is Mary. This is Mary Magdalene as the whore, turned into Mary the virgin deliverer of the last Adam, as the last Son Savior. The Virgin Mary as a representation of the successfully subdued Queen of Heaven. Yes. Yeah. So anyway, the last thing I'm going to leave y'all with, because I can't even believe I'm in here. Let me make a call for donations, because this is a word I have given y'all tonight. I'm certain that I could have made this more concise. I am certain that maybe I should have made this shorter in time. But baby, I gave y'all a motherfucking deep ass word this here evening. Yes, I did that. God damn. That thing about Jesus making the declaration that there is no more need for a human sacrifice, that shit has just split my whole brain wide open. Let me tell y'all about these Choctaw people. This I'm not going, because I put it off last night. I'm telling y'all this shit about these Choctaw people tonight. Because even though them Choctaw people only got like a few seconds on the scene, honey, their presence in this movie was substantial. I'm trying to tell y'all, they goddamn presence in the movie was substantial. Thank you so much, Claudia Ancroc, for the donation. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. If y'all want to make donations via Zelle, which is the best way, the easiest way, then use the temple email address, which is evoemetemp@gmail.com. evoemetemp@gmail.com. Oh my God. Oh shit. If you want to make a donation via Cash App, then it is $Daughter of the Fates. If you want to make a donation via Venmo, it is my name, Cassandra, with two S's, Cassandra, Cassandra dash Floyd, Floyd. If you want to make a donation via PayPal, then you can do that by the @Iyapo Ngina, IYAPONGINA. Please make a donation. I am putting out Claudia Ankra. Thank you so much, boo. She say, please do. If dead Jesus can get tithes and offerings, ... I co-sign on that. This is way more than those others have done. Another level of breakdown. True. Thank you for acknowledging that. Thank you. I would encourage you to make a donation and a contribution to this fiery, goddamn insightful breakdown that I have given. Now I'm gonna leave y'all with a coup d'etat. I still got so much to put down on y'all, but I'm gonna make this the last thing for tonight. Okay. Let me just tell you about these Choctaw that ain't nobody talked about. Everybody's like, oh, there was some native people in the movie. That's so nice. Or they'll say, them Choctaw, they was up on game because, they was like technically the vampire slayers in the movie. That was cool. That's it. Like, did nobody just do a quick Google search? Like, do y'all not think it was relative? Do y'all think it was just to acknowledge that there was Choctaw people in Mississippi at the time? Didn't nobody do a like superficial examination of some basic like Choctaw mythology to see if that shit played a role at all? That shit took me literally a 10-minute Google search. Okay, now I'm Choctaw, but I was not raised on a reservation. I mean, I have Choctaw currently, Choctaw family members, you feel me, that I grew up with, that are my age, you feel me. My grandmother was a third Choctaw. My great grandmother was a third Choctaw. You feel me? So, okay, cool. But this mythology I didn't know because I was not submerged in the culture of indigenous people in Mississippi, because the Choctaw and the Chickasaw are Mississippi, Alabama primarily area. So let me tell y'all how their mythology has showed up throughout the movie. They only had a cameo in the movie in the beginning, but their mythology showed up throughout the movie. Okay. Let me tell you, the first little weird kind of thing that we get in this relationship between Elijah and Elias. They getting ready to go into the city to do some business, and they got this truck with supplies on it. They move palm leaves. Where the hell palm leaves came from? I didn't do a deep dive into palm leaves. I know they play a big role in Ifa tradition, but they're palm leaves on the back of this truck with all this equipment, like weapons and shit. They just pulled 2 palm leaves off the back of the truck. And when they pull the 2 palm leaves, so it is Elias that removes the palm leaves from the back of the truck. And in knee-jerk response, the blue guy, Smoke, Elijah, says, hold up, to protect his brother, because there's a rattlesnake on the back of the truck. And he stabs the rattlesnake in the head. And this rattlesnake falls to the ground and thank you so much. That's so generous. DMC, what a generous donation. Thank you so much. That was really, really nice. Thank you so much. I am so grateful you appreciate the value of this content. Thank you so much. So the snake falls on the ground. There's a long look at the snake. Okay. The snake falls to the ground and is still alive, but bleeding out of his head from the injury to his head. And they paid, to me, what felt like an exceptional amount of time to the killing of the snake by these twins. I'm going to tell you something else. I got to write this down so I don't forget. The reason, going back so I don't forget it, I say it out loud so I can bookmark it in this live. The reason that in this story that I told you about in the story that I told you about Osiris versus Set, and these being a representation of the twin energy of the Gemini, right? There's still a relationship about the sun, like with the sun as these personifications, but the twin energy, right? As represented by Ra and Set. Isn't it interesting that the Gemini the Gemini constellation, right, is always pictured in modern mythology as what? As two brothers. And these two brothers within their same constellation has a black dog named Canis Minor, right? So is it a coincidence that the quote, that in this story of the oppositions of these quote twins, Ra and Set, that Set in his relationship to Canis Minor has his personification is the body of a man with the head of a black dog. The body of a man with a head of a black dog. That is the evidence that even though this is a story about the personification of the sun and its traverse through heaven, which is the seen world, and hell, which is the underworld, yes, but at the same time, it is talking about this dual energy mythology about the divine or heavenly twins with a little dog who is called Canis Minor. And then Set as the personification of the evil of the twins or the bad guy of the twins, right? Is lit in comedic mythology. Set is always seen with the body of a man and the head of a black dog. There it is again. Now, I wanted to say that out loud so I can come back and take notes. I had so many epiphany moments in this live, some of which were not planned for, were just divinely inspired breakthroughs and connections. So let's go back. So the Choctaw. So this scene with the snake. Okay. This snake, they killed the snake. There's a mythology directly tied to Choctaw mythology about this scene. Okay. So let me just say something else. This is going to be controversial. I like Ryan Coogler. I like his style. I like his movies. But I opened up by saying every last one of his movies have been problematic, even though they are scientifically and quickly well executed, artistically beautifully displayed. He's very, very brilliant. But the apparatus that he works for serves the state. And the messages of the state shine through so much in his movies. Every last one of his movies, though again executed brilliantly, highlighting the genius of Blackness, highlighting the excellence of detail of Black gifted people. I respect that. Entertaining, getting you all emotionally involved through the use of color. That's why I started this whole thing off yesterday with the discussion again about the duality of the red and blue and why strategically in the hands of the state it shows up everywhere that it does. Everywhere that it does. You understand? And so Ryan Coogler in this movie, do you think, because this, go to the interviews that I have listed in the description below, because in one of these interviews, he's like, I don't really be thinking about that stuff that deep. He said, you real smart. You really thinking about this thing deep. You thinking about this thing deeper than most people are. He's talking about to the young girl in her 20s who is interviewing him, and she's asking him this question. It's like, I want to know, am I right? Like, am I seeing something that ain't actually there? Like, am I right? You're like, some of this stuff I can't answer. I said, oh my God. This is revealing for this girl in her 20s to be interviewing him about the symbolism that she sees in the movie. And he was like, oh, it's interesting. It's interesting that you see that. He was perpetually deflecting from these girls' very penetrative questions. I was like, oh, damn. So I'm seeing all this symbolism. Ain't none of this shit an accident. Boy, let me tell you about this serpent and these Choctaw people. I'm saying that because, listen, man, Ryan Coogler is still a black man in America that has to navigate America the best way he can so that he can continue to be an artist without his life being threatened, without his ability to support his family being threatened. That's why. That's what was obvious to me in that interview, was like the level of discomfort of the shit that this girl was bringing up that he didn't expect average people would see. Do you hear what I just said? Go and watch this interview. I have it in the description box below. That interview made me uncomfortable to watch. I was like, oh my God. There were questions, because she was like, yeah, I'm thinking about these things, but I might be off base. I need a quote from you. Like, am I right? Am I wrong? Like, is it just my imagination? Because if you say that ain't what you thinking about, then okay, cool. I'm like, I'm seeing shit where there ain't shit. And he was like, oh, well, you smart. That's what he said. You smart. You really thinking about this thing deep. That interview revealed so much of what I've been saying this entire time. All of this symbolism, do you think this shit was an accident? Let me tell you about the snake. So they killed the snake. The younger brother kills the snake. The older brother kills the snake to protect the younger brother. I would even say this is a foreshadowing about what was to come. Because the older brother kills the snake to protect the younger brother. But at the end, the older brother could not protect the younger brother from the serpent that was in their midst in the form of Mary. Who did the same thing? Yep. Who did the same thing the snake would have did? She attached with her fangs right on his neck and sucked the life out of him. And she did that. That scene could have very well been a foreshadowing of what was to come. That the true serpent, that the true danger was not that rattlesnake. The true danger was going to come into the space with the behavior of the snake. Oh my God. And isn't it interesting that the snake lunged at the brother in red, who I told you earlier was Elias in the Bible, whose son was represented by red, who was said to have what? Snake tongue. Who was said to have snake tongue, who could talk to serpents. Because why? Because the Bible say he was an oracle. Ooh. That anyone who was an oracle was considered snake-mouthed. That's what the Bible said. That anyone who was an oracle was considered snake-mouthed. And isn't it interesting that the snake, the rattlesnake, lunged at he, who in his biblical references was considered an oracle or snake-mouthed? Child. I might be reaching, but I doubt it. So anyway, let me tell you about the Choctaw. There is a story, a mythological story, according to Choctaw tradition, about the origin of poison. Listen to this. The origin of poison. Where is it at? and the origin of poison. I'll write it on another page. Okay, I'm gonna have to paraphrase because I didn't write it on another page. So this is just one of the stories represented in this movie. The origin, I remember it. The origin of poison, as told by Choctaw mythology and tradition, was there was a specific plant that was very poisonous to the Choctaw. This plant existed everywhere, okay? And it tended to grow around bodies of fresh water. And the poison was so prolific that it would kill the Choctaw people, okay? And so the spirit of the plant was like, we don't want to kill humans. So the spirit of the plant approached 3 animals, okay? The spirit of the plant approached the honeybee, approached the wasp, and approached the rattlesnake. Approached the bee, the wasp, and the rattlesnake. And the plant was like, look, it's not our intention, you feel me, for human beings to die because of our poison. So what we want to do is we want to give you guys our poison, right? So we can give all our poison to you, so we no longer poison humans. And when we give our poison to you, the human beings will be able to receive a warning in their proximity to you so that they won't be poisoned by you either. We'll give you, because you already possess sounds that can alert the humans that you are in the area so that the humans are not poisoned by you too. So they tell the story about how the plant, acknowledging that the honeybee, once she flies close, you can hear the swarm of her little wings in your ear, so that you can have enough time to get away before she stings you. The wasp, the same thing. The wasp being bigger, the wasp's body being red, and the wasp's wings being able to be heard will give the human enough time to get away or to shoo away the wasp before the wasp disseminates poison. The rattlesnake, because it's so low and hidden in the grass, has the rattle on its tail. So the rattle is intended to protect the human. It's intended to alert the human that you are in the area and you are unseen, so that the human has enough time to move out of the way or get out of the way so that the human is not poisoned by the rattlesnake. This is the story of the origin of poison according to the Choctaw. So this scene in the movie where the serpent who gave a warning, but the older brother was the one that heard the warning as the snake was attempting to lunge at the younger brother. Because the younger brother was just like, ha ha ha, cutting up and clowning and shit. He wasn't being aware. And so the older brother heeds the warning and saves his brother. But in heeding the warning, he kills the snake. And a part of that whole story about the origin of poison was to not only save humans from being poisoned, but to save the creatures from being harmed by humans, right? Being harmed by humans. So they give the humans a warning before they have this interaction that would render either of them harmed. Isn't that something? Isn't that such a fucking incredible story that gives so much more context to the presence of the serpent in the story? Was that helpful? Or was that a reach? Okay. That's not the only place that they show up. Okay, so the next thing there are several, but there were 2 mythological creatures according to Choctaw that are particularly prevalent all the way to the absolute end of the movie. The credits at the little scene at the end of the credits, all the way up to the very end of the movie. Choctaw mythology present in the story. Okay? And I believe that the reason that the Choctaw presence in this story is so significant and like replete through the whole movie is because it is hinting at this ever-present relationship between Black-skinned people, whether they are indigenous to the United States or whether they were actually captives from across the water, that this kinship and this relationship to the Choctaw, that even if we aren't in active relationships with indigenous people from the South, that there are still hints and evidences of their ancestral influence in our blood. I think that's what that was hinting at, because they only had the Choctaw in there literally maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes tops in the whole movie, but their presence lingered all the way to the end of the 2-hour movie. All the way to the very actual end of the 2-hour movie, they were present. Even out of sight, they were ever present. Isn't that the relationship that we have to indigenous people in North America right now today? Ever present, though we can count on less than one hand how many actual indigenous, full-blooded Native American people we know personally, but that their presence is ever present. Even out of sight, even socially and culturally invisible, made culturally and socially invisible, their presence is overwhelming, undeniable in every space. I think this is what that represented, right? So the two mythological characters that show up in this movie with the presence of the Choctaw is one is called the Impa Shelup, or the Nasla Chito, the Nalusa Chito. Okay, the Impa Shelup, the Impa Shelup, otherwise known as the Nalusa Chito. These mythological creatures are known as soul eaters. They are known as soul eaters. Their purpose is to help those souls stuck in one realm move to another. Now, fast forward to the movie when Annie, up until a certain period, she's saying, I think these are haints. I think these are haints. And then it wasn't until Smoke shot the white girl after they thought the brother was dead. After she killed the brother and he shot, bam, 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 and he just unloaded his gun on her and she jumped right up and ran out the room. And that's when Annie says, oh my God, these aren't haints. These are vampires, right? And then she talks about the distinction between a haint and a vampire. She said, the vampire is different because they cannot transition. As long as they remain how they are, their souls will stay trapped in this body. Their souls are animating what otherwise would be a dead body, trapped in this body, trapped in this immortal experience. Their souls can't transition. This is when she makes the plea. Remember, she throws the bones on the table as the conflict is starting. She throws the bones and she sees in the bones, she's like, you ain't gonna make it through the night. She said, I can already tell you, I ain't gonna make it. And I need you to make a promise to me that if one of these motherfuckers bite me, you drive this stake through my heart. You don't hesitate. Do not let me turn into one of them. I have someone that is waiting to see me on the other side. I can't be trapped in this body. If I get bitten, kill me before I turn. Remember that plea she made to him. She was very deliberate. She said, you got somebody waiting for you too. That's what she said. She had already thrown the bones, baby. She had already done a divination. I'm not going to make it through the night. Drive this stake through my heart. Do not let me turn. Do not let me get trapped in this existence. Do you understand? The Choctaw, as they chasing Remick into the white people's house, this is what I believe their role was, right? They are soul eaters. They are soul eaters. They release those whose souls have been trapped. Those are exactly the words that she used when she was talking about the distinction between haints and between vampires. The difference is vampires can't transition. They cannot transition into the ancestral realm. There's a lot of crossover between vampires and motherfucking zombies. There's a lot of crossover, right? They are trapped to animate what otherwise would be dead flesh, because they're both considered the Walking Dead. Zombies are considered the Walking Dead. Vampires are considered the Walking Dead. She said, "Don't let me get stuck up in here. I got a baby to go see. She waiting for me, and the bones done said it. I ain't gonna make it through the night. So make sure you drive the shit through my heart, right?" The other, listen. So I didn't even tell y'all about this because I missed it somehow. But this relationship, because it's come up again. I had researched it somewhere and I'd written it down somewhere. And I couldn't tell you where. So one of y'all, take a minute, take a second, because this is obviously important because now it's come up 3 times. I wasn't going to talk about it tonight, but I forgot it came up in the Choctaw shit too. Somebody Google really quick, like what is a will o' the wisp? And it's WILL-O-THE-WISP. Will o' the wisp. Google what it is, and then maybe Google the etymology. Will o' the wisp. Can somebody do that for me? Helen, can you do that for me? Or Constance? One of y'all. Can y'all do that for me really quick? It was my intention to research it because it didn't just come up with the Choctaw. I put it down under the Choctaw because I made a note. I was like, I really need to research this. This is coming up several times. It came up when I was doing a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, when I was doing the research on the new research on my name, Cassandra, right? There it is, right there in the corner. You see that where it says Will o' the Wisp? This is from like a month ago. You see where it says there, Will o' the Wisp? And then I put the little note underneath it to revisit the movie Brave with the red-headed girl. Right? With the red-headed girl. And in the movie Brave, what did they say? Right? When you see the will o' the wisp in the forest, it means you are about to learn what your destiny is. And the will o' the wisp look like these little tiny fairies. They just look like little beings of light traipsing through the woods. And she follows them and she finds what was supposed to become her destiny. There was another story about how the mythology of the will o' the wisp became the basis or the origin of the mythology of the jack-o'-lantern. I was like, what the fuck? Oh my God. Now this is a month ago. I'm like, what the fuck? The reason why is because one of y'all, I don't remember who it was like, you need to start researching the meaning, the historic and mythological meaning of headlessness. Headless people, why people get their heads cut off in movies, of headlessness. I was like, damn, I didn't even think about that. And I told you that shit set me on a whole wormhole about the history, the occult, the Christian, the Egyptian mythology around headlessness. What did they call it? The Celtic shit. The Celtic cult. The Celtic cult of the Celtic cult or the Celtic clan of the headless or some shit like that. I was like, God damn, like this shit is old. This whole culture and mythology around the significance of headlessness. And when we see jack-o'-lanterns, what's the first thing we think about? It's Sleepy Hollow and how the headless man couldn't find his motherfucking head. So he had to use the jack-o'-lantern in place of his head. But now that mythology started from the mythology of the will-o'-the-wisp. I was like, damn. So I'm studying about this movie, completely forgetting about the will-o'-the-wisp thing, right? So I'm doing research to talk to y'all about this movie. And I have already been on this thing about headlessness and the willow, the wisp, and shit. And then here the Choctaw have another mythological character that they equate to what we call the will-o'-the-wisp. Okay, let's see what you had to say. So the will-o'-the-wisp, it's a ghostly light, like a flickering. It is similar. God damn, here it is again. It is similar to trickster energy. Didn't we just spend 2 hours talking about the different personifications of trickster energies in twin energy characters? Okay. The phosphorescent light seen hovering over or floating at night over marshy ground, thought to result from the combustion of natural gases, ignis fatuus, a person or thing that is difficult or impossible to find, reach, or catch. Early 17th century, originally as will-o'-the-wisp, the sense of wisp being handful of lighted hay. Okay. All right. So according to the Choctaw, right, this character known as Hashok Okwa Huija. Hashok Okwa Huija is also known as what we call the will-o'-the-wisp. This is another mythological character. Let's see. Will-o'-the-wisp originates from the combination of will, a nickname for William, and wisp, a bundle of hay used as a torch. Interesting. The phrase likely referred to a light seen flickering in the darkness. Okay, the holding of the torch, and all you can see is the torch and its light moving through the woods. I get that. Okay, cool. Okay. The next mythological character, this is the one that is present all the way to the end of the movie. Their name is Shilom Bish and Sheloop. Shilom Bish and Sheloop. Shilom Bish and Sheloop is shadows associated with individuals. The first, because it is presented as two different types of shadows. Shilombish and Sheloop. Shadows associated with individuals. The first shadow is seen as outs. Let's see, it's the first with, God damn, that's loud as hell. Sorry about that, you guys. My alerts, my notifications is high as hell. Just crank that down because it startles me every time I hear it. Notification low. Alarm low. Okay. Ugh. My phone, y'all, is just so trash. Okay. Okay. Okay, here we go. All right. So, Shilombish and Sheloop, shadows associated with individuals. First, outside with the outside shadow that follows a person. So this is your shadow that's outside of yourself, that follows you around. The second is the inside shadow or ghost that goes to the land of the ghosts after death, right? And so shadow you can interpret as what we call your shade. Your shade. Girls, come here. Come here. Come here, boo. Come here, boo baby. Come here, little baby. So your shadow can be seen as what we would call your shade. You have your inside shade and you have your outside shade. There is a scene towards the end of the movie when Sammy's character in his old age, which is played by Buddy Guy, and Stack and Mary come to the bar to visit him, and Stack says, you know, I can see it's close to your time. When he looks into the mirror, Stack has no reflection in the mirror, but you can see Sammy's outside shade crystal clear. He's nearing death, so his shade is much more prominent, right? And so their interpretation of these two aspects of your shade or your shadow is identified in Choctaw mythology as Shilombush and Shiloop. The last thing that I want to say about the about Choctaw mythology, baby, is about the Choctaw creation story. Choctaw creation story is a story of their two creator deities, both male, go figure, who are twin brothers. Choctaw creation story involves twin brothers named Chata and Chickasaw. Chata and Chickasaw. Now, it's a long, involved creation story, but the super short version of this creation story is that they are on the earth, and there is a sacred mound in Mississippi, okay? And something happens, and they're attempting to bury the bones of their ancestors in this sacred mound, okay? And I forget, I might have to reread it because I didn't take a lot of notes on it. But essentially, something happens, and the mound cannot receive all of the bones of their ancestors, right? And so the brothers, Chata and Chickasaw, right, decide that they have to part ways. That one of them have to go to another land so that they have enough space to bury the bones of their ancestors, because if they don't bury the bones of their ancestors will not come back. Okay? So Cheeksaw decides that he is going to be the one that seeks out new territory or seeks out new land, and he's going to take half the bones of their ancestors with him so that he can find a new place to set up. This brother, Cheeksaw, takes the bones of his ancestors and goes north. You want to get down, girl? Little baby? A little pretty self. Okay. Okay, girl. So the brother Cheeksaw gathers up half the bones and he heads north, where he lays the bones of his ancestors, becomes the origin. So they are both, quote, Choctaw at the time. Okay? They are twin brothers who are the origin of the Choctaw people. Okay? When the brother Chickasaw decides that he will be the one to leave their land of origin so that they have enough room to bury the bones of their ancestors so that their people can come back in the sacred mound, he takes and gathers the bones and heads north. The older brother of the Choctaw becomes the origin of the Chickasaw people. His name is Chickasaw. He, the older brother, becomes the origin of the new people or the new clan, now known as the Chickasaw people. Isn't that fascinating? that we are watching a movie with a myriad, goddamn, a plethora of twin, mutually opposing, dualistic energy, right? And then this origin story, this story about the function of the shadows, the internal shadow and the external shadow, this story about the Choctaw and this particular entity in Choctaw mythology that is a soul eater, specifically of those whose souls are trapped between realms, aka the vampires in this movie. And then the creation story is about twin brothers. Twin brothers. And not just that, because you can even say twin brothers, but not just that, they are twin brothers where one has to voluntarily die metaphorically as Choctaw. He's no longer Choctaw. When he takes and leaves the land of their origin to ensure that their people can go on through reincarnation, through the burial of their ancestors' bones in the sacred mound, he voluntarily, this is a self-sacrifice. He leaves his land of origin, he goes to another land and becomes something new. He goes from being what? Choctaw to Chickasaw. This is a metaphorical death and a resurrection as something different in these twins. Isn't that fascinating? I thought it was fascinating. I thought it was deep. I thought it was exceptionally deep because every single solitary of the damn near 50 reviews I've seen on this movie took a very reductive and superficial approach to explaining the presence, even in its 3-minute presence, the presence of the Choctaw people in this movie, and how the Choctaw people in this movie were preceded by 3 vultures, the birds of the Iami-Aj in particular, in general, and the specific bird of the goddess Oshun, god of the morning and god of the evening, Oshun, as the brightest star at dusk and the brightest star at dawn. As the Chickasaw are chasing this vampire, he's burning. His body is burning because even though the sun is not out, it is dusk. Dusk is approaching and daylight is enough that it's still burning his skin. This is happening at dusk. This is a foretelling of the night that is to come. This vampire heading towards the dusk, heading towards this house where he's going to make the first kill of the movie. He's running literally towards sunset as a predictor of what is to come, because we are heading into the underworld. We are heading into the darkness, right? Yeah. So much more I want to tell y'all. I got to figure out how to streamline this shit through all these breakthroughs in real time. But I think that's gonna be it for tonight. I did not want to let another night go by without talking about the Choctaw, because their mythology and their symbolism and the impact that they had on that movie, despite only having a good 3 minutes, maybe 5, I wouldn't even give it 5. A presence in the movie is deep. I could get a little deeper because I have some other animal symbolism in here. Like when he's running towards the house at sunset, all you see is this cute little house, this massive, massive field, a tractor, and one bull. There's one cow off the side of the house. That's all you see. And you only see the silhouette of the 3. You see the silhouette of the house. You see the silhouette crystal clear of the bull. And you see the silhouette of this tractor. It's like, that's so random to just have a bull tied to the house like a dog or something, because the bull is literally tied by a rope to the house. I was like, that's weird. I was like, are they like, is this like some and alluding to the Queen of Heaven? Because the totem animal of the Queen of Heaven is the sacrificial bull. It's the bull, right? It is the personification of the son who becomes the self-sacrifice. He sacrifices himself for the new harvest. The great bull of heaven, Taurus, right? Under the god of heaven, under the goddess of heaven. Who is the goddess of heaven? Who's the god of heaven? Inanna, Ishtar, Venus, right? So I was like, and it's happening at dusk when at some period we should be seeing the evening star. I was like, maybe it's a reach, but I was like, it was just so weird how randomly placed that cow was in this image where he is approaching the house. Anyway, I'm gonna stop there. Let's see what y'all talking about. Will o' the Wisp. First time I heard Will o' the Wisp is in the sound of the music in the song Maria. How does that part go? Because I was thinking the same thing. Like, there's a song with the Will o' the Wisp. How does that song go? What's the name of that music? It's not the song Sound of Music, is it? Yeah, I like the sound of music. My heart wants to sing like a bird that flies in the open breeze. My heart is listening to the sound of music. Is it in there? Let's see. I gotta listen to that song now. Let's see. What about the birds over the house when the Choctaw came and left the house? The birds circled the house. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. You may not have been on here yet, and even last night I talked about the significance of those birds, the vultures, as a winged, especially when they perch on a house. Like I talked about that more yesterday, because some people were saying it was buzzards, some people were saying it was vultures. It didn't matter, because a lot of the spiritual and metaphysical meaning of both vultures and buzzards, there's a lot of crossover as psychopomps. Vultures and buzzards are considered psychopomps. A psychopomp is like Eshu is a psychopomp. Mercury, Hermes is a psychopomp. When Eshu, Jesus, or Mercury says, Jesus says, there is but one way to my Father in heaven, and that is through me. They are like the go-between messengers. Eshu's bag is that Eshu is a messenger. Every ceremony must begin and end with Eshu to ensure that your prayers get to heaven. Right? They are psychopomps. They are psychopomps between the spiritual and the physical world, between, quote, earth and heaven, between the terrestrial world and the ancestral world, right? They act as quote, nonpartisan, impartial messengers, right? Between these realms. Right? So they say that at the moment that you die, there will be a psychopomp at some point that helps you to transition from the terrestrial realm to the ancestral realm. Not a gatekeeper, like not necessarily a gatekeeper, more like, because the psychopomp moves through realms. Gatekeeper, I think more like stationary or something. I don't know. I could be totally wrong, but I think more, especially like the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper is a psychopomp. The Grim Reaper is not there to judge. Judgment doesn't happen at the hand of the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper is that entity that is just there to collect you when your time is up. They don't kill you. They don't pass judgment. They don't execute anything. At the moment that you die, according to the mythology of the Grim Reaper, the Grim Reaper, as a matter of fact, they say that before you die, when you are approaching this is where other people who are tapped into this, the other realm will start to see the Grim Reaper around you. Could this be a metaphor for the Choctaw, thing about the shadow and how the shadow becomes more prominent as you are approaching death, right? And so the Grim Reaper does not judge, does not cast judgment. The Grim Reaper is literally bipartisan. I'm just here to collect you. Heaven say your time is up. The realms say your time is up. I just want to be nearby to collect you, to help you transition to the next place that you need to go. Okay? So they're literally like a go-between. A shu as a psychopomp is, it is said that the reason that no matter what language you speak, or if you can't speak, or if you are mute, the reason that you can communicate with your ancestors, the reason that you can communicate with the Orisha or God in heaven, is because a shu is the messenger. A shu is the great translator between the earthly realm and the heavenly realm. Okay. And so, in terms of the vultures, in terms of buzzards, they are considered psychopomp birds, all carrion birds, birds that feed off flesh, off dead flesh, and particularly recently dead flesh. They're called carrion birds. All carrion birds are seen as psychopomps. They are seen as messengers, as divine communicators between humans and the spiritual realm. And so, as communicators, just like the analogy I used with the Grim Reaper, as carrion birds, buzzards and vultures linger close by to those who are approaching death, because they don't just eat any raw flesh. Buzzards, in particular, they don't eat any dead flesh. They eat fresh, dead flesh. Once the flesh begins to rot, they do not eat. They do not eat that flesh. They do not eat that flesh. They are very, very exceptionally clean birds, buzzards, and vultures. They're exceptionally, they get a bad rap because of what they consume, but they're exceptionally clean birds. At the moment that the quote flesh, the dead flesh, is going bad, they will not eat. They will not eat. Right? And so they pull back and let the other creatures take over that are responsible for consuming rotten flesh that's been dead longer than it's fresh, right? And because of that, because of how they are and what they eat, they linger around what it's like they, and so a lot of mythologies talk about them being able to see the future, these birds, because they stick around when they smell death nearing. And so this is a foreshadowing. They go and perch on the house, and you think it's the Choctaw that have brought them. And the birds are coming because they see death is imminent. How is death imminent? In the bodies of these two clans people, the husband and the wife that's in the house. That's why they perch on the house. It's like, oh, these two niggas about to die. Let's get close. Let's get close so we can have a smorgasbord of fresh flesh. But once the man and the woman are turned, but they're still animated, what happens? The birds leave the perch. They was like, damn, we got jumped. we thought we was about to eat, but these niggas still walking around and talking and shit. And then they leave because the Choctaw had already left. They was like, okay, I don't want our help or whatever. Them birds didn't leave with the Choctaw. Them birds left when that man and woman were turned and were not fully dead. It's like, damn, we ain't eating. Okay, so that's my take on it. I might be totally out of pocket, but that's my take on it. Knowing the nature of carrion birds. How do you solve a problem like Maria? How do you catch a cloud and pin it down? How do you find a word that means Maria? Flibbert, gibbet, a will-o-wisp, a clown. Yo, okay. I'm not gonna. I love this question. I'm gonna answer it as briefly as I can. And I'm talking about the first part of that question. How do you solve a problem like a Maria? Oh, it's a song. Interesting, because I was sure about to answer that question. How do you answer a problem? How do you solve a problem like Maria? So these are lyrics from a song? Is the whole statement a lyric from the song? Or is it just that last statement that is a lyric from the song? Is that whole thing that you just wrote, Power Kismet, is that the lyrics of a song? Is that from The Sound of Music? What the fuck? You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. I'm fucked up right now. I'm subdued. You gotta be. Power Kismet, everything you just sent me, all the way down to yesterday and sang it. Email that to me. Y'all have fucked me up right now. Y'all have fucked me up right now. I don't even remember that being in the song. I'm thinking these is real ass questions your ass is asking me to solve. God damn. How do you solve a problem like Maria? Oh my God. Yo, goddamn. What the fuck? Yo. What the heck? Child, How do you this is the song, y'all. I'm thinking this is a question this brother is asking. How do you solve a problem like Maria? Whoa. How do you catch a cloud and pin it down? What? How do you find a word that means Maria? Child, I am subdued and I'm subdued and dismayed up in this motherfucker at 5 o'clock in the morning. A flibberty gibbet, a will o' the wisp, a clown. What the hell? I thought this was a real ass question you was asking me. Like, how do you solve a problem like Maria? Like, you don't let her in the club. That's how. That's how you solve that problem. How do you catch a cloud and pin it down? You don't catch the cloud. You let it go on. You set the terms and let it go on about its business. How do you find a word that means Maria? This shit, anyway, because honey, I just told you there wouldn't be no movie if it was not for Mary. There wouldn't be no movie. It would not be a movie if it was not for Mary. That if Mary would have got her ass on that motherfucking train like she was supposed to when they saw her in the daytime, there would be no movie. Them black ass people would be up in the club, turned up, listening to good music, welcoming the ancestors into space, welcoming the future progeny into the space, bridging the gaps between all time and space to see how they harmoniously flowed in and out of and harmoniously influenced each end of the other, future to past, past to present, intertwined. That was a weaving ceremony that you saw up in the music scene. There was a weaving ceremony that you saw up in the music scene. There was a weaving ceremony, interrupted in its majesty by the presence of parasites. That's what you saw. You saw the the effortlessly unfolding weaving of time, transforming of the future and the past and the present in a singular moment. That when they started stumping their feet, baby, when I tell you every hair on my body stood on end. That scene, because the music was already good. The ancestors were like, oh shit, it's about goddamn time. It's about time. And as soon as that boy started playing, them ancestors came full in full the fuck effect. That music was so good that even that Asian couple, even their ancestors came up in the room. They was like, oh shit, this ain't even our music, but this shit is swinging. We up in here, we up in the place too. We up in the place. Remember when the geisha woman came out and she started dancing too in her geisha gear with her little fans and shit? She was like, oh shit, this the time. What? Damn. Remember, I think he was like the samurai soldier. He was like, oh shit. This shit turned up. This shit turned up. Let's go. This little black man, Sammy, aka Samuel from the Bible, miracle child of Hannah, right? Called everybody into the space. Baby that he was, youth that he was, was like, look, we gonna call everybody up into peace. We gonna call everybody up into peace. You feel me? When they started stomping on that floor, baby, I'm telling you, I was in the movie. I was in the theater coming straight unglued. I was like, oh my God. Listen, I love the scene where you got the little sister in the little bitty skirt where you can see her booty from up under the skirt, and she bent over the table and she, she twerking. She twerking, and it's like the future, right? It's like 1990s, like 1990s fashion. You know what I'm saying? And she twerking, right? And right next to her is a past African ancestor in traditional garb, where like pre-colonial, pre-patriarchal garb, where sisters could just be walking around with their titties out and ain't have to worry about nobody violating them. And they twerking was traditional African dance, and it was sacred. It wasn't seen as something sinister and evil and hypersexual and all of that bullshit that they tied to how we move our body now, and how they had them side by side. The past juking, twerking, and the future twerking, and the past ancestral ceremonial juking with her titties out. Remember, she had the big old necklace with her titties out, doing the same thing. But it means something different based on our proximity to others that would condemn everything that we do. That shit was brilliant, how he executed that scene. That shit was brilliant. There was so much going on in that scene. And, quote, the metaphorical piercing of the veil executed by this young brother's musical talent is, quote, what attracted these parasites to the Black Club. And that was clear. They was like, what y'all doing over here? Where y'all came from? They was like, oh, we live close by. You don't live that close by. And we own all the property around you that you can see. You ain't came from that close. What you over here for? Because we heard y'all playing, and we want to join the party. We want to join the party. We just want to sing and dance. It's like, you realize this is a blues joint. This is a Jew joint. It's like, we know it's a blues joint. That's where we came, because we want to party too. And you're like, see, look, listen to us play. And this is why Elias, as the metaphor for a shoe, he was the one that was like, because they were sitting up in there, Stoneface, y'all can't come up in here. And they was like, look, let us play a little something for you. And then he said, when the blue one stopped him, he was like, he was just about to get good. And then Elias was like, hold up though, they ain't bad. They ain't half bad. Why did he say that? Because were they half bad? I love bluegrass music. Why do I love bluegrass music? Because it's our shit. Why do I say it's our shit? Do you know that the banjo was invented by an enslaved African? Did you know that? That's why the shit sound familiar. Even though it ain't, quote, directly like, quote, our music, our influence is all over it. That was a powerful scene to me. When they played their little bluegrass song outside the club, trying to get into the club, everybody else was like, we ain't even trying to hear y'all sing. We ain't trying to hear y'all. That ain't the kind of music we play up in here. Y'all ain't got no business over here. What did they tell them? When all them brothers was arm in arm, like, y'all ain't getting up in here. Y'all got plenty of places to go on the white people side of town. Go on over there. They was like, them white people ain't got what y'all got. We want what you have. We want what you have. Their position was, we ain't leaving till we get it. They said right out there in the parking lot. and did not move until the opportunity of weakness, until a kink in the shield, until the weak link among them made herself readily available to become an agent of the state. That's what she did. That's what she did. That's what she did. All they was like, we know how niggas is. There's gonna be one week among them. All we gotta do is wait. All we gotta do is wait. All we gotta do is wait, child. We ain't going nowhere. These three white people, two of whom were the Ku Klux Klan, child. These three white people played nice. We just want to spend our money with you guys. We just want to drink and party and sing and dance too. Didn't they do that? They seem like right, fine, nice people. Didn't they do that? Didn't they do that? It was not obvious that the man and the woman were both Klansmen who had just a couple of hours before they died and were resurrected, had been plotting and planning with a group of white supremacists to kill the very black people that they was begging, let us come in. We want a party too. We got good money to spend with y'all. I have a sneaking suspicion. This is Remy. I have a sneaking suspicion that you ain't letting us in because our skin color. That sleight of hand shit. Didn't he do that? Oh, while doing what I always talk to y'all about, that we call it in the South, presenting that bullshit ass nasty nice. That bullshit ass sleight of hands ass nasty nice. What did they say? Kill you with kindness. Where does a statement like that come from? Nasty nice. Smiling in your face while all the while plotting and scheming on how they gonna get the fuck over. How they gonna get from you what they want at your expense, at your demise, at your motherfucking downfall. That's what they was doing. We just want to party with y'all. It sounds like y'all got a real party going on up in here. We got good money to spend with you guys. We got good money. And we can even play and sing too. And who? Elias, red and black Elias, aka Alegba Eshu. Elias, he is just interested in the things that give him instant pleasure. He was like, damn, that music ain't half bad. Why don't we let them all come on in? He was like, hell no, they can't come the fuck up in here. they got to go somewhere else with that shit. They can't come up in here. We don't know y'all. And then what do? Some more sleight of hand shit. They was like, well, damn, y'all ain't letting us in because we white. What's that white girl doing over here? What does Annie do? As the mother, as the personification of the divine, ever-forgiving love of the mother, puts her arms around that white girl and say, this girl family. This girl family. That's why she up in here. Not knowing that her blind kindness and genuine love for all would be the motherfucking demise of the whole group. That moment that black ass woman who represented the direct opposition to Annie the whore, to Mary the whore, Mary the prostitute, Mary the pure, Mary the virgin, Mary the innocent, her twin personifications in real time, that the moment that her direct opposition, the grandmother crone, the mother crone, the collective community auntie who loves and protects everyone. She sees herself as mother to everyone. She just wants people to experience kindness and happiness to everyone. And the very moment that Annie, who had up until that point been kind of a gangster, you feel me? She had been kind of a gangster, low key, but still a gangster, right? That very moment that she identified this kink in their armor as family, not as opposition, as family, and put her arm in between that white girl and them three white folks on the other side, that moment represented the crack in the reservoir that was going to lead to the levee bursting. That's what she did. That's what she did when she failed in that moment in 1932 in a fucking juke joint full of black people who she was obligated to protect over that singular white girl, that in her protecting that singular white girl, she opened the whole community. Do you know that the club was full of people? And that singular white girl was responsible for the death of them all. Only 2 people survived the singular night of what was supposed to be secret, safe, sovereign place, a secret, sovereign, safe place to experience ecstasy, to have a good time, to turn up to blues music, to invite the ancestors into the space. That the only 2 people who completely survived, everybody died. The only people who completely survived was Sammy and Elijah, right? Completely. Now, I ain't saying Elijah. I'm just saying survived the night. Was Sammy and Elijah. Sammy and Elijah. And I could go deeper in the story about Elijah, because Elijah's story in the Bible has a lot to do with some of the ending things that you see in the ending scene. Elijah, and the reason he gained so much favor from God is because he waged war against Baal. Not just Baal. Do you know who Elijah was? Elijah, God damn. Elijah was the one who singularly went toe to toe with Jezebel. Who was Jezebel? Jezebel, according to the Bible, was the most evil woman in the history of the Bible. Jezebel. Jezebel supposedly was the most evil bitch in the whole of biblical history. And she was the queen. Her husband, I think, was Nimrod, and she was the queen of the Hebrew people through marriage to Nimrod, who was Hebrew. If I'm not mistaken, I might be mistaken. But she was the one that, because even though she was, quote, Hebrew, she was still worshiping the gods of old, the sun god Baal, Baal. She was the chief. Are you trying to get back in, Nine? Come on, boy. Hold on, let me let this cat in. I was wondering if that was you. Come here, boy. Come here, boy. You trying to come back in, Nine? Or you trying to hide? Come on. Come here, boy. Come on, boy. Come on, boy. So anyway, that's Elijah's claim to fame. Elijah's claim to fame is that he went to war with Jezebel, and in the end was responsible for this terrible, terrible massacre of Jezebel. She died this most terrible death at the hands of Elijah. And this was what garnered and gained favor of Elijah to God the Father. Elijah's story is crazy because, side note, it may be relevant, maybe not. But the other thing that's significant about Elijah, not only did he, quote, go into heaven and never died, but these guys that are like, what do they call them? Like ancient alien enthusiasts, like ancient aliens or whatever, like the evidence in the ancient world of alien contact. Elijah is cited by a lot of these ancient alien enthusiasts as the first obvious story of a close encounter of the third kind. A close encounter of the third kind. When Elijah talks about what happened to him, because Elijah fasted for 40 days and 40 nights in the desert and was fed manna from heaven by a black crow. or something like that. Like this black crow or this black raven would bring manna from heaven, and that was the only thing that Elijah like survived off of was this manna from heaven, fed to him from the mouth of a black bird while he was fasting in the desert for 40 days and 40 nights. While he was fasting in the desert for 40 days and 40 nights, he was visited by this, he called it a heavenly, like, I forget, like a heavenly host or some shit. But what he describes, a lot of ancient aliens say, is the evidence that he had been abducted by aliens. That he had had a close encounter of the kind, had been abducted by aliens, brought back by aliens so that he could continue this assignment to destroy Jezebel, the most evil bitch in the history of the Bible. And then when God said he loved Elijah so much, and Elijah had a sidekick, Elijah had a mentee, Elisha, and Elijah told Elisha that God is going to come and get me. So, hey, boo baby, that's my boy. That's my baby. Come here, big squishy. And so Elijah told Elisha, he's like, look, God is going to come and get me soon. And if you are with me, if you witness God's taking of me, then you will receive all of the powers that I have. You will retrieve my cloak, you will retrieve my staff, and you will execute the same kind of miracles that I executed, only if you see me at the moment that God takes me. And this fiery chariot of fiery horses comes down out of heaven and collects, boy, now this you ain't gonna do. You ain't gonna do all the squirming. He collects Elijah, and as he is ascending into heaven, he drops the cloak and he drops the staff, and Elisha picks it up and walks across the river Jordan on dry land as he takes the cloak and slams it down on the river, and the river parts into half, and he walks across on dry land, or whatever the fuck it is. Oh, baby, that's my big squishy baby. That's my boy. That's my boy. That's my baby. Anyway, so his story is one of the most pivotal. He is one of the great patriarchs of the Bible, Elijah. What was I saying before 9 wanted to come back in? I don't remember. But I'm gonna tell y'all something. Everybody is right. There is no wrong. Like people, what they are observing, what they are, reviewing on, what they are getting, everybody is right. There is no wrong. Whatever people see, whatever people experience is right. I am just telling you that, like I said a few hours ago, that if you do not enter into these spaces recognizing that whatever your intentions are in the expression of your art, while the state remains, the state wins. While the state remains, the state, boy, you doing too much. You doing too much. While the state remains, the state wins. Boy, oh, you so extra. You gotta go to sleep. You understand? And so I'm watching this movie. Oh God, I'm gonna continue tomorrow because there's still so much I need to talk to you about. And tomorrow is the last day. I'm not doing anymore because this shit is off the chain. But there's so much more that we could get into. How does the state win? What is the evidence of the state's victory in the end? That's gonna be the theme for Sunday because today is already Saturday. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. I've been on here since what? 9 o'clock? Oh my God, insanity. So that's what we're gonna do. It's Sunday. We are going to do the conclusion. And y'all have to help me be a lot more disciplined about being concise. There was some real serious bombs dropped and breakthroughs up in this shit, but I still need to be more concise. I still need to be I still need to master how to be. There was a lot. I feel like everything that I gave y'all tonight was purposeful and profound breakthrough level shit. I just have to master the art making the shit more streamlined. I do. Hey everyone, miss you can't stay. Haven't seen the movie yet, but something tells me I won't be leaving. I'll still encourage the money didn't get them yet due to the fact that they didn't make much money that night. Mary went out to see how much money they had to spend and got bit. Doesn't matter how she got bit. Doesn't matter how she turned into a vampire. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What matters is her behavior prior to going outside. What matters is her behavior after returning back inside. That here she is, she meet 3 white people, 2 of whom are Klans members. She told the brother, I'm going to use my whiteness to see what I can get out of them. That's what I meant when I talk about she becomes the personification of the ability to effortlessly move from one realm to the other. She effortlessly moves from one realm to the other. When she need to be black adjacent, she can say, my great granddaddy half black. So she can justify her white ass presence in black space that she felt totally entitled to. You feel me? Then when she need to be white, she tell the black guy who is the only one letting her stay, who is the only one like listening to anything she got to say. She's like, look, let me play my white girl card and get out here and see if I can get some money out of these white folks. You feel me? And then she gets bitten. And like I said, she was clear-minded. She wasn't crazy. When she went back into the club, she was purely conscious, purely clear-minded, not behaving in any way suspicious. So is it the fact that she became a vampire that had her at the end after killing her love interest since she was a child? Was it her vampire nature that had her say what? Oh, we gonna kill all you motherfuckers. Me, my white self, and these 3 white people outside, 2 of whom are the Klan, who was planning on killing y'all black asses anyway. That's what she said. The rest of the time, after she became vampire, she was clear-headed and strategic. Nobody saw anything out the way in her behavior. So was it her true nature that came through now that she was resurrected? I'm just saying, this is what I'm talking about, the dual energy of the twin archetype in all of these mythologies. Eshu Elegba is the dual personification, twin energy in a singular body of the dualistic good version or innocent version and the trickster version of the same self. Because Elegba Eshu is what? The baby, the innocent, the playful, the excesses, and and fulfillment of the flesh. And Eshu is the punisher, the trickster. She personified both these extremes, both in her living self and as she transitioned, as she was murdered and resurrected, as she died and was resurrected. She represents the good and the bad, the pure and the whore, the Mary Magdalene and Mary the Virgin, Mary the Mother of God. She represents once she leaves from this life in this personification, like Ra, the benevolent, the born again, the savior whose peak personification is at noon, and once he dies, he becomes Set. He becomes the devil. He becomes the dark. He becomes the evil. He becomes the black dog-headed personification of Hades himself. It's the same entity, different faces of his life. Holy fuck. Oh my God. Listen. Sun God Ra and all of these mythologies about the dual nature of the Gemini and the Gemini twins in this relationship to the sun, because it's all related, right? A deeper level becomes the as opposite, self-appropriated mythology of the pre-patriarchal mother and her different phases, aka faces and personifications. Y'all hear what I just said? Did y'all hear what I just said? It never even occurred to me because it's so simple and it's so plain. Here, all of these stories I've been telling y'all all night about the different twin archetypes, mythologies, and energies representing the duality, right? The extreme duality, the extreme dual personifications of these mythological like deities as the personification of the different phases or quote faces of the sun and its relationship to the earth. Osiris and Set are the same. They are a singular entity with different faces or phases. The sun's phases, what we perceive as the sun's phases. That's why the sun becomes paramount as the focus of all recent mythologies. And I say recent, I mean the last 6,000 years of mythology. This we go from lunar, moon, mother, centered calendars and zodiacs to solar deity, sun, father of God, personifications of the zodiac. It makes so much sense. It's so clear. So even these stories are an outright theft of the pre-patriarchal mother's personification in her 7 phases or faces of the moon. Did I complicate that? Can I say, is there a way for me to say that easier? The sun usurping and culturally appropriating, again, all of the mother's mythology, all of the mother's attributes, all of the mother's aspects, superimposing it on itself. So all this time, we have been talking about the sun, right? Why is the Son and the Father the same? Why do they say God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit? And that Jesus is God, inseparable from the Father God. So Jesus is the Son of God, but he is also the Father of himself as the Son. We get this shit all complicated, right? I was like, damn, this shit is deep. But they still say that the Trinity is one, that God is one, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, as what? A replication of the three-headed goddess, of the 3 faces of the goddess, of Hecate, of Hecate, of the Fates, the maiden, the mother, and the crone, superimposed on the sun. Because everything you bitches done did, all the stories y'all got, we want them all. We want all the stories. We want all the magic. We want people to completely forget that the mother ever existed. And so I'm sitting here telling you about how Osiris and Set are the same. It's just the sun in different stages in his relationship with Mother Earth. And it never even occurred to me, child, until I said that Osiris and Set are just 2 different faces, aka 2 different phases of the sun and its relationship to the earth. Meanwhile, that story that I'm telling about, the story that I am telling about Ra, aka Osiris, and Set as dueling brothers and one must die, as dueling brothers and one, you are not gonna, you doing too much. You are not gonna ever do this shit. You ain't gonna be up in my lap trying to divert my attention, you needy motherfucker. Shit. These motherfuckers is going ham right now. Nothing. What you growling for? What you growling for? You ain't cute. You ain't cute. Oh, mess. And what you want? Hater McHater. I'm eating my buttons. Y'all doing too much. Where's your boy? He's so fine. He's so cute. You're so cute, boy. You're so cute. But you are doing quite too much, sir. You are doing quite too much. Anyway, so anyway, yeah, theft in plain sight. In this story that we're walking through in real time, is just a new and modern retelling of the same old of the same old story, as the same old dual personification of the son who attempts to overthrow and completely erase from our collective memory the presence and the magic that is his mother, that in his envy of the mother, that in his boy, in his envy of the mother, in his jealousy of his mother, he would forget that he was born God. He would forget that he was born God. There's no reason to exalt himself above his mother. He was born God. He was born the incarnation of God. He was born the evidence of God's existence, because his mother is God, and God can only give birth to God. God can only give birth to God. And so, in his envy, blinded by his envious madness, he would murder the very source of his power and cannot reconcile why his ass is insane. To love his mother and simultaneously be so envious of her majesty and her power that he would destroy his creator. Boy, cut it out. You're doing too much. You're doing too much. That he would destroy his creator. And so even the story I told y'all earlier about the history and the necessity of the preservation of mediocrity, because you are terrified to evolve. So mediocrity becomes the standard, and the only way that mediocrity can remain the standard is the imposition of collective, globally imposed amnesia to make everybody else forget that they too are God, that they by virtue of being given birth to by God. But the son gone rogue has to maintain the illusion of excellence where the standard is mediocrity. So any attempt by anyone to express evolution, to express genius, to express our approach, our reapproach to the mother, our reconnection to the mother, that threatens to expose all mediocrity. Because the only way that you can maintain mediocrity as a standard of excellence, imagine the paradox. The only way that you can maintain mediocrity as a standard, as the standard of excellence, the only way that you can do that is through brute force and violence and globally imposed amnesia. That's the only way you can do that. It's the only way that you can do that. The only way to undo that, is to regularly expose all the evidence of mediocrity. What's one way that you can do that? Is to create institutions of dual and contending power. Institutions of dual and contending power expose mediocrity. That's why we chase white people behind and say, please give us a Grammy. See what a good job we did? Please give us a Grammy. See what a good job we did? Will you please give us an Oscar? Please acknowledge us. Please acknowledge us. All the while, they have been suppressing at every turn. Suppressing, getting in front of, sabotaging your expressions of Black excellence, keeping you out. Segregation, if you have me tell it, the primary objective of segregation was to keep you close enough in proximity to continue to thrive off your fucking labor, and keeping you at a distance enough so that their mediocrity was not exposed. keeping you close enough in proximity to leech off your essence, while keeping you just far away enough that their mediocrity is not exposed. Slavery exists so that the mediocre do not have to be forced to evolve. That's why your ass is a wife. Okay. Because a man who is uninterested in evolution needs somebody that is going to serve them in their embodied amnesia. Because the only way you can keep a motherfucker hostage, the only way you can turn a woman into a willing participant in her enslavement is to wipe her brain clean of the memory of this cellularly embedded memory waiting to leap the fuck forward out of her, that her ass is God, that she was born God, that she was born the absolute personification of God's limitless, boundless power, literally oozing out of every hole in her body is magical medicine. Science telling your ass that in real time. That bitch, every leakage you can leak can heal somebody's motherfucking life. Bitch, cry some tears of joy. We can collect them tears and save a bitch life. Heal a bitch wound. Leak out your titties. We can say, we can, listen, we can, I ain't gonna get that deep on y'all, but let grown people who have diabetes start feeding off your goddamn mother's milk, just like your baby do, and it can reverse diabetes. Let us capture your uterine blood, your sacred magical blood that springs forth from your body, the blood that comes, the blood that flows, the blood that pours from no wound, and apply it to areas of weakness and watch this person heal from your leakages, from your spit, from your vaginal secretions of ecstasy. And so your brain has been wiped clean. You have become your own worst enemy in the collectively imposed amnesia through brute force and oppression by the world's mediocre, by the world, by the world's mediocre masters that can only maintain the illusion through brute force. They can only maintain the illusion of supremacy through brute force, baby. That's all they can do. Because as soon as you get, that's why your ass work like a slave. That's why your ass be working 40, 50, 60-hour work weeks. It's because they cannot afford for a singular 10 minutes of rest, of complete and full rest, because you start imagining something more. Your ass instantly start plotting. As soon as you ain't tired, your ass literally defaults into plotting and scheming. How I'm gonna overturn this bitch, how I'm gonna overthrow this bitch, how I'm going to rescue my life and the life of everyone else that I love. How am I going to stage in opposition to this shit? How am I going to plot and scheme to get back in my position that which has been stolen from me? My happiness has been stolen from me. My joy has been stolen from me. My wealth, my abundance, my harmony, my bliss, my rest, my ancestors' rest, my ancestors' wages, my ancestors' labor, they blood, sweat, and tears robbed consistently from us. How am I get our shit back? That's why your ass have to work 40 hours a week and then have 2 side hustles on the weekends just to make ends meet. It's because these motherfuckers they cannot afford for you to have a singular 24-hour periods of absolute rest, of absolute bliss, of absolute harmony. Because as soon as you experience its opposition, your ass is going to start plotting and scheming about how you can have this every day, how you can feel wonderful every day, how you can feel blissful every day, how you can feel sexy every day without no cause, just your default happiness, your default sexiness, your default ecstatic, your default erotic, just like a leg bar, just like a leg bar. You instantly default. So how can I make this my norm? Not only for myself, how can I make this the norm for everybody in my community? Not just my community. How can I contribute to making this the norm for everybody that I come into contact with? How can I do that? According to our friend Mary Daly, she said, bitch, y'all fucking women, y'all motherfuckers who incarnated here with portals in your body, You're going to have to start using your mouth. You are going to have to start using your throat and your vocal cords to cast a goddamn global spell that functions like a motherfucking global exorcism. That's what she say. It's going to take a global exorcism sprung forth from the mouths of you motherfucking witches who you don't know witches. Because you've been praying in the name of Jesus, digging your own goddamn grave. You have to use your goddamn throat chakra. You have to use your powerful motherfucking uterus to speak spells of liberation into the goddamn atmosphere. Just like mythological Moses spoke for what the angel of death that took the firstborn of all the Egyptian people, you're going to have to speak a spell. You're going to have to speak a miasm into the atmosphere that can have the exact same effect in opposite. Can we cast a spell of life? Can we call on an angel of life, a deity of life spoken forward from the mouths of the Iyami Aj embodied in the flesh in real time to set this shit the fuck off just as quickly as Moses called down the angel of death? And in a single night, all the firstborn of Egypt was taken as punishment? Can we speak life into the masses, the billions of walking dead whose lives have been stolen from them? They animated, they walking around, they conducting tasks, but their spirit has been stolen, has been robbed from them. Just like the black girl Annie say in the movie, their souls are trapped. The immortals, their souls are trapped. That's why Jesus is the vampire. He done turned all the people on earth into motherfucking vampires. People who are immortal in their suffering. They're trapped souls walking around here like motherfucking zombies, animated and lifeless and soulless from generation after generation after generation of goddamn oppressively imposed despair and amnesia. I'm trying to give y'all a motherfucking word tonight, today, at 5:36 in the morning. This movie, well executed, beautiful in its vision and execution, the most sinister sleight of hand shit I've seen so far. So sinister. So, and I will get into the sinister nature of it tomorrow when I talk about all these, because I talked about Elijah and Elisha and Samuel and all of that. That's part of the aspect. But the overall contest between primarily these four spiritual systems, which is the Choctaw spiritual system, which is the Irish history and spiritual system, which is the quote Southern Black Church, the Southern Black Church, and the insidiously wicked role that it plays in this movie, child. The role of the Black Church and the role of African ancestral tradition and its hybrid from voodoo, aka voodoo, to hoodoo in the southern region that is still heavily informed by Christian mythology and ideology. This was some seriously sinister, insidious ass sleight of hand shit. Why? Because in the end, while the state remains, the state always wins. That's why I said that interview that I watched with Ryan Coogler, and he was so uncomfortable by the questions this young girl was answering, helped to solidify that opinion that this movie that simultaneously rescued a dying Hollywood, like Black people always do. We always save the motherfucking day for dying imperialism, for dying patriarchy. Baby, my homeboy is on here, Abasi, and he say, he been saying for years, well, we always just one nigga away. We always just one nigga away from freedom. There's always some agent that's gonna sabotage our motherfucking progress. We always just one nigga away from freedom. This movie is some seriously, insidiously wicked sleight of hand shit. And if I wasn't convinced of it when I was going to the movies, after I got out of the movies, I was convinced this is some sinister sleight of hand shit. It's executed technically beautifully. But this some sinister, wicked ass sleight of hand shit. Once I saw Ryan Coogler yesterday in this interview with a 24-year-old girl, that she was just genuinely being inquisitive. She wasn't even trying to do anything fucked up. She was like, no, when I saw this part, I was like, oh, that reminded me of Marx comparing capitalism to vampirism and how vampires in modern cinema is a metaphor for capitalist parasitic imperialism. And she was like, am I onto something or am I seeing too much in this? And he was like, oh, wow, you are really smart. Cut it out. Cut it. Get down. Get down. You fucking scratching me. What's wrong with you? She's like, y'all stop laughing. That ain't funny. It's old trifling ass. Y'all a trip. Anyway, she was like, am I onto something or am I reaching? And he's like, oh, yeah, you smart. Like, you really thinking about this a lot deeper than most people are. Like, I haven't had these. It was uncomfortable. So if I wasn't convinced completely walking out of that movie about how the state always win, when I saw that motherfucking interview with Ryan Coogler yesterday, I was like, there it is. He outed himself. It's just like that Bible I was telling you about, and that metaphor. You hear them crows out here cutting up. Just like I told y'all that metaphor about how you can have a black Christian and a white Christian. There are two different messages in that Bible for the black Christian and the white Christian. Jesus in his personification, Jesus is the evil twin. He is the twin. He is the good twin, the innocent, self-sacrificing martyr twin that teaches you Negroes and other colonized people how to divinely suffer, how to divinely execute, and how to divinely receive your divinely ordained suffering. Jesus as the martyr, Jesus as the martyr teaches the white world the kind of suffering that needs to be disseminated upon those who are divinely ordained to be the recipients of pain and suffering. That Jesus, the trickster Jesus, the Eshu version of Jesus, the Set version of the twins, the Set version, the Lord of the underworld Jesus, that sleight of hands ass shit, that strategic and weaponized incompetence shit, that goddamn noble narcissistic shit, you noble and toxic at the same time. You benevolent and evil at the same time. Jesus is the prototype for all of that shit. Because that Jesus is teaching two different messages at the same time. How to be the divinely ordained disseminator of pain and suffering, and how to receive, how to be the divinely ordained recipient of pain and suffering. Absolution granted to one. No matter how much suffering you take upon yourself, absolution is never granted the other. One Bible, two messages. Cut it out. Y'all doing too much. Let me throw something at y'all. Cut it out. All three of y'all doing too damn much. Go about y'all life. You hear what I'm saying? Just like this Bible teaches two different messages depending upon who's watching, depending upon who's reading. Don't you know that the movies that you watch do the same thing? Don't you know that the movies that you watch do the same thing? That I watched the movie and 10 other people watched the movie, depending upon their level of awareness, but depending upon the level of their relationship and their reunification with the mother, depending on the social and economic worldview, there'll be 10 people in the room and 10 people will watch 10 different movies watching the same movie. 10 different people will see 10 different movies watching the same film. That's what I mean when I say sinister. Sin and evil. Sinister messaging in this movie. And if you don't go into every movie knowing I can enjoy a film, I can enjoy watching a film and still be crystal clear and keenly aware when I am witnessing a fucking piece of propaganda disseminated by proxy through a black-skinned person who is gifted by the hands of the state. And this movie is that. Just like every single movie that Ryan Coogler has produced. We done sat here and talked about how in a goddamn futuristic, pristine, black on purpose, highly technologically advanced Wakanda, the one person that they accept into the secrets of Wakanda that they have preserved for so long, that the one person that they receive into Wakanda with open arms is the white CIA agent. That's the one. And you don't think the state always wins. That they get us caught up in the romantics of seeing us on film. We love that. We love seeing us represented in real time. That's why so many people have said, hundreds of people so far in the last few days. I've seen the movie 3-4 times at the movies already. Give my money to the black people. Yes, do that. And I'm still saying do that. But go into that thing where you are supporting black excellence, where you are supporting black artistry, when you are supporting black music. Go on to the place and give your money to the black actors. Give your money to the black musicians. I'm not saying don't go see the shit. I'm saying y'all who have been following my page for 4-5 years, y'all know better. Y'all better go in there with fresh eyes so you don't get caught up in the beauty and the enthusiasm of the execution of black excellence through artistry and through music, that your ass get led the fuck astray about what it is you watching. Your ass is watching propaganda. And in that propaganda, the state wins in the end. The state. While the state remains, the state wins. And no matter what piece of propaganda you are witnessing, whether it's black ass music, whether it is black ass art, whether it is black ass movies and directing in cinema and film, yes, we love to see ourselves represented. How can we not? When we've been so horribly underrepresented in our contributions to the very fabric of this bitch. We are the weavers and constructors of the United States of America. That doesn't mean in isolation. That doesn't mean that others have not contributed. It means that our blood, that every single strand of the tapestry that is the United States of America, every single thread was dipped in the blood of black ass people and native ass people before the tapestry of that flag was sewn together. There ain't a fabric in this bitch that was not completely submerged in the blood and suffering of Africans. I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. I ain't black. I'm indigenous. Fuck you. Fuck you and your black ass, nappy hair, big nose ass self, bitch. Your ass is African, even if you are also indigenous. Got weirdos. Take your big nose ass having self with your bleach blonde ass hair, talking about I'm native, I'm indigenous, I ain't black. Bitch, shut up. Shut the whole entire fuck up. How about that? Shut the whole entire absolute the fuck up. Our blackness is not our curse. It is the evidence of our ability to excel even through the most gruesome crimes ever committed against humans on the face of the planet. Our indigenous brethren and sistren, as demonstrated in this movie, like the dark-skinned ass Choctaw, who are only, quote, light-skinned now because of forced miscegenation, rape. That's the only reason that native people with bone straight hair, who have been here as long as black-skinned people with nappy hair, both of whom are indigenous, so-called Native American people that have been here 30,000 motherfucking years, bitch. Shut up. Straight hair, jet black ass skin, deep, dark, blood rich red skin have been here just as long as we have. And there were no antagonisms between us until somebody came over here and used brute force oppression to drive a wedge and chasm between us. I am both a daughter of Africa and a daughter of the Western Hemisphere through blood, through ancestry. Those things are not antagonistic. They both exist in me. And truth be told, though most of these relationships were through by brute force and rape, Irish ancestry, both sides. Hence my last name. You understand? And if you see my mama them side of the family, hence the complexion. I'm the darkest in my whole side of my mama family. You understand? So go into these movies. It's so interesting. It's so interesting, y'all. I didn't even think about this until just now. That's why I have to be up all night. Because this is the witching hour. What do we call this? The temple whores, the temple harlots, or the keepers of the hours of the night. Because this is when our brilliance spring the fuck forth. This movie called Sinners. This just occurred to me. There's so many of us who this movie is about our life. All of the extreme dynamics of our life. Imagine that. I got to write this down. Imagine that. I told y'all I was just doing a revisit to the deep dive about the historical significance of my name and my bloodline. And this movie Sinners, the major players in this movie Sinners is my whole life story. My extreme Christian upbringing as evidenced by the dark-skinned black preacher in the all-white clothes, in the all-white church, in the all dark-skinned black congregation, all dressed in white. These extremes as presented in the church, in the first scene, right? That was my birth. That was my birth entry in this extreme expression of Christianity. That both my parents were born in Louisiana. Both my parents were born in New Orleans. Hence the hoodoo plot in the movie. Both my parents were born in New Orleans in the same hospital, less than 24 hours apart. My parents are the metaphorical twins, the female and male aspect of the twins, like Cassandra and Helenius. My parents were born less than 24 hours apart in the same city, in the same hospital, and did not meet until they were both 16 years old. And both their mothers joined the same religious cult that took them away from their fathers, one in Mississippi, one in Lower Mississippi, and one in Central Mississippi, to follow behind this white guy who was the leader of a goddamn end of the world cult. My 16-year-old parents, who were less than 24 hours apart in age, met in a goddamn end of the world cult, not knowing that they were born in the same hospital in the same city. My parents are the Leo twins of this story about this extreme religious, spiritual, Christian right that was their upbringing, that was directly opposed to their place of birth, their hoodoo, voodoo, historical birthplace of birth. How this influence that they rejected and denied their whole life, being born in Louisiana, being raised for part of their life in Louisiana, and then ending up in an end of the world cult in Mississippi. And so in that end of the world Christian cult in Mississippi, always rejecting anything witchy, anything hoodoo-esque, anything voodoo-esque. These two extremes represented in the bodies of my father and my mother, right? And the reason that this is interesting where this movie is concerned is because that shit, even though we did not know this depth of our familial background, me and my sister, that it had such an impact on our lives that I didn't have enough information to even analyze it until later in life. My sister goes away to probably the whitest school in the United States of America, Hyles Anderson Christian College in Indiana. Hyles Anderson Christian College, which is an independent fundamentalist Baptist college in Hammond, Indiana. She was one of only 5 black students in the whole school college. And she meets her husband and life partner in this whitest of white schools in middle America. And his ass was born and raised in Haiti. His ass was born and raised in Haiti. And so we didn't know, and I didn't know enough, to think, oh my God, maybe it's the influence of my parents being born in Louisiana, in New Orleans, right? And then many, many years later, I meet my ex-husband, and I'm just like, damn, this is a gorgeous nigga. You feel me? Little did I know until we start courting that his mother was born and raised in Haiti. His father, born and raised in Jamaica, but his mother was born and raised in Haiti. My ex-husband. Every single city that I have ever lived in, I always am approached and meet some dark-skinned African, male or female, and become really, really good friends with them, and then find out they were born and raised in Haiti and moved to the United States when they was 15 or 16. Everywhere I go. And I was like, this has got to be the influence of all of my people, my maternal side and paternal side, hailing from for generations from New Orleans before scattering out through the Mississippi Delta, Biloxi, Mississippi, Long Beach, Macomb, Magnolia, Jackson, the whole Mississippi Delta area, northern Louisiana, all the way down into New Orleans. Both sides. Both sides. And then the Haitian Creole presence in that area having an energetic influence on my whole life. Okay, this me. This story centers is like my fucking life. The Irish, the history of Irish people and they so-called allyship when they were indentured servants with black people, and then what became an origin relationship of solidarity and kinsmanship becomes manipulated by the instruments of whiteness, by white Anglo-Saxon Protestants that turn Irish people into one of our most wicked and insidious enemies in this country, aka the founding of what we know as the Fraternal Order of the Police was primarily Irish men who became the first slave hunters and goddamn police force, organized police force. This dual nature demonstrated so keenly by Remick in this movie. This seemingly nice, benign, even the language that he speaks, they ain't gonna give you nothing. They ain't gonna make no. This is how we the same. Because the same Bible that you pray to is the same Bible that colonized our people. And da 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 da. And yes, there is a sameness in our suffering. I talk about this shit a lot. Not just Irish, Europeans in general. I'm like, yeah, y'all got colonial baggage too. The problem is that what your bosses, what your nobility did was to make you weapons, to make you inherent instruments of oppression that still benefited them at your expense. And all they had to do was win you to whiteness. That's all they had to do. It was so simple. Like, damn. All we got to do is win these motherfuckers. All we got to do is win these crackers to whiteness. These Jews, all we got to do is win them to whiteness. These Italians, all we got to do is win them to whiteness. These Sicilians, all we got to do is win them to whiteness. These Irish people, all we got to do is win them to whiteness, and they will comply. They will comply. And y'all fell right the fucking line. And so meanwhile, while y'all fell right the fucking line to become the insidious, hidden in plain sight instruments of oppression in opposition to us, Black people, Mexican people, um, Asian people, nobody want to have that conversation. Asian people, Asian women in particular, Native people, you white-skinned agents of oppression at your own expense. Remick played that role very well because we can get caught up in the language. Like, damn, he is right. Man, fucking Irish people call sheer terroristic hell under the Protestant church, under the Catholic Church. Irish people call absolute tyrannical terroristic hell under the church in all of its manifestations. They damn sure right they did get treated just like Black people. The Black Irish damn sure did. And so we hear a language that is not backed by any action of solidarity, any evidence of solidarity, and get caught up on language, get caught up on the dual nature of words. They sound nice, they sound kind, but there is poison seeping out. And so he played that role so well, creepily well is what he did. Talking the language that Black people understand. You understand? There was even a point where he was quoting the scripture. He played that role so well. He played that role so well. And the problem is that we will go in there and get caught up by the thing I'm always talking to you about. What am I always talking to you about? The motherfucking getting caught up in the pomp and circumstance, child. Getting caught up in the pomp and circumstance, the pageantry of spirituality, the performance of spirituality. Remick preached a sermon, motherfucker. As a matter of fact, Remick didn't just preach a sermon. This I'm going to talk to y'all about Sunday too. Remick, because one of the things that I got deep into with Remick, about the sparrow origin of his name being synonymous with this particular sparrow called the pendulum tit. The pendulum tit. Is this accidental? Come on, y'all. The name of the bird associated with his name, this peculiarly specific sparrow associated with his name, is called the pendulum tit. That's the name of the bird. What is a pendulum? What does a pendulum do? Y'all, goddamn. I gotta be reaching. This cannot be, he cannot have did this on purpose. The man's name, which is not Irish, by the way, but he Irish. Not only is he Irish, they imply that he's been alive for at least 600 years. So why he got a name Remick when Remick is not Irish? It's German, Slovakian, and British. Why he got a name like Remick? Is this accidental? And they call him Irish. Is this accidental? When I do a deep dive into the name, the etymology of the name Remick, and it says this is also the name, the scientific name of a specific type of sparrow called the pendulum tit. What does a pendulum do? In the whole 6 hours I've been up in this shit, talking about the extreme duality of twin mythology throughout history. That's all I've been talking about. The extreme poles, the extreme duality presented in every single one of these twin stories, from whether you're reading about Elijah and Elias in the scripture as it relates to Samuel in 1 Samuel 1, 3 through 13, the extreme dualities of the duality of red and blue, of the duality of black and white as represented in the two main love interests in this movie. Annie as the extreme black, Mary as the extreme personification of white, of whiteness, of purity and innocence and all the motherfucking things. And then I go into a deep dive about Remick, and his name literally is the name of a sparrow Who is the sparrow? The goddess Soya. The sparrow is considered a psychopomp. Remic's name is not even Irish, but the name of the bird his name represents, the class name of the bird that his name represents is the pendulum tit. Pew, pew. And he becomes the perfect personification of being able to move freely from one extreme to the other. Mary represents both in life and her death and resurrection the ability to move easily from one extreme to the other, from one realm to the other. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There was so much more. But it's everywhere. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Oh, the reason I mentioned that the thing about the sparrows is because I was like, fuck it. The first thing I thought about was that Christian song, His Eye is on the Sparrow, so I know he watches me. You feel me? Based on what's the scripture? I think it's Matthew and Mark. Hold on. His eye is on the sparrow, right? So I know he watches me. Whatever. So I was like, well, the song came up in my head, so it must have been there for a reason. So let me just investigate. The song, His Eye is on the Sparrow, because I always heard it in the Negro church. I never heard it in the white people church. I always heard it as a gospel song in the Negro church. So I found out that the song was written by a white woman. I was like, what? Damn, right? So I investigate the white woman who is the author of the song, His Eye is on the Sparrow. Her name is Seville D. Martin. I was like, okay, it's a white woman. So I just Google her name. So I Google her name, y'all. And this woman was, I guess they identified her as American Canadian, this white woman. You feel me? This Seville, whatever her name is, who wrote His Eye is on the Sparrow. Why is she significant? I didn't know. I was like, okay, it's just a white woman. I was like, but that's interesting because all my life, the only people I ever heard sing that song was good Southern Baptist black ass Christians singing it as a gospel song, right? It was a white woman living in Canada. And when did she write this song? In what did I say? In here it is. She wrote this song in 1905. It was made popular by Ethel Waters because she was singing it in some movie. But a white woman wrote the song, His Eye is on the Sparrow. I was like, Now, His Eye is on the Sparrow is based on these following scriptures. Psalms 32:8, Matthew 6:26, Matthew 10:29 through 31. That is the basis for this song, His Eye is on the Sparrow, right? Now, I was like, you know what? Let me just, because something here for me to find out about this woman that is going to be of importance. So I just started writing down things that I was like, oh, that might be something later. So she wrote the song, but her significance, she and her husband's significance was that they were a part of a movement called the Restoration Movement. I'd never heard of it. I was like, well, what's that? It was also called the American Restoration Movement, and later it was called the Stone Temple Movement. This was a Christian movement that began on the U.S. frontier during the Second Great Awakening. Okay, the founders wanted to reform the church from within and sought the unification of all Christians into a singular body patterned after the church of the New Testament. Okay, the leaders of the movement, I have them named they are significant. I'll talk about that another day. But the takeaway in the relationship between his eyes on the sparrow, the name Remick being specifically about a specific type of sparrow whose name means pendulum tit, or this type of bird is called a pendulum tit. Pendulum tit. Pendulum tit, right? This is how I got to this. So I was like, okay, well, I'd never heard of the Second Great Awakening. What was that? Because this movement began during the Second Great Awakening. So I was like, what's that? The Protestant religions, the Second Great Awakening was Protestant religions revivals in the late 1800s. Listen, Methodists used circus riders or horse preachers. These revivals were also known, listen, these revivals were also known as, quote, the burned over districts. The burned over districts, which implied the area was, quote, set ablaze with spiritual fire and fervor. Wild excitement passing through the region, aka the revival of religion in any area. These were also known as holy fairs. The interesting thing about this shit is converts during these revivals of the Second Great Awakening were overwhelmingly female. The estimate was for every one male that converted to Christianity during this period, every one male that converted to Christianity, 3 females converted to Christianity. And that number went up exponentially if the female was under 25. Why is this significant? Anybody making the connection between his eyes on the sparrow, Remick's name being synonymous with being actually the scientific name of a very specific family of sparrows, one of which is called the pendulum tit sparrow? Why is this all coming together? Why is this little piece on the Second Great Awakening that is indicative of the predecessor energy that was preceded by the Third Great Awakening, which is when this movie is supposed to be taking place. The Third Great Awakening was informed by the Second Great Awakening. The Second Great Awakening they defined by the movement of Protestant religious revivals throughout the country. Starting in the South. But these what do they call them? Hold on. The circuit riders and the horse preachers, these were literally men that would go along the countryside, the Wild West in particular, and hold what we eventually ended up calling revivals, pop-up tent churches, like what the Nation of Islam used to call soapboxing in New York, where they would just take a soapbox and start preaching from the street corners. And all of a sudden they would have followers, and then they could build a temple. They could build a mosque off of all these people who was just following them street curb soapboxing. You feel me? This shit started here. And so the reason that this shit that I just read about, this random white woman who wrote this song that I always thought was written by the black church or whatever, so seemingly random. I was like, but let me just dig deep into Remick's name. You feel me? Even looking at his family, even looking at the familial coat of honor for those coat of arms that for those with the last name Remick. I was like, God damn, this coat of arms is crazy, right? And here I find out this man's name is the scientific name for a specific bird. This specific bird is the sparrow that I've been talking to y'all about for a couple of months now. This is how I end up on the restoration movement in the Second Great Awakening. Why is it significant? Because this man was preaching a sermon the whole movie. As soon as he is introduced to the black people, he instantly defaults into knowing that even though they had a juke joint turning the fuck up, that the language they all will immediately understand is that Christian shit. This man started preaching a sermon as he is taking lives, as he is functioning like Jesus the vampire, requiring, but in reversed, requiring that people eat of his flesh and drink of his blood that they may be born again. Not only that they may be born again, what does Jesus say in the scripture? That you may receive eternal life. That's what Jesus. Remember, I started early and I was looking for that damn scripture where Jesus, for the first time, is making this public declaration that it is only through the eating of my flesh and the drinking of my blood that ye may experience eternal life. And two of his followers were like, the fuck? What he just said? Did y'all hear what he just said? They was like, yeah, bro, I heard what he just said. Was he serious? And he's talking to them. He's like, damn, why y'all acting confused? I said what I said. They was like, yeah, God, but we've been following you all this time. We ain't never heard you talk about eating your blood, eating your flesh and drinking your blood. Nigga, like that, you think we can communicate that to people? That's some deep ass shit that you talking about right there. And he was like, yeah, why y'all confused? They was like, nigga, you just said to experience eternal life, we gotta eat your flesh and drink your blood. What you mean? Why we confused? He's like, look, nigga, I said what I said. It ain't confusing. I said what I said. You want eternal life? You're going to have to eat my flesh and drink my blood. That's what Jesus said. He was like, look, nigga, that's enough. And they left. They dipped. They dipped. They say, what? Listen, he said, look. He said, truly, truly, I say to you, whoever believes in me has eternal life, because I am the bread of life. Your fathers ate the manna in the wilderness and their asses died. This is the bread that comes down from heaven, so that one may eat of it and not die. Me, I'm the bread of heaven that comes down and eats of it, and you may not die. I am the living bread that came down from heaven. And if anyone eats of this bread, me, he will live forever. Is that not some vampire language? How when you get turned in typical vampire movies, what happens? The vampire bites you to kill you, and then he turn around and bite himself and pour his blood in your mouth so that once your heart stop beating, you can be instantly reborn. Isn't that what he do? Is this not a metaphor for this shit that Jesus talking about right here? Where they get this metaphor from? Jimmy? He said, in the bread that I will give for you, the bread that I will give for the life of the world is my flesh. The bread that you need feed off of to secure life eternal, so you too can be immortal, is my flesh. That's the bread. The bread is a metaphor for my flesh. You feel me? And the Jews then disputed among themselves, saying, how can this man give us his flesh to eat? Jesus said to them, truly, truly, I say unto you, unless you eat of the flesh of the Son of Man and drink of his blood, you have no life in you. Whoever feeds on my flesh and drinks my blood has eternal life, and I will raise him up on the last day. For my flesh is true food, and my blood is true drink. Whoever feeds on my flesh and drinks my blood abides in me, and I in he. That's what your Jesus said. As the living Father sent me, and I live because of the Father, so whoever feeds on me, God fucking damn. Oh my God. That shit is so goddamn crystal clear. It is like fucking sobering. Why is Jesus so obsessed with a motherfucker drinking his blood and eating his flesh? Because every single solitary thing that Jesus is attempting to do is a complete bastardized replication of what his mother does. He says, you have to eat my flesh to live. Why? Because he can't breastfeed, bitch. He cannot sustain your life from his very leakages. He cannot sustain your life from his breast. So, in an attempt to subvert his mother's ability to feed from her flesh, to provide, quote, food and drink from her flesh, he has to subvert and bastardize this power. That's what just happened here, and it just occurred to me, goddamn now. The reason that he is telling the story is because, again, there is not a single solitary attribute that he claims that is his own. That is an original mechanization of himself, of his own genius expressed. There ain't a leg he got to stand on, so he has to steal every single solitarily, seemingly insignificant detail from his mother. He said, you got to drink my blood because it's the true drink. You got to eat my flesh because it's the true food, because, bitch, I can't breastfeed you. I can't sustain your life that way. So yeah, you reborn in Jesus. You, quote, reborn in the blood of the Lord. You, quote, reborn in the blood of the sacrificial lamb that is he. Because after you are, quote, reborn, bitch, I can't sustain your life for my titties. Which is the drink. The milk is both the drink and the food. The milk is both the drink and the food. So what his ass say? That ain't the true food. That ain't the true drink. The shit you get when you born, that ain't the true food. That ain't the true drink. No, my blood is the true drink. My flesh is the true food. And it is only through that cannibalistic act that you can so-called secure immortality. God damn. That's what he just said. God damn. He said, truly, truly, I say to you that unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink of his blood, you have no life in you. What did we say the last time we read this shit? That where Christians are concerned, where Christianity teaches you, is that birth from your mother guarantees that you are born dead. That's what Christianity says. That until you are reborn, you are walking dead. That's what this King James Version Bible said the last time we read it, when we was reading about the quickening. It didn't say that you will eventually die if you do not, quote, get right with the Lord. You feel me? It says you are born dead, being born from your filthy ass fucking mama. You are born dead. And it is only through the birth of Jesus, the rebirth of Jesus. Who is Jesus? Who is Jesus? It is only through the rebirth of Jesus. It is only through the rebirth. He who has risen, born again, resurrected from the dead, quote, raised up from the underworld to be born again. It is only through him that your ass can live forever. It is only through his birth, death, and resurrection as the sacrificial lamb, taking upon himself as the dual twin within himself, he who takes on the sins of mankind in his body, and he who also becomes the sinless, blameless, blemishless sacrificial lamb that must be tortured to death in order to forgive you for your sins, in order to grant you remission for your sins. And then once he is resurrected, you understand, you must reproduce this act of cannibalism, this act of zombie imposed vampirism through the consumption of his flesh, metaphorically, and the drinking of his blood, metaphorically. What did he say? He said, for my flesh is the true food, and my blood is the true drink. Whoever feeds on my flesh and drinks my blood abides in me, and I in he. As the living Father sent me, and I live because of the Father, because the Father can't breastfeed me. So whoever feeds on me he also will live because of me. This is the bread It came down from heaven, nor let's see. This is the bread that came down from heaven, not like the bread of the that your fathers ate and died. Whoever feeds on this bread will live forever. Jesus said these things in the synagogue as he taught at Capernaum. At Capernaum, when many of his disciples heard it, they said, "They said, this is a hard saying. Who can listen to it?" This is his disciples, y'all. He said, "This is a hard saying. Who can listen to this?" But Jesus, knowing in himself that his disciples were grumbling about this, said to them, "Do you take offense at this? And then, do you take offense at this? Then what if you were to see the Son of Man ascending to where he was before? Is it the Spirit who gives life? Let's see. No, he said, it is the Spirit who gives life. The flesh is no help at all. Do you hear what this shit just said? Your flesh is no help at all. It is the Spirit that gives flesh. The words that I have spoken to you are spirit and life. But there are some of you who do not believe. For Jesus knew from the beginning who those were and who did not believe, and who it was who would betray him. And he said, "This is why I told you that no one can come to me unless it is granted to him by the Father." After this, many of his disciples turned back and no longer walked with him. He was like, "This nigga crazy. I don't give a fuck what he talking about. Eternal life, but all I gotta do is eat a nigga flesh and drink a nigga blood? What? Oh, this too much. This too much. Jesus, now we've been walking all across the land, to and fro, following you to and fro, living dirty, living off the land and shit. And now all this time we've been following you, you gonna drop this bullshit on us that the only way we can experience eternal life is to eat your flesh and drink your blood?" Child, you done bumped your head. This that bullshit. Man, come on, bros. Let's get the fuck up out of here. This nigga crazy. This nigga crazy. And the reason I said earlier, the reason I'm gonna be doing this deep dive between Janet Kennedy, thank you for the donation. This little emoji is cute as hell. This little hippopotamus clapping her hands. That shit cute as hell. That shit cute as hell. That shit that made my whole day. She like, sure is. He crazy. This little emoji is cute. Ooh, that's cute. It reminds me of that trend that was going around. Men created a religion due to envy that women could create life. Okay. They like, this nigga crazy. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so why did I bring that up? Because Jesus is a thief. Remember I was telling you I'm going to do this live, this deep dive into the connection between Christianity, cults, and serial killers? That's one story right there. That's one story right there. Jesus is the prototype for every sinister and wicked thing imaginable that we've experienced. Jesus is the prototype for that shit. The dual nature of the simultaneously benevolent, pure, innocent who must suffer for the sins of humanity. And if you sin against me, you are contributing to my demise, on the one hand, and on the other hand, this wicked, diabolical trickster who creates sleight of hands, mysterious secret shit in real time because he has to communicate two things simultaneously to maintain validity in the world. What did the fucking Pope say? Without the poor, the church would be no more. Isn't that what he said? Without the poor, the church would be no more. So he has to communicate power on one hand, and simultaneously communicate the very real necessity to suffer for salvation, to starve for salvation. Understanding this twin energy shit is to understand how you are perpetually being played. You are perpetually being played. This movie is so deep. It's just every the fuck where. The reason I was talking about Remick, this is the last thing I say, I'm a promise. The reason I was talking about Remick and finding out that this white woman who wrote the song, His Eye is on the Sparrow, and she was part of the Second Great Awakening, that was a revival movement that swept through the United States and corralled all these people into this movement to unify the church. Here it is again. The duality of red and blue, and the 433 times that the red and blue is mentioned in the Christian Bible is always a foreshadowing of what? The unification of God's kingdom, right? The reds representing the God's chosen people, and the blue representing the Gentiles. Red, or I might have that backwards. I do have that backwards. The blue representing God's chosen people, and the red, I might have that backwards. Anyway, regardless, the Gentiles and the chosen few. You feel me? And whenever they are shown together, it is a foreshadowing of the coming of the Messiah, represented by purple, right? The coming of the Messiah. And why was I mentioning that? Right? The coming of the Messiah and the unification of the church. Here, totally unrelated, researching the song His Eye is on the Sparrow, which was written in the Second Great Awakening of the 1800s. That's all I was doing, was researching the song His Eye is on the Sparrow. What was this restoration movement? What was the primary objective of the restoration movement? Is to unify all Protestants under a single religious banner, representing the unification. It was a unification movement representing the unification of the church. And as it was unfolding, this movement during the Second Great Awakening of the late 1800s, just a couple of years prior to the year presented as the origin of the time of this movie, the Second Great Awakening was defined by what? These sweeping revivals that was galvanizing literally millions of converts to this idea of a unified Christian Protestant church. The thing that they used to create what? The enthusiasm to create converts was revivals. What did they call the revivals? Also known as burnt over districts, which implied that the area was set ablaze with spiritual fervor and fire. What did Remick do? After they ran all them people out the club, and they ended up converting all these black people to the undead through their ritual exemplary death and resurrection under the white Christ, who is Remick. Remick is the white Christ. Remick is the white Christ who is now, quote, quickly converting all these black ass people who was just leaving, trying to go home because they done got kicked out the club. They done swept through them 4 white people, done swept through the whole black congregation. After the black people then executed an extraordinary ancestral ceremony, they executed a bimbe up in that club. They executed a bimbe up in that club, and after they got turned up and called up the ancestral spirits. That's what they did. After they got deep in their hoodoo, after they got deep in their root work, after they got deep in this ancestral veneration at the witching hour of the night, here these white people come up on the motherfucking porch uninvited and then convert. This was white ass Jesus. Remick was white ass Jesus. Remick was white ass Jesus. Mary was Mary Magdalene the prostitute after she was converted in her resurrection. And the two The two clans people, the clan girl and the clan guy, they might be the Peter and the Paul, because it will say it here that Peter and Paul were also a part of this historical Gemini twin mythology, Peter and Paul. Yes, this did. So here's Jesus, Peter and Paul, and motherfucking Mary Magdalene up on the porch, saying, you black ass heathens in there doing that hoodoo shit, calling them ancestors, calling them ancestors in the space shit. I want what you got. I want what you got. And the only way I'm going to get what you got, because what did he say? When he told Sammy, I want what you have, I need to bite you. That's what he said. He said, because that's the only way I'm going to, listen, God damn it. He said, that's the only way I am going to gain access to your memories. That's what he told them while standing in the water, baptizing them. Remick was baptizing Sammy, forcing his head under the water. And Remick, while this conflict is happening between Remick and Sammy, and all the quote converted congregants are standing on the shores watching this thing take place in the water between Sammy and Remick, what happens that they don't even explain? A goddamn fire tornado springs up out of the, like a literal, all the way up to the sky. A fire tornado springs up out the motherfucking water. You hear me? And then I read this shit about the woman who wrote the song His Eyes on the Sparrow, because Remick's name means sparrow, a specific type of sparrow, a pendulum sparrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A pendulum tip sparrow. That's the only reason I got on this second awakening. And they say that the goddamn revivals were so, what do they call it? What's the word that they use when they talk about certain types of preachers? Starts with an E. I think it starts with an E. No, charismatic preachers. Who are real. Like, yes, brimstone, we call them Bible thumpers, pounding on the pulpit, in the mighty God and the charismatic preachers, right? When I tell you, as soon as this white boy, when he first approached as his gentle, kind, trying to relate to the black people in the sameness of our struggle and shit, and he used the same language Christian preachers do while preaching firestone and damnation and hellfire and eternal punishment. And God loves you. And the love of God and freedom and salvation. Right? This extreme duality, even in the language. And as soon as he could not win, he couldn't kill him with kindness. As soon as he saw that he could not kill him with kindness, trying to relate, we in this thing, we just want to turn up with y'all. We got good hard-earned money. We want to spend with y'all. As soon as they saw that they couldn't kill him with kindness, then his whole energy shifted. Still talking about love and freedom and all of that shit, while executing brutal assassinations on the most vulnerable people in the area. He didn't go looking to get the blood of these white people in town. These motherfuckers became parasites on the bodies and the essence of the most vulnerable. These people were sharecroppers, paying for their night on the town with wooden nickels. The most vulnerable, the most exploited. And this is who they set their sights on. Using evangelical jargon and language and charisma to create themselves a congregation of the undead. And he still took the center, even as he had committed these crimes against these black people. had taken the center. Once they became converted, he was in the center. He was in the middle, and a circle surrounding him of all black skinned people dancing around him and praising and raising their hands like they was up in church, y'all. After just an hour before, raising up, conjuring up through sweat and sexiness and eroticism and drums and stomping their feet on the floor, literally conjuring up their ancestors. In just a half a second, they outside surrounding this Christ-like entity, Remick. And everything he does, they mimic. What had happened? They became hive mind. Whatever happened to him happened to them. That happened. When his ass started to burn, they started to burn. That happened. When his ass got cracked across the skull with the silver in that guitar and his head started burning, all them black ass people that he murdered and then raised from dead, their asses started burning. When this shit said that the revivals were also known as the burnt over districts, which implied that the area was set ablaze with spiritual fervor and fire, I said, oh my fucking God, what we just witnessed was an old school, like I grew up in, and my parents grew up in, and their parents grew up in, an old school outside of some abandoned place, old school motherfucking revival. Was that an accident? That was literally personified by fires burning in 2 locations. The club was burning down, and at the same time the club was burning down, a goddamn fire tornado is literally springing up from the baptismal water? Is that a stretch? I don't think it's a stretch. A goddamn fire tornado springing up from the water that this white, what did we call, self-exalted Christ-like entity, a mortal, has been alive for 600 years in this resurrected personification that is not only trying to, quote, baptize the black child, baptize Samuel, forcing his head over and over again into the water, even as his overall objective is to gain access to his neck. Why? Because he said, I need your memories. That's what he told him. We just talked about the role of memory, according to Pure Lust by Mary Daly, that the greatest weapon of the greatest weapon of patriarchy is for anyone to regain access to their memories. How did this boy's memories spring forth? Through his art, through his voice, through his playing of the sacred instrument. That's how his memories sprang forth. And what did this white Christ-like, self-exalted, martyred and resurrected immortal say to him? He didn't say, I'm hungry for your blood. He said, I need your memories. I need your memories. What did Mary Daly say? The greatest enemy of the patriarchy is one's memory. So as a strategy of these mediocre mobsters, their chief strategy is the imposed collective global amnesia through brute force and terrorism. This shit was displayed in real time in this movie. That this motherfucker used what he knew black people would respond to. A motherfucking revival. right outside the club. A motherfucking actual ceremonial revival that literally was the extreme opposite of what had taken place as ceremony inside the club. A representation of the extreme opposite of what happened in that club that was ceremony. That in the execution of pleasure and joy and ecstasy, they had a straight up impromptu bimbe right up in the club. But because we stay so committed to that Jesus shit, we went right outside the door and formed a circle around this singular white immortal representation of Jesus Christ himself and danced a motherfucking circle around this white, all these black ass bodies dancing in a circle around this white boy in this movie. After just being welcomed in the space by everybody that was in the space, their ancestors came right in the room. This white boy didn't bring no ancestors, didn't bring no ceremony of his own, didn't bring nothing sacred from him and his people. Just functioned in the energetic space as a fucking vampire, consuming everything in the space. That shit is a whole motherfucking word. I'm going to sleep. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. This is some bullshit. I'm supposed to be going to my damn belly dancing class in a few hours. I done been up with y'all since 9 o'clock. Be honest, I still only covered about half the notes I've taken. I might have to leave the rest of this shit for somebody else. I ain't talked about the ever presence of the symbols and sacred objects in this movie. I did cover that though. I did good. I did get a lot covered. I do want to talk a little bit more later about Ryan Coogler. I really do. I want to talk about him. I want to talk about how he is in real time the ever-present, unending personification of the siphoning of black genius to meet white world needs. He is that. He is. And it's unfortunate that we have not collectively created institutions of dual and contending power so that our genius, and I'm talking about anybody that expresses genius, but black people in particular, that our genius is no longer exploited for wicked and insidious gains, that our propensity to love music, to feel invested in the execution of art at the hands of black people, to see the magic that this young man worked in his vision as a director, in his vision, as a writer, to see at the very end that everything that he has produced serves the state. Serves the state. A bimbe, B-E-M-B-E, bimbe. Serves the state, and it's unfortunate. And if I wasn't 100% convinced of it when I saw him in that interview with that young woman, Hannah Flint, who the link is in the description box below, I was like, no, he's aware. He's aware. He is aware, and it's so unfortunate. He is aware. But you got to do what you got to do. You got to eat. You got to make a living. I want to be an artist. This is what an artist got to do. I was convinced 150% after watching this young woman interview this man and the deep and penetrative questions that she asked. He was like, oh. At one point, he even calls his wife to come from the other room to help him. I ain't lying. I said, what? I'm not lying. When I saw that interview with him and that young girl, I was like, nothing I'm asking all that I'm checking in. I'm like, is that a stretch? Is that just my imagination? But I already know the answer because I watched this girl ask him really impressive and deep questions about what she was taking from the movie, and to see his response, obviously uncomfortable, obviously making me what do we call it? Secondhand embarrassment. Because he was like, "Oh, like you really smart. You really thinking about that real deep." She was like, he was like, whatever you think. She was like, "I don't want to know what I think. I want to know if I'm right. If this was actually what I was experiencing, if this was your intention, I need a quote." I can't quote myself. That's what she kept saying. I need a quote. I can't quote myself. So am I on the right track, or am I way off base? He's like, "Well," I said, "Oh, he knows." I still say go see it. I'm still going to go see it again tomorrow. But go in there recognizing that the state is trying to play you, bitch. It's trying to galvanize a certain response after your little heartstrings and your emotional, feeling when you see us all beautiful on the big screen, kicking ass and taking names. Even as our most basic self, we are excellent motherfuckers. We really are. Even in our absolute most not trying basic self, even our mediocrity is the evidence of excellence. Our expressions of mediocrity. I ain't trying today. I ain't doing shit today. I ain't even combing my hair, brushing my motherfucking teeth. Even in our most outlandish expressions of mediocrity, we are excellent. We are excellent. And so this young man is really, really, really gifted. He used so much beautiful imagery and symbolism, both subtle and overt, to communicate something. I think, just like the Black Panther, this movie will have positive residual impact, but at the same time, it will also have negative impact. It will. I'm not amazing. I'm freaking delusional. My ass is insane, is what it is. Motherfucker's 7 o'clock. I've been on here since 9 o'clock. Almost 12 hours? No. 10 hours in pure fucking madness. And y'all ain't shit. Where is my Sandman with the hook? I made one of y'all make the commitment that if I went on too long, y'all would be my Sandman and snatch my ass up off of here, call me ugly names and tell my ass to go to fuck to bed. And ain't now one of y'all did that. As long as I talk, y'all will be right up in here letting me talk. Too much sharing and skinning of teeth. When white folks come around, people get to shucking and driving for massa because they are so enamored. That's the trick that has been played, is to perceive in mediocrity excellence. That's the sleight of hand shit. Is to perceive in the most basic of mediocrity excellence. Socrates becomes the standard for excellence. Ain't that about a bitch? Ain't that about a bitch? Freud becomes the standard of excellence. Is no one offended by that? You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I'm done. Y'all can laugh. Y'all ain't cute. Y'all can laugh. But I know I specifically said the last time I was up on this live, somebody gonna have to take responsibility for me. Y'all know I got so much up in here. I be trying to put y'all on game. I be trying to give y'all everything at one time. But somebody gonna have to keep me disciplined. Somebody gonna have to be the Sandman with the little hook thing to drag my ass off stage left. Bitch, you doing too much. You doing too much. Now I'm gonna need y'all to make offerings. This was a motherfucking revival. When you have a sermon that's longer than 3 hours, bitches, and now it done turn into a revival. This is me passing around the motherfucking plate, y'all. This is me. I put y'all on motherfucking game. in this witching hour as we are watching Ra rise up from his solar sojourn in the underworld on his solar boat. These witches, these temple harlots that done covered the evening hours to secure this sojourn of God the Son through his sojourn in the underworld. I'm passing the plate. evoemetemp to make a contribution to the Zelle of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Cassandra-Floyd, that's two S's, Cassandra-Floyd, if you would like to make an offering to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence via Venmo. Cashapp is $ Daughter of the Fates, Fates. Daughter of the Fates, $ Daughter of the Fates if you want to use Cash App. And if you would like to use PayPal to make your offering in the temple plate, motherfuckers, for this dynamically awesome, outlandishly incredible breakthrough shit that just happened over the last 10 hours, then you can do that through PayPal at @Iapo Ngina, IYAPO NGINA. Make your contribution, then pass the plate. This shit was radical. This shit was, and I don't even feel tired. I'm definitely gonna have to break this shit down into a couple of videos, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can break this shit down into 5 videos, and each video will be fucking 2 hours long. Isn't that insane? So I'm gonna be back. So I'm gonna take today off. I'm not gonna do a live today. I'm gonna take a day off. I'm gonna do another live Sunday, and then we're gonna have another meeting about this plan of action for May 20th. We'll do that next Thursday. At 7 p.m. I'll send out notification. If you want to receive the Zoom link for the last meeting or the last 2 meetings that we have had because you weren't there, email me at evoemetemp@gmail.com, and I will send you the Zoom link for the last 2 meetings that we had so that you can get caught up if you want to participate in the next one coming. I think that'll be the place that I talk about the Pope. It's just because it's relevant to what it is we're trying to organize. And there's so much that I want to talk to you about these days. But at the same time, I'm like having to really reevaluate my life. There are some things that I'm turning 50. I'm turning 50 in a few months. What month is it? April? It is May, June. So it's 4 months. Fuck. May, June, July, August. It's 5 months. 4.5 months. I'm turning 50 in 4.5 months. There are some things that I need to accomplish this year. So I've been really considering that this thing that I just did, I was literally just saying yesterday, making notes to myself. Okay, I have to go back to only doing 1 live a week. 1 live a week, being strict about that live being 2 hours long and no more, and doing a live once a week because I'm doing too much. And I need to be disseminating the use of that time in other ways that can support my life. There's some things that I need to accomplish, that I have to personally accomplish this year. Yes, 50. Yes, I will be 50 on September 14th. And yeah. So this might have been. Yeah. So anyway, that's all I got to say about that. This was radical. This was when I tell you I'm not even sleepy. This was radical. And but I'm only going to do one more video about this movie, and then I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna leave it for everybody else to do. And yeah. So even though I'm not sleepy, I need to go to sleep because I have a belly dance class and that I'm not gonna miss in like a few hours. Shit, 3 hours. So I'm gonna go to sleep, and I will see you guys. So I'm not gonna do a live at all today, Saturday. So I'll see you guys Sunday. I'll let you know when in advance. And the live that I will do tomorrow will be the last part of this insanely, deeply profound breakdown of the occult symbolism of the movie known as Sinners. We will wrap tomorrow up with the very clear ways that you could understand that in the execution of this project, in this movie, the state wins in the end, baby. The state wins. Even though you feel good about the movie. I did too. I'm going to watch it again tomorrow. It was great. It was a brilliant expression of black ass artistry. But the state always wins in the end, baby. As long as the state remains, the state will always win. As long as the state remains, the state will always win. That should inform us of what it is we must do. You understand? So go watch the movie. Go see if the gems in what do they call them, the Easter eggs that I have put down in this 10-hour live. Check. See if they check. See if they check out. See if I'm completely off base. You feel me? Because we're gonna wrap this shit up tomorrow with all the evidence that in the end, the state always wins. You know what I'm saying? Yep. I love you guys. This was fun. Y'all know this is my bag. Because I'm wide the fuck open. I'm like, damn, I could do this for 2, 3, 4 hours. But yeah, this was fun. This was really deep for me. The breakthroughs, man. This shit was crazy tonight. I need to be doing this all the time. I need to be sleeping during the day so that I can wake up at the witching hour. I can wake up at 9 o'clock. And from 9 to 6 is my daytime. Like, I need to make this a regular, like, this shit was great. While the world is quiet outside, my thinking is so clear. While the world is asleep and it is quiet outside, my thinking is so clear, so crystal clear. I need to figure out how to support that, how to make that happen. How I can make my money from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. Anyway, all right. I'll see you guys later. This was fun. Share, like, subscribe, comment to increase, the algorithm. Timestamp, especially for this long ass motherfucking piece. Timestamps. Send me timestamps, comment timestamps, especially when those moments that I have breakthroughs. I need y'all to timestamp that shit. Put it in the comments. Timestamp that shit. Put it in the comments. Timestamp that shit. Post it on your Facebook page. Timestamp that shit. Paste it on your Twitter, IG, do shorts and clips of the shit and post it on your TikTok. Promote my shit, y'all. Let's get this shit cracking already. Let's get this shit popping already. Take little shorts, take little things, clips, post it everywhere. Drive traffic to the YouTube channel of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, your high priestess, aka the daughter of the fates. We have a goddamn jack move to pull by May 20th. Then I turn 50 in September, and I'm going to be making a call for y'all to come to California. I'm not joking. I've already talked to a guy about renting his property that can comfortably indoors sleep 50, and people who are gangster on that camp life, pitching a tent and sleeping outside, 100. I'm going to be sending out invitations very soon because I only got 5 months to plan my radical 50-year-old birthday advance, aka party ceremony. That's happening September. From September 11th to September 15th. You feel me? At this beautiful ranch in Desert Hot Springs, California. Just 20 minutes outside of Palm Springs. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm done. Love you guys. Make your donations. Send me emails if you need a reading, a divination, a consult. If you just want to talk to me for an hour, you're going to pay for my time, but send me an email. And people have done that. You're like, look, I don't want a reading. I was looking for an opportunity to talk to you and meet you face to face via Zoom, and I want to pay you for your time. I'm okay with that. You feel me? So do that if you are interested in talk time, if you're interested in a divination, in consultation, in counseling. I am an ordained minister, have been for 5 years, right? I am an acupuncturist, right? I am a healer, among many, many other things. So if you need any assistance in that way, if you are in isolation where you are and you just need somebody of like mind to talk to for an hour, send me an email and I will tell you how you can do that, how you can support my time, how you can support my brilliance, and how you can get what you need from me in this investment that you make in my time. Email me at evoemetemp@gmail.com. There are other ways that you can support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence and your high priest thereof, the Daughter of the Fates, aka Cassandra-Floyd. You can go to my Etsy store, which is full of goddess-infused, magnificent, handcrafted jewelry and other wares. My Etsy store is DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. There you go. So now I'm done. Share. Like. Subscribe. Become a member and share. If you comment on my shit with a timestamp of something that you think is significant and worth me going back in my time to re-listen to, take that same timestamp and post it on your Facebook page, your IG, your Twitter, your email, your TikTok. Share. Share. Okay? Now I'm done. Bye. See you later. Love you all. Peace. Y'all are awesome.